Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku caught Nezu's eye while juggling double lives? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. It was a cold day in hell when Midoriya didn't look like total exhausted garbage, but today he looked like extra steaming hot rubbish. For a person covered head to toe in bandages, how he radiated such a ridiculous level of trashiness was beyond Shinso. However, now he was not only a raging dumpster fire, he was also a very happy dumpster fire. Aizawa had just announced the annual UA Sports Festival, which was met with some questions and resistance, and Aizawa had reluctantly explained Nezu's reasoning. Midoriya was conspicuously absent, but really who even knows what he does in his spare time? He had been introduced to them with a handcuff hanging off his wrist and saying he had only got the job because he had been arrested. Shinso wouldn't mark him actually being arrested for good off the possible list of reasons Midoriya wasn't here. Maybe the boy was simply not coming due to his injuries, or maybe he had stolen a car and was running from the police. How he had even managed to land a job at UA was something that Shinso could not for the life of him figure out. There was no denying that Midoriya was a genius, but he was also a sassy little sheet that somehow got away with breaking laws at school. In the few weeks he had seen him underage smoke and give a teacher alcohol. He was also willing to bet that there was other stuff he hadn't seen or hadn't noticed. Not to sound like Ida, but it was unbecoming of a hero. Even if Midoriya had never claimed to be a hero, he was still training them. Was it really the best idea for a criminal to be training them? For the second time in the span of 2 days, Midoriya physically kicked down the door to the class and interrupted Aizawa mid-sentence. Still wrapped like a mummy save for his eyes and mouth, it looked like he had gotten punched due to the shadows under his eyes. Shinso was no stranger to sleep deprivation and insomnia, and if he had to place bets, Midoriya hadn't gotten a decent night's rest in weeks. Midoriya usually had bags under his eyes, but this was ridiculous. He must use makeup or something to make it seem like he wasn't a walking zombie, or recovery girl had healed him and he simply hadn't even tried to replenish his energy. How Midoriya was still functioning and also looking absolutely ecstatic to a near terrifying level was a mystery that Shinso kinda wanted to know the secret to. Something told him that Midoriya was probably responsible for that sense of foreboding that had settled over them a few minutes before. While Midoriya was a chaotic neutral to the extreme, he was also an amazing trainer and a more than mildly terrifying one if the horror stories of his one-on-one training sessions were to be believed. Hell, he had made Todoroki faint, and every person who had participated have to be sent to recovery girl for various reasons, most exhaustion and quirk strain, although there had been a few bruises and muscle sprains because apparently Midoriya could also do physical training. There was also yesterday's bad decision of brainwashing him and Midoriya's threat of expulsion. In hindsight, it definitely wasn't the best idea to use his quirk on someone who was basically a teacher, no matter if he challenged him to a fight. A fight that Shinso knew he couldn't win unless he used his quirk, and even then he had failed. Midoriya had somehow broken it with what seemed to be no struggle, which has never happened before. Maybe if he had a quirk it would be plausible, but he didn't, so that left Shinso with a lot of questions he would kinda like to be answered. It was worth knowing how he broke free so easily, if not only to satisfy his growing curiosity but also to know the weakness and try to combat against it. Without his quirk he was basically useless, and now knowing that he had such a glaring vulnerability was a serious concern. He was almost scared to ask Midoriya about it, but he needed to get over that and approach him about it. Maybe running the risk of condemning his soul to some of Midoriya's training that even Midoriya had not so mistakenly called torture. Now back to the present. Midoriya was grinning like a jackal, and everyone recognized that smile as a threat to their safety and were all tensed and waiting for Midoriya to speak and bring whatever axe down on their heads. Aizawa was looking all too pleased with their discomfort, and that was hardly surprising. Aizawa was basically the same as Midoriya, but only slightly less sadistic and with the ability to take away their quirk. Not that Midoriya would have any problem taking a majority of them down otherwise if the USJ incident was any indication. The only people that might actually stand a chance were Todoroki and Bakugo. Shinso might have counted himself in that category once upon a time, but after yesterday's events, He now stood less of a chance than Mineta. Alright kids. I'm sure you have been informed of the UA Sports Festival, Midoriya said, clapping his hands, and you could feel the nerves of everyone rise. They had a decent idea of where this was going, and while beneficial it would also be painful. And I'm guessing by the look on your faces you know where I am going. Several people visibly swallowed, and Midoriya's smile somehow grew wider and more terrifying. I have taken the liberty to place some bets against Ken, or BLD King as you probably know him, the homeroom teacher of Class 1B. I said that every 1A student would make it to the second round, and 7/8 of the students to make it to the final round would also be Class 1A students. Note to self, the teachers apparently made bets against each other about their students. The easy way Midoriya said it led Shinso to believe this wasn't the first time. The whole thing put some serious pressure on everyone else. That's probably was what Midoriya was aiming for. And I'm not all too keen on losing 50,000 yen. So to ensure your success, I've decided to spend these next few weeks refining your physical strengths along with strategy. And you are all smart enough to know what that means. He wiggled his eyebrows and everyone winced, waiting for the axe to drop. I've spent around 4 hours writing some specialized training exercises that will probably leave you all very hurt in both body and mind, but hey, I'll win my bet and take you all out to lunch. Midoriya's eyes were alight with mischief and malevolence as he told them of their impending doom. Multiple people issued small gasps at how much he had bet on them. Even Shinso was mildly impressed. For someone who dressed like they were homeless, Midoriya wasn't stupid enough to bet money he didn't have. That meant he has 50,000 yen stored somewhere and he just didn't use it to buy decent clothing. Where would he even get so much money? Did he steal it? Shinso honestly wouldn't put it past him, and he couldn't deny there was some level of humor in paying a pro hero in stolen money. More students seemed much more concerned about whatever hellish training Midoriya would bestow upon them. 4 hours didn't seem like much, but who knows what Midoriya could come up with. So we are going to start right now. Last time it took you 10 minutes to get ready and changed, and I expect it to go down to 7 or else no break. Meet me at Ground Alpha. And then Midoriya breezed out of the room, and there was a beat of stunned silence before everyone was practically tripping over each other to get to the locker rooms. Aizawa had to give it to Midoriya. The little brat could galvanize the students into action. His entrance was dramatic and his speech even more so. His threat of no rest from his training got the students outside in record time. 5 minutes and 47 seconds. Impressive. Although Aizawa wasn't sure it was good that they wanted to face the experience so quickly. If they knew what Midoriya had in store, they definitely would have jumped ship. Problem Child had explained the exercise to him last night. It was around 4 a.m. when he had gotten a call and learned that insomnia was the great equalizer. Midoriya had been talking rapid fire and seemed slightly drunk, but Aizawa got the basic idea. It was ingenious and slightly sadistic. Everything he ever wanted in an exercise. Of course, he accepted the brat's offer to have him help out. Ground Alpha was a jungle, one of the smallest training areas but perhaps one of the hardest to navigate. All the trees were artificial and equipped with cameras, microphones, and speakers that linked back to the observation room. The teachers could monitor the students from almost any angle, which was good, being the thick foliage allowed little light to enter and the sheer number of trees, roots, and vines made it nearly impossible to see a student unless they were directly in front of the camera. Nezu had also somehow gotten it so the vegetation could be moved remotely from the observation room to create new obstacles or lower the light level even further. Aizawa didn't know how the principal had done it, but he had long stopped asking questions. Ground Alpha was usually used to practice stealth missions and villain chases for the older students. Aizawa had never used it with first years, but Midoriya was already breaking much of his old precedents. Midoriya was looking thoroughly pleased with himself as he explained his plan for this particular exercise to a suspicious Class 1A. This was basically an exercise of teamwork and combat. Midoriya was putting them in the jungle in 4 groups of 5 each. Their goal was to make it to the center of the jungle. However, only one group could actually win the exercise. The objective was to retrieve the fake hostage, and the first group to do that would get amnesty from the next exercise. It was that final reward that ensured the groups battling it out to near death. The group listings were predetermined and were as follows. Group A, Kirishima, Mina, Shiro, Kaminari, and Bakugo. Group B, Jiru, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Aoyama, and Ojiro. Group C, Mineta, Koda, Sato, Hagakure, and Tokoyami. Group D, Shinso, Azui, Uraraka, Ida, and Shoji. Aizawa noted how Midoriya had played into the cliques and friend groups of the class. It wasn't the best tactic if he was being honest. The students should be exposed to people they don't get along with. They might be forced to work with people they aren't comfortable with in the sports festival. The festival was obviously what this was about. Midoriya was going everything in his power to simultaneously get the students to help each other through the 2 rounds so he could win his bet against Ken while also preparing them to potentially battle against each other in the final round. Aizawa was all in favor of training them specifically for the festival being he had made the same bet as Midoriya, but while this exercise was amazing, multitasking the grouping was off. That's what Aizawa would have thought if Midoriya hadn't explained what he was actually doing. He believed Midoriya's exact words were, "I was too lazy to make realistic teams for them only to be immediately trashed." The class was suspicious. Rightfully suspicious actually. This seemed awfully tame for all of Midoriya's posturing. Aizawa could barely contain the sly smile that threatened to sneak onto his lips at their discomfort. A discomfort that would only grow and morph into panic as the exercises progressed and its true nature was revealed. With a start, Aizawa realized he was starting to sound like Nezu. He involuntarily shivered. Nezu was starting to rub off on Midoriya and Midoriya was starting to rub off on Shoyuta. Izuku still felt like shit, but torturing the students were making his hangover bearable. Nezu's announcement of his test along with Dadzawa's agreement to the help in today's exercise was also really helping push the hangover to the back of his mind. By the back of his mind, he meant who had done this to them in the first place. Aizawa seemed absolutely delighted at his plan for this exercise and Beetle and Cypress were all in agreement that this was going to be hilarious. I have to do the heavy lifting. Half-heartedly complained. As much as he denied it, he loved this exercise and he was only stirring the pot. Cypress, you promised to not ballistic on Kaken the first time we make contact? Izuku inquired. He didn't want another incident like last night where he had nearly gotten disintegrated. Yes, I won't lose it. Another time, another day. Cypress replied, words coated in disappointment and fake sugar. Beetle groaned, can we please get going? I want to watch the show. Calm your melons. We're going. Cypress playfully snapped. He wanted this moving just as much as Beetle, but he was obviously a lot more subtle about it. Izuku grinned. It was due time they began. Everyone was in position and they just needed his go. Aizawa was right next to him in the viewing room, surrounded by monitors fixed on the groups. Kaken was arguing with Kaminari about something most likely very stupid and as entertaining as it was to watch his mortal enemy scream about nothing. Betraying the entire student body seemed much more appealing. All right. Izuku's voice rang over speakers stationed in the jungle, and the groups tensed. 1, 2, 3. You may begin. Izuku might as well have had a gun to fire into the air for how fast the teams bolted into the fake jungle. Predictably enough, Ida's, Todoroki's and Tokoyami's group didn't move to even try and locate or engage the other teams. They just dead sprinted into what they thought was the center of the jungle where this hostage was supposedly located. Kaken's group also headed for the middle, but much more slowly. They were constantly scanning their surroundings to try and spot any other teams that they could assault and eliminate. I wonder how they think people can be eliminated here, wondered aloud. That was a fair point. Izuku had purposefully left out any details about how you could be eliminated. Izuku turned to Aizawa, who was watching the screens intently. 3 more minutes? Aizawa nodded and gave the tiniest smirk. Those 3 minutes seemed like an eternity. They dragged on forever and Izuku was seriously considering just moving it up. The groups had at some point realized that they didn't actually know what direction they were moving in, having to dodge all of the giant trunks of the trees, and the low visibility was slowly getting them off course. No one had run into each other yet, which was mildly surprising. Ground Alpha wasn't even that big. It almost took skill not to intersect. Finally, After what felt like years, the clock finally hit the 3-minute mark and he and Aizawa exited the monitor room, but not before Izuku hit SWH and a countdown of 5 minutes started. It probably wouldn't take that long, but better to be safe than sorry. I'll get Todoroki and you get Kaken? Izuku reconfirmed with Aizawa gave a terrifying smile once they were right outside the corpse of trees and vines. Meet you back here? Something was wrong here. This was a difficult activity, sure, but it wasn't absolutely hellish. As much as Shinso didn't want to admit it, this was too easy. For any other teacher, this would be standard if not challenging, but for Midoriya this was child's play. Shinso's mind was racing with possibilities for what exactly Midoriya was actually getting at here. The teams were unbalanced, they were grouped with people they were already friends with, and it posed no laborious work to get along. Midoriya was much more of a person to lump Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, and Ida together and sit back and watch the fireworks under the guise of making them learn how to work with people you don't like. At some point, they had gotten turned around and didn't quite know which direction they were running. The trees had been slowly destroying their set path to the center, and for all they knew they were going back to where they started. Perpetually tense Shinso was constantly vigilant, looking for any sneaky traps or surprises set by Midoriya. Behind him, he felt everyone else do the same, sending fleeting glances to the thick vegetation above their heads that only allowed sickly beams of light to illuminate the forest. There were plenty of places to put some devious bube trap or enemy. Everything was coated in shadows and they couldn't see more than 5 trees away in any direction. Although after a while of nothing, Shinso began to wonder if Midoriya had been honest and this was simply about retrieving a hostage from the middle of the jungle before the other teams. Maybe he was going for some kind of reverse psychology tactic to make them jumpy. And then those few s of light disappeared and everything was pitch black. Somewhere around him, he heard Uraraka gasp in surprise as their entire party froze. None of them could even see their hands, but they were all in fighting stances. They ran a good risk of accidentally attacking each other, so they waited to see or hear what had caused everything to be doused in darkness. They stood like marble statues in the gloom, waiting for whatever threat Midoriya had likely devised to be revealed. This was obviously Midoriya's work. Shinso had been right to think it was too simple. For maybe 5 minutes they waited stock still, their ears and eyes straining to pick up anything, but to no avail. They all jumped when Midoriya's voice crackled over the speakers, highly amused and dangerous. Dearest Class 1A. You have been lied to. There was never a hostage or even anything in the center of this jungle. The real exercise is about to begin. There was a distant explosion and they flinched. What was happening with Bakugo? New objective. Don't get taken out of the field of play. You have to stay in play for 30 minutes or be the last person to get taken out. Alarm bells started sounding in Shinso's mind. This sounded like a bruise waiting to happen. Now whom will be tracking you down to eliminate you? Why, your dear teachers, of course. Midoriya sure had a flair for the dramatics, but that didn't stop the meaning of the words hitting home. Aizawa and Midoriya were the people they were running from? This would not end well. But wait, there's more. 2 against 20 hardly seems fair, and to those who were previously on teams with Todoroki and Bakugo, you probably are now figuring out what happened to them. He had to be joking. That's right, kids. Our dear Explodo Boy and Elsa have been recruited and now are also hunting you. If you are the last one standing, then you get lunch and don't have to participate in any other activity of your choice. You are eliminated if you are incapacitated, unconscious, or somehow have left ground alpha. Quitting isn't an option because I want to win my bet against Kan, and if you quit, there goes my money. For not the first time, Shinso wondered if Midoriya was a villain in disguise. This could not be legal. Then again, they had set them on each other the second day of classes and Shinso had almost been exploded. The lights will not be returning, but to give you guys a bit of an advantage, the hunters will be wearing glow sticks so you can see us. If you take out Kaken, you get lunch on me, and if you take out me or Aizawa, you automatically win. Beat Todoroki and you get to sit out the next activity. In his peripheral vision, he saw a dull pink glow and he slowly turned to see a faint outline stalking through the trees. Thankfully, it didn't look like it saw them, and judging by their body type, it looked to me Midoriya if the slightly glowing messy bun was any indication. Shinso tracked his movements. Midoriya moving like a neon wraith through the jungle, feet not making a single sound. If it wasn't for the glow sticks, Shinso wouldn't even know he was there. Beside him, his previous teammates were barely breathing, afraid to even make a sound and alert the stalking predator of their presence. At what point did this turn into a horror game? Shinso's heart was jackhammering in his isi nonetheless. Why he was so nervous he didn't even know. He wasn't scared of getting the sheet beat out of him, and he highly doubted that Midoriya would actually seriously hurt them. Maybe it was the ambience and being so vulnerable that got to him. Like hide and seek, where no matter what you are always scared of being found. And then the pinkish glow of Midoriya was gone, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed them and now they just had to wait it out. Theoretically, if they just hid well enough they would be fine. But theoretically didn't get you anywhere when there is suddenly something very pink dropping from the treetops and crashing into Shoji. The giant went toppling to the ground, the weight of someone falling on him shoving him into the dirt. For a moment everyone was too stunned to process what was happening, and then they understood the fuchsia light belonged to Midoriya, who had somehow scaled the trees and silently made their way to their group, focusing on taking out their heaviest hitter, which he had done easily. Shoji was out, having received a blow to the head that left him unconscious. Shinso briefly debated holding his ground and trying to take Midoriya out. If he was lucky, maybe he could even get Midoriya to reply to him so he could be brainwashed, but that idea was quickly dismissed, being his quirk had already proven ineffective against the quirkless boy. So that left eliminating him out with physical skills, but Shinso had only just begun classes on hand-to-hand and the trash gremlin was on a level to rival Aizawa. His hero complex suddenly reared its head and left Shinso with the thought of just keeping Midoriya occupied so his classmates could run and escape. He immediately banished the idea. The sports festival was on the horizon and he wanted to win it. If only to prove that he deserved to be a hero and wasn't a villain like everyone had told him his entire life. To win he couldn't sacrifice himself at the first threat. What Midoriya was trying to accomplish here was still foggy. Was he trying to get them to work together so they could get past the first 2 rounds? Or was he trying to tell them to fend for themselves? Shinso soon realized it didn't matter. Right now he needed to be concerned about not getting knocked unconscious and surviving this encounter. At the current moment, their devious teacher was still perched on Shoji, no doubt hearing for the other students so he could eliminate them. The lights on Midoriya were dim at best, casting a hazy neon glow just bright enough to show Shoji on the front. One of the glow sticks encircled Midoriya's head like a halo and his hands, ankles, and neck were shackled with the cheap phosphorus sticks. For a hot second, Shinso considered Midoriya to not be a sassy pain in the butt barely younger than Shinso himself that had by some odd slide of luck landed himself being Nezu's personal student. He was never stupid enough to write him off as anything less than a threat, but he had never considered him anything other than an almost absurdly smart and powerful hot mess that would probably land themselves in juvie. He was still pretty sure Midoriya would get his butt in jail, but for the first time, Midoriya didn't look like a garbage fire. At some point, he had shed his bandages, Recovery Girl would scold him later for it, and his constantly erratic hair had been tied into an equally erratic bun that somehow made him look more professional. The soft coral lighting made his freckles seem to glow like tiny stars, and his forever-present aviator jacket had colors spilling from its worn sleeves. Did Shinso mention that Midoriya was wearing sunglasses? Yeah, Midoriya was wearing his sunglasses in near-complete darkness. Although at the angle Shinso was that he could see the tiniest glint of Midoriya's emerald eyes, and that's what made him realize why his perception of the gremlin had shifted. Instead of his usual exhaustion and glint of comical ingenious that often made him slightly intimidating, they were now flat and strong, shining with cold calculations and careful consideration. They were the eyes of a predator, and that sent a shiver down Shinso's spine. They weren't necessarily malicious, but he would sooner find them on a villain than a hero. In that instant, Midoriya reminded him of a more morally gray Aizawa, and that thought alone was enough to make him abandon his previous assumption of Midoriya just being an incredibly gifted loose cannon. He had seen him plow through the villains just as well as everybody else, and that was enough to make Midoriya earn his respect and admiration, but those attacks had been sloppy, focusing more on speed than actually keeping the enemy down. Shinso wondered if Midoriya had worn this same look then. He doubted it, This look was of complete and meticulous destruction. It left no room for anyone to believe that a fight wouldn't end with all of their weaknesses exploited and them entirely powerless to return and battle him later. At that moment Shinso was glad that Midoriya was on the side of the heroes. With his analytical skills and his sheer fighting capabilities, and in time, he might be able to take down heroes. Perhaps he could now. For the first time, Shinso was legitimately scared of Nezu's personal student. He was suddenly pulled out of his observations by Midoriya unexpectedly unfreezing. In an entirely unnecessary backflip off Shoji's back, he was instantaneously centered in the semicircle consisting of Aizawa, Ida, Uraraka, and Shinso. Whether it was by accident or purposefully, Midoriya had landed almost perfectly in the middle of their petrified bodies. There were an elastic sticking sound and a rustle of leaves along with a groaning tree branch that signified Aizawa disappearing into the foliage. Midoriya must have heard her, but he made no move to follow, instead focusing his efforts on what he correctly assumed was the remainders of Group D. Shinso took Aizawa's departure at face value. A signal to run. Which Kun have you ever thought about becoming a villain? Beetle inquired while intricately braiding Cypress hair. At some point, Cypress hair had been silently elected the unofficial thing to always play with, which was thoroughly preoccupied chasing down Ida and didn't reply. I mean, you're already a wanted criminal. With your skills, you could easily rise the ranks and become revered in the villain underground. Beetle had somehow materialized various poisonous flowers and was weaving them into Cypress' hot pink locks. No. Having one villain already interferes with my moral code enough. Izuku remarked, staring into a compact mirror and trying to give himself wings sharp enough to skin a man. Beetle sweetie, have you considered getting a weapon? Beetle stared at Cypress confused. By weapon I mean flamethrower. Beetle's eyes lit up and an exuberant grin broke out over his features. Holy shit. That is such a wonderful idea, Cypress-kun. I'm going to get one as soon as humanly possible. I don't want my quirk doing all the work for me. That sounds so fun. Izuku groaned. Please no, that sounds like a mistake. Beetle, you are not getting a flamethrower. Which had apparently been monitoring the conversation, and at the first mention of giving the resident pyromaniac access to something that could literally throw flames, his mom instincts and common sense had kicked in. Beetle stuck his tongue out. Too bad. It's happening. Which glared but had to return his attention to dodging trees and roots, so couldn't push the topic more. Cypress-kun, we need to get you something to do. Beetle had now turned to make a flower crown now that Cypress' impressive plate was completed. I mean, I have my information business, which has his vigilantism. Izu has you. You need a responsibility. Preferably something that keeps you from murdering anyone that is even the tiniest threat to me. Izuku commented, having moved on to choosing lipstick shades. Cypress considered for a few moments. How about a fight club? Izuku sputtered. A what? A fight club. Cypress repeated earnestly, scooting towards Izuku and picking up his discarded eyeliner and began trying to outdo Izu in terms of intense wings. Like, participate in one? His makeup-forgotten Izuku was now just staring at Cypress with a look of utter disbelief. No. Have you seen the current fight clubs? They are bad. Unsanitary and barbaric. I'm talking about starting one. Beetle clapped their hands, grinning like a maniac. That sounded mutually beneficial to everyone, not to mention fun. I love it. I have the contacts needed to get it started up, and if I remember correctly, someone traded me an empty warehouse for some information of his estranged wife or something a few months back. Cypress had finished one eye and turned to Beetle with a sharp smile. Sounds great. Tour tonight? Witch's mom senses must have been tingling because turned his attention away from Ida to confront the brewing concoction of bad decisions. No, you are not starting a fight club. We already have our plate full with Endeavor, my vigilantism, Beetle's overall drama, your dad coming back, and to... We cannot take on something else. Beetle and Cypress simultaneously gave him unamused stares. It is also not to mention illegal. Says you. It's literally your primary life goal to F with the police. Cypress monotoned, having turned his attention back to finishing his eyeliner. Actually, this might not be a bad idea. Izuku said, realizing the benefits of this possible arrangement. That only reaffirmed the fact that this was a bad idea. I mean, it's a good outlet for Cypress. It might keep his anger from boiling over and murdering Kaken in class if he looks at me funny. Izuku was now fully sold on the idea. It sounded like chaos and therefore he was all for it. Which couldn't deny that was true, but still. He looked out to the three expectant faces and at that moment knew there was no fighting them on this. They were all probably running ideas and calculations, and once it got to this point, which is sanity would be useless against their sheer stubbornness. But Cypress is the one doing all of this. I have nothing to do with it. Beetle started grinning like the Cheshire Cat, and Izuku pulled out a pad of paper and started writing messy notes, mumbling under his breath. Cypress just went back to doing his eyeliner with a smug look, which made an outraged sound that somehow conveyed his opinion on the matter perfectly, and went back to tracking and eliminating Class 1A, opting to use them as an outlet to distract himself from being forced to bear witness to the others' horrible decisions and go along with them. It took them longer than they thought to knock all of Class 1A unconscious. They had almost run out of time. Turns out Ida could still run in the darkness, and it had only been a convenient ice slip-and-slid created by Todoroki that had stopped his mad dash, which just couldn't keep up with someone's quirk with speed, and if Todoroki hadn't stopped Ida, they would have run out of time and Ida would have escaped. Tokoyami had also proven a problem, this quirk's strength magnified in the complete darkness. Thank God everyone besides Izuku had a quirk that could directly combat that. Kaken had his explosions that generated light, and Aizawa who could eliminate his quirk entirely. Todoroki could have also taken him if he stopped his idiotic boycott on his power and used his fire. The four hunters had ended up accidentally self-assigning themselves teams to take down. Izuku had taken Team D, Aizawa Team C, Todoroki Team B, and Kaken Team A. Izuku may have overestimated Todoroki and Kaken's abilities, and once Aizawa was done with Team C 12 minutes in, he had gone to assist his students. He had gone to Kaken first, and although the stubborn blonde would never admit it, he needed help. He couldn't take down Kirishima, Mina, Shiro, and Kaminari by himself. In fact, he had only succeeded in taking down Shiro because he had accidentally swung himself into a tree. Aizawa had stepped in and assisted in Kirishima being tied to a tree with his capture weapon, Kaminari maxing out and effectively frying his own brain, and Mina just straight up being knocked in the head. Todoroki had been forced to hold his own against Yaoyorozu, Ojiro, Jiru, and Aoyama. Yaoyorozu had produced floodlights and eliminating the entire fighting in darkness aspect right off the bat. Aoyama didn't have enough power in his naval laser to keep consistently blasting down the shields of ice Todoroki kept conjuring, and had been hunched over with a nasty stomachache by the time which arrived to try and help, although it wasn't needed. Todoroki had sent out an ice wave that had frozen all of them inside miniature glaciers, which wasn't stupid and knew they would probably get frostbite if he didn't let them out, so he asked Todoroki to release them and declared them eliminated. There were still a few stray students who had avoided them until then, but once the four of them were directly looking, they didn't make it far. Ida and Tokoyami were predictable enough, Azui too. However, Shinso had been a surprising outlier. Granted, once he was tracked down, he didn't survive a minute, but the fact that he had escaped at all was either an indicator which was slipping up, or Shinso had some stealth skills hidden under those eye bags and Einstein hair. Recovery Girl had frowned and given both Izuku and Aizawa a thoroughly terrifying scolding when they brought her to the field to heal the possible concussions and other various minor injuries. Sure, it probably wasn't the safest activity, but it was still fun and effective. Izuku was going to review the footage for hours later, analyzing how the class performed under nerve-wracking situations and in the dark. It was also good practice for them to go up against Kaken and Todoroki, two of their stronger classmates that they would probably have to directly face in the festival. Not that he didn't want Kaken and Todoroki to win. Well, he didn't want Kaken to win, but Todoroki he didn't care about. He could win and Izuku wouldn't have any qualms about it. He was entirely impartial. Liar. Beetle Giggle whispered in his ear. Excuse you? Cypress was sprawled on the floor and staring up and nothing, cigarette hanging off his lips as he rolled over, so he was staring at Izuku from his stomach. I have been here around 2 days, and even I can tell you have a crush on Zuko and you would very much like for him to win. Izuku felt heat rise to his cheeks as he stuttered, I do not. Cypress raised a single pink eyebrow. Are you telling me that you weren't planning on asking him on a real date after the Destroy Endeavor date? Now Izuku was panicking. He did not have a crush on Todoroki and was not planning on asking him on a date. I have no romantic compass, but even I can see that you like him. Which chimed in, and Izuku felt thoroughly betrayed. I came here to have a good time and am honestly feeling so attacked right now. Cypress snorted and Beetle just wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. We won't get in your way of getting yourself a man, Izuku-kun. He's cute, so I approve. Aizu was now starting to doubt his own mind. What if he did have a crush on Todoroki? He wasn't opposed to being his boyfriend, and now that he thought about it, it actually sounded pretty appealing. Being nestled against the bicolored boy and watching a movie. Was his left side warmer than his right side? Were his hands calloused or soft? His lips? Time the F out. How did he start on this spiral? Why was he thinking about that? It was not what he wanted to be doing, but here he was wondering what it would be like to embrace the bundle of daddy issues named Shudo Todoroki. He whispered softly, but not soft enough to escape Beetle's ears, and they started cackling. I knew it. I knew it. Aizu has a boyfriend, he sang, skipping in circles. I do not have a boyfriend, Aizu hissed. Cypress took a long drag of his cigarette, but despite the plume of smoke, you could still see him smirking. Izuku amended. Now that he acknowledged his feelings, he wasn't just going to let them simmer. They would be acted on with no forethought, and hopefully he would score himself a boyfriend. The first step was getting Todoroki to like him back. He would start on that endeavor, in their next training session. Todoroki was the one he personally trained with most often, so if everything went according to plan, that would be tomorrow. How are you going to break down those ice-cold walls of his? Which logically asked, trying to feign indifference, but he was just as curious and invested in this as Cypress and Beetle. I mean, I kinda already have. He's much more open with me during our training sessions than he is with anyone else in the class. Maybe it's me knowing his tragic backstory or knowing Ray. Or maybe he just trusts me for some reason. Izuku was almost giddy now, the prospect of getting a romantic partner sounding nicer by the moment. Go get him, Tiger. Beetle was almost more excited than Izuku, but that was probably because he just loved drama and this was very dramatic. Cypress was interested, but right now wasn't fantasizing about a boy. Right now he was fantasizing about his fight club to be. He had been bouncing ideas off Beetle and Aizu the entirety of the exercise, and his mind was practically buzzing. Good luck. Should I remind you that you are still teaching a class, and it looks like you have been staring off into space for 5 minutes? Which said, realizing that they probably looked crazy. Oh shit, right. Izuku broke off and went to go over the results of the exercise and kidnap a few students for individual training. Unfortunately, none of them being Todoroki. So to go over our basic to-do list for the next few days is, resign all of Beetle's clients, go over the finishing touches for Endeavor's Doom plan an event for the sports festival, train the students, apparently start up a fight club, and now make Todoroki fall in love with us? Which checked off the points on his fingers, realizing just how many responsibilities they had taken on. There'll probably be a few more that we forgot about. Beetle so helpfully responded with a very unreassuring grin. Wonderful. Cypress sweetie, I have a question for you. Beetle was poring over a list of villains and petty thugs he had to resign as soon as possible with his new quirk. He had undone his hair, and instead of the Sailor Moon buns it cascaded in over his back and was held out of his eyes with black heart and crossbones pins that just screamed Beetle. Cypress cast him a skeptical gaze from where he was sitting cross-legged, doodling on his bat with a Sharpie cap in his mouth. He had been working on turning his all-might bat into a work of art, and he was shockingly successful. Half of it was now covered in intertwining birds, flowers, and even a few scrawls of poetry. How such a violent and angry and seemingly impatient alter could stand to spend hours over a single branch of a sakura tree and not chuck it across the room when he made the wrong pen slide was absolutely baffling, but here he was, keeping a level head as he drew over the all-might insignia and blocky red, white, and blue script. Yes? How exactly are you shorter than we are? We are the same person, but yet you are an absolute midget. And even 5 feet. The rest of us are 5'2". Beetle asked this so calmly with his head ped to the side Izuku began to wonder if his alters were on something. Beetle was being uncharacteristically sane and Cypress hadn't hit anyone in over 2 hours. Then again, Beetle had just asked the monster why he was short, so he was probably just as insane as normal. Just more focused. And it turns out Cypress hadn't hit anyone in over 2 hours because no one had provoked him, and now he had been provoked. His oversaturated blue eyes flashed with rage and killing intent. He spit out the Sharpie cap and stalked over to Beetle, bat in hand and a feral smile on his lips. How someone so tiny could be so intimidating and angry was almost a feat in itself. Which just watched coolly from the sidelines. Height was a sensitive topic for all of them, and he offered no remorse for anyone that mentioned it. Cypress' smile was all teeth and was stretched too far to be natural. I am 5 feet and 3/8 of an inch. Not an even 5 feet, and frankly I think I'm shorter because it just means I'm closer to hell and Satan needs to keep track of all his demons. No one necessarily doubted that Cypress could very well be a demon, so the logic was sound. They all expected the statement to be punctuated by a bat to the head, shoulder, or gut, and in their minds, it would be well deserved. That is what they expected and what they received. Beetle yelped and doubled over, clutching his stomach as the wind was knocked out of him, and a few ribs were probably bruised. What they weren't expecting was Cypress to materialize a knife from somewhere that they couldn't track, push Beetle to the floor, and place it directly over Beetle's sternum, poised to drive home. He put enough pressure on the blade that it broke the skin and a tiny spot of BLD blossomed on Beetle's light gray sweater. None of them had seen Cypress draw the thin and frankly appealing dagger, and as far as Izuku was aware, the altars couldn't spontaneously create things, so that meant Cypress had a sheath for it somewhere on his body. Where exactly that was he couldn't tell. There weren't many options with his exposed forearms and hole-ridden jeans. Then again, Izuku didn't know where Cypress had gotten his bat or his Sharpie. Or Beetle his papers. Or the odious amounts of makeup and random accessories they always had on hand. Maybe they could spontaneously create things. Now that he thought about it, there was a lot of weird plot holes and questions about the altars. Like how they all had a different level of proficiency in different things. Factually, which should not be nearly as good at hand-to-hand combat as he was. It was just impossible. They had technically only been doing lessons for half a year. He simply should not be able to take on dozens of villains and emerge victorious. Sure, he couldn't take the Nomu, by all might shouldn't be able to take the Nomu. It was also weird how the altar's injuries could be visually transferred to Izuku's body. And how they could shift controls so seamlessly. None of that were typical for Did. In fact, the only thing that resembled Did was the fact that there were multiple people living in his head. He could have a nervous breakdown about that later. Right now none of that mattered because he didn't know what happened if an altar was to die, and he wasn't all too keen on finding out. Luckily, which was already on the scene, slowly approaching Cypress from behind, and with a masterful sweep of his legs he had Cypress on the ground, neon hair fanning out on the floor as he just sighed dejected. Where did you even get this? Which demanded, plucking the knife from Cypress' hand and stashing it somewhere in his robes. Cypress made no move to sit up and just stared at the ceiling and grinned, although he didn't reply. Follow-up question, how many knives do you have on you? This time Cypress deigned to respond with a tone full of arrogance and amusement. Enough. Which just sighed and accepted the answer. He helped Beetle to his feet and silently watched Cypress go back to drawing on his bat as if nothing happened, pink hair tucked behind his ear to expose a row of piercings on his ear that had not been present a day ago. At this point, Izuku didn't question it and returned to questioning the validity of his personality disorder. Things just didn't add up. He didn't have anyone to compare it to and wondered if it was normal for a mental quirk to only be able to be directed to a single altar at a time, like what happened with Shinso's quirk. He would run some tests later, but he had been too caught up in watching his altar's shenanigans to realize he had spaced out in front of Class 1A for the second time that day. It was now the last class of the day, and he had thoroughly exhausted his resources with the whole ground alpha exercise, so he was going back to teaching individuals. Unfortunately, Shoulda wasn't in the group today, so he would have to wait to woo him. Now that his crush had been revealed and thoroughly accepted, he would be demed if he didn't get himself a boyfriend by the end of the year. Should he make a bet with Midnight over it? Today it was the purple bois that were on the chopping block. He really wanted to test Shinso's quirk and its capabilities, but working with Mineta would be a challenge. Well, a challenge to keep Cypress from apparently stabbing him now that knives were a thing he carried. Cypress' distaste of the grape was well known and unfaltering after he had seen Mineta try and grope Yaoyorozu yesterday. Thankfully, Gyre had beaten him to murdering Mineta and Cypress didn't have to beat him senseless. Izuku had been tempted to unleash the full might of Cypress' fury on the tiny pervert but decided to try and keep his job. Today would hopefully solve that problem if everything went according to plan. But he had Shinso first and had just been staring blankly at the floor for 3 minutes. Shinso looked thoroughly confused and just the tiniest bit salty about Izuku, knocking him out earlier in the jungle, which was understandable. Which may have not so accidentally made him run head first into a tree. Izuku snapped himself out of his own mind, focusing his emerald eyes on the slouching boy. As per usual, Shinso had bags under his eyes to rival Izuku's and his lavender hair stood up on end, making it seem like he had just been electrocuted. Sorry about that. Voices in my head just stabbed each other. Let's get this over with. Izuku said honestly, not that Shinso believed him. Shinso raked his gaze up and down Izuku, no doubt trying to figure out Izuku's deal. Aizu knew he was an enigma. It came with the territory of having 3 people living in your head. How did you do it? Shinso finally said, hands stuffed deep into his pockets. Izuku knew exactly what he was asking but feigned ignorance. Do what? Break free of my quirk. Oh, that. Izuku took this chance to dig into his jacket pocket and retrieve a pack of cigarettes. And one of those old square lighters. He tore off the plastic and placed a new cigarette between his lips and with a flick of the lighter set it smoldering. He took a long drag and blew the smoke into the air, setting it spiraling into the atmosphere. Yeah, I don't know. That was a lie. He knew perfectly well, but he wasn't about to say that. Shinso narrowed his eyes. Yes, you do. But I don't. I want to know if others can use whatever you did to break free too. Without my quirk, I'm practically useless. Izuku pet his head and flicked some ashes onto the ground. Are you implying that being quirkless makes you useless? Shinso's eyes filled with alarm, although he quickly replaced it with his normal indifference. He knew that he may have made a grievous insult. Day 1 Izuku had proved that his quirklessness did not make him useless, and after the time a majority of the class had spent with him, he had become something of a boogeyman. The USJ had only instilled more respect and hesitant fear of the green-haired boy, and Izuku knew it. Shinso had to tread carefully and try not to PSS off the guy that controlled his training. Izuku left the people he liked exhausted. Imagine what he would do to the people he didn't. Oh, not at all. I mean, look at you. I'm just implying that I'm useless without my quirk. Shinso replied coolly. Beetle applauded from inside Izuku's head. It was petty politics and wordplay. Something Beetle specialized in. Izuku dropped his cigarette and crushed it under his heel before flashing Shinso a sharp grin. That's what I'm here for, isn't it? He stalked over to Shinso and was irritated that he had to crane his neck up to meet his gaze. This is your first lesson, so let me tell you how it's going to work. Our time will be split in half. The first half will be working on your quirk and the other half on hand-to-hand combat. Your quirk is amazing for hero work, so I'm going to need you to lose the whole villainous thing. Bullies FANGSCK, but let me tell you, they are almost always wrong. I mean, look at me. I was called useless my entire life until I literally jumped off a building. Now I'm teaching at UA. He ignored Shinso's shocked expression and continued on. And you, Mr. Villain, got into the prestigious UA hero course. If only to spite your bullies, you need to stop with the constant self-doubt and sheet. Shinso looked thoroughly surprised and took a small step back with wide eyes. He obviously didn't expect Izuku to know all that and opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku waved him off. Yes, I know about all of that. You aren't nearly as subtle as you think you are. There was a beat of silence before Shinso replied, You jumped off a building? Izuku groaned. Why did heroes always get hung up on that? About a year ago. Survived, obviously. I'm on all sorts of meds. Old news? Shinso blinked. Enough about my tragic backstory. We're going to start by you trying to use your quirk on me. Shinso seemed to focus again on the reason for this entire thing again and cleared the cobwebs from his mind, but it doesn't work on you. Yes, it does. I just can break out of it apparently. Everything got hazy and time seemed to slow. Well, at least Shinso followed directions. which took control and flicked his leg before switching back to Izuku, effectively breaking out of Shinso's brainwash. I meant do it without talking. Shinso looked at him quizzically. That isn't how my quirk works? Aizu rolled his eyes. You need people to reply to you. That doesn't necessarily mean with words. There is this thing called body language. Use it? Understanding flashed in Shinso's eyes and Izuku felt a smile tug at his lips. Izuku also felt a tug at his mind, like someone fumbling to grasp straws. The presence was known but didn't actually take control. Well, it was a start. I felt that. Keep going. A while later Shinso limped back to the rest of the class. Aizawa was teaching them something that Izuku didn't care about, so he had no idea what it was. Something he probably already knew, he was sure. What he did care about was the class reaction to Shinso's glorious return. By glorious return, he meant thoroughly exhausted and sporting a few dozen bruises. Izuku hadn't even switched over to which, so the number of injuries sustained was actually kinda sad. Shinso had almost involuntarily switched to the whole curl into a ball and wait for it to pass thing that came with relentless bullying. Izuku figured that out in the first 2 minutes and empathized. He understood that all too well, but he couldn't have Shinso just accepting it. His job was to teach him how to fight back. Once they moved past Shinso's ingrained reflexes, which was a process, Izuku found that the kid could actually throw a punch. That fact was made clear when Aizu pushed enough of Shinso's buttons to actually get the kid to sock him in the face. He was rewarded with a split lip and hope. Cypress had to be detained from returning the favor, but the fact that Shinso didn't break his hand was great. Izuku had then started on basic fighting stances because he wasn't a total barbarian. Shinso didn't have any bad habits, but he didn't have any good ones either. Izuku could work with that. And work they did. Izuku worked him strong with the occasional suggestion from which. He was already tired from using his quirk so unconventionally from the first half of practice, so his fighting was sloppy, but Izuku resolved to SWH what they worked first every training session. In time Shinso could get somewhere. He definitely had the determination for it. Not that you could see that now. Shinso was dead on his feet, and when the door to the classroom opened and Shinso stumbled in, shortly followed by Izuku. Aizawa had taken one look at Shinso's haggard appearance and curtly said, "Recovery girl. Rest and get those bruises taken care of." Shinso was all too happy to comply, and the class looked straight up scandalized that Izuku had done such a number on their classmate. Izuku had taken inventory but didn't make eye contact with any of them. Instead, he turned to Aizawa and pouted, pointing at his split lip. "What about me?" Aizawa gave him a deadpanned expression that had just a hint of hostility behind it. "You deserved it." Izuku shrugged. Fair enough. He then spun on his heel to face the class. He finger-gunned Mineta and said, "Great boy, it's your turn. Come on." Mineta visibly swallowed, and Izuku got a small degree of satisfaction at his discomfort. Although when he didn't make a move to stand up, that satisfaction quickly turned into annoyance. Izuku's patience for Mineta was non-existent, so he didn't bother asking again. Instead, for the first time, he voluntarily let Cypress take control, and yet the unimaginable amount of rage the altar contained blanketed the room. He may have underestimated how potent it was, being several students actually jerked up and regarded Izuku with fear. Izuku also may have forgotten that Kaken existed. Cypress, however, did not, and locked eyes with the blonde across the room. After the whole Shigaraki fiasco, which realized this would not end well and wrested control back to Izuku, who took it graciously. The class looked relieved at the dissipation of fury and glanced around anxiously. Izuku was still tired that Mineta didn't do as he asked and accept his fate, so he stomped to the back of the room. Mineta seemed frozen in fear, so Izuku did what any insane person would do in this situation. He picked up Mineta and threw him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The class ogled, but he pretended not to notice as he strolled leisurely towards the door. At the threshold, he turned back to the class and with a mock salute to Aizawa he said, "Carry on." In a sudden moment of inspiration, he threw a wink at Todoroki, who blinked in utter disbelief as his mind tried to catch up. Aizawa didn't see any more of the reaction as he shut the door and continued out to the field so he could actually do something with the boys still slung over his shoulder. Mineta knew better than to do something like ask to be set down, so he accepted the ride and they continued without a word spoken between them. Izuku humming some obscure song as he sauntered the halls of UA. Why do you act like you have a stick up your butt? We all know you are a giant dork. A soft boi. Hell, you and Shigaraki were giant cinnamon rolls last night. You got flustered earlier. Cypress asked, looking up from his 2/3 finished bat and fixating his ice blue stare on Izuku. Izuku glared, I am not a soft boi. Cypress, Witch and Beetle all pet an eyebrow. You sure about that? Izuku huffed and looked away, hoping to hide the creeping blush dusting his features. Thankfully, Cypress went back to this art project and Beetle and Witch left it alone to continue their trip in relative silence. At one point they passed the emaciated version of All Might. Yagi stopped in his tracks to stare at Izuku, who continued on as if he didn't exist. In his mind, Cypress growled, and Witch had to sit on him to keep something catastrophic from happening, like Cypress getting into a fist fight with the #1 hero. After what seemed like an eternity of hauling Minetas, but they were on the field and Aizu set him down, rolling his shoulders. Mineta stared up at him with fear-filled eyes and said in a shaky voice, What do you want with me? Aizu gave him a dead stare. To get two things straight? Mineta swallowed. Izuku had forgotten how nice it was to be taller than someone. He usually could create the effect that he was looking down on someone, but in this situation he actually was. It increased his intimidation by about 100%, and he needed every ounce of coercion to make sure Mineta took his words to heart. First off, I don't like you. Mineta averted his gaze, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was in fear or shame. He wasn't done, so he hoped Mineta was still listening. But I don't hate you. Mineta's head snapped up at that, and Izuku continued unbridled. That means you can be redeemed, so you need to get your sheet together. Yes, I am perfectly aware you are a teenage boy and are horny as shit, but I want you to look around and see if any of the others pull the same stunts you do. Mineta opened his mouth to argue, but Izuku had prepared this speech and knew what he was going to say. Yes, I know, Kaminari is perverted too, but not nearly as unsubtle and tactless about it as you. He can actually handle himself and not sexually assault his classmates. You, on the other hand, need to pull yourself together if you even want a shot at being a hero. I can guarantee that you were paired with Yaoyorozu during the USJ attack because you wouldn't be able to handle yourself around her due to her revealing costume. Mineta was actually starting to look slightly ashamed now, so Izuku considered that progress. Which leads me to my second point. Yaoyorozu's quirk makes it so she has to have a costume that is open so she can create bigger objects. And I will not have you interfering with her growth because she doesn't feel safe enough to reveal herself a little bit if you are in the general vicinity. That actually goes for all of the girls. So let me make myself crystal clear here. If you interfere with the girls in any way, I will have you expelled so fast you won't even have time to blink. This is your only warning. Shape up or get out. Tears of shame had started to flow out of Mineta's eyes, and Izuku nodded satisfied. He had gotten his point, and hopefully, things would get better. Izuku had meant every word, and now that that was out of the way, he could actually work on training the great boy. He needed to get him past the first round after all. Right? Now let's talk about how to make your quirk stronger and more effective. So this is it. It was around 6 in the afternoon, the sun being swallowed by the horizon, leaving streaks of pink and orange, the same shades as Beetle and Cypress hair, which had imposed a 1 in the morning curfew tonight, being responsible enough to realize that if they didn't get more sleep they would pass out at some inopportune time. Cypress and Beetle had grumbled but accepted the logic behind it. Izuku truly didn't care. He wasn't sure if he even would be able to sleep, but he had hopefully exhausted his body enough to bypass the insomnia. He certainly felt tired enough to crash right there, but he had brought enough caffeine packets to hopefully shock him awake. Of course, he did take the first opportunity to SW's control so he could at least mentally get some sleep. He was fleeting out of consciousness, and although he knew he should try to stay awake to monitor what was happening, but ultimately let blissful oblivion take him, which could fill him later. Yep. Nice, isn't it? Beetle chirped in confirmation. As promised, he had taken Cypress to the warehouse that would soon be the home to his fight club. Cypress seemed very pleased with the results and once in control began to explore the area. It was maybe 10 blocks from Kurojire's bar, so they were still in the correct part of town. Heroes didn't patrol here often, so they didn't have to overly worry about being discovered. The warehouse itself was almost too big, for stories of abandoned rooms and a spacious basement besides. The basement was where they would actually host the fight club, the main space dedicated to the fighting rings and the few offshoot rooms serving as medical chambers, betting pools, and if they really wanted to get ambitious, bars and food. Cypress basically ignored everything above ground and wandered down to the basement, planning possible entrances and how many bouncers he would need. At the moment he looked like Izuku, they had yet to go shopping and get everything needed for Cypress look. After this, Beetle would try and find as many clients as possible to sign, but it was too early for him to go wandering the streets, much too conspicuous. But they didn't want to have to head home to become Beetle, so they had loaded up a backpack with everything they needed: hair dye, colored contacts, bobby pins, and an extra set of clothes. The dye job wouldn't be as good, but they had changed their appearance much more on the fly than this. Cypress had also made them stop at a hardware store and stocked up on every color of spray paint along with a fluorescent pink respirator. Cypress had said it was to mark their territory, and based on what he had done with his bat they were curious to what he would create. He had also bought the exact same all-might bat he used and promised to turn that one into a work of art too. Not that he needed it. He had stolen some of Witch's knives and stashed them somewhere on his person and put a handgun in the bag as well. They were grossly overprepared, but better to be safe than sorry. If they got caught they would only be down some knives and a gun. Everything else was inconsequential and could easily be rebought. Of course, if they got caught with all of the hair dye it wouldn't be strong to connect the dots to his identity as Beetle, so they probably shouldn't get in any trouble with the police tonight. As it turned out, Beetle had had this building in his possession for months and in that time had only come to check on it once. Surprisingly, the fluorescent lights still worked, and after fumbling for the light switch the basement was illuminated and Cypress could take a good look. Beetle's neglect had left everything extremely dusty, and apparently, squatters and teenagers had found it a good place to hang out. Luckily for everyone, it was at the moment deserted and all that remained were beer cans, wrappers, and cigarette butts. The far wall was covered with shabby and faded graffiti that Cypress immediately decided he liked. The air smelled like stale smoke and booze. Cypress put ventilation on his mental to-do list along with clear out the trespassers. He couldn't do much about the first one other than contribute to the problem, so he did just that. Beetle was keeping up a steady stream of chatter which he ignored and which just kept reminding him how bad of an idea this was. "Beetle, I'm going to need some of your contacts. I need a manager to help me get this set up," Cypress said, cutting off some of Beetle's useless prattle. He set down his bag and started to remove the cans of spray paint. He strapped the ventilator over his head, being he didn't want to gas himself, and carefully picked out the paints he wanted to use. "I'll ask around tonight. Shouldn't be too strong if we pay well enough," tongues sticking out. Beetle replied cheerfully. Neither of them held any strong feelings about the whole almost stabbing huge thing earlier. Neither regretted it either. "Don't take this the wrong way, but it's weird seeing you act too professional and not stab someone the instant to take control," which said in such a monotone it was offensive. Cypress felt this ever-present anger surge in the direction of the Vigilante that only happened once. "If we let you, people would already be dead." Cypress growled and pointed at Beetle with a perfectly manicured black nail. "He gets to kill people. Why can't I?" "Because he doesn't kill people. They broke the rules. They killed themselves," which patiently explained, rubbing the bridge of his nose in annoyance. "Same for me then, hun. They killed themselves by pissing me off." Cypress was now getting dangerously close to the end of his very short rope and began to plot how to stab Witch in the eye. "That isn't how it works. Isn't it? Can you guys shut the F up and let me sleep?" Their increasingly fatal conversation had awoken a very cranky Izuku who was currently flipping both of them off. Beetle stuck his tongue at them. "Look at what you did. You woke up the child. We are the same age, you FBG. Coleoptera specifically. Iafangi hate you. Love you to love." Izuku grumbled and flipped off Beetle before turning away and going back to bed. Witch and Cypress stared at the odd interaction. They often forgot how grumpy Izuku got when he was woken up. It often ended with whomever did it getting punched. Whether that was an alarm clock or which their ultimate fate was a fist. Cypress chose to stop caring about Witch's rudeness. He probably wouldn't win that fight anyway. Instead, he turned back to his paints and grabbed the hot pink can. He gave it a shake and overlaid his mental image on the wall. He would cover up some of the worst graffiti with his own marking he had been brainstorming for hours. He tuned out Beetle and Witch and dedicated himself to not fang up. There was no backspace or eraser. He had one shot and one shot only. 3 hours later, when he was dizzy with fumes that sneaked through the respirator, he finally stepped back to admire his work. The image was large, taking up a third of the wall. Although he had used over a dozen colors, few could be individually identified at first glance. Layered under dark black feathers, there were streaks of hot pink, electric blue, poisonous green, and neon orange. White accents dotted tail feathers that dissolved into typical graffiti font letters. An ebony belly seemed to melt into bright-colored letters spelling out 2 words, the Aviary. It was a bird in flight, wings stretched out in freedom-dripping neon BLD, something mixed between a crow and a songbird with fluorescent feathers hidden under darker shades. It was appealing, no doubt, but also somehow angry and violent and dangerous. The Aviary was now the name of the Fight Club, and this glorious bird was now their mascot. "Now that just isn't fair," Beetle said, slightly in awe. "You aren't allowed to artistic when I can't draw a circle." Beetle just groaned. "Can we go now? I have people to track down." "You do understand that was not a suggestion." Beetle was leaning lazily against the alleyway, manic smile gracing his lips and orange irises shining with insanity at the not-so-subtle threat. Beetle had been running in his business mode for hours now, long exposure slowly turning him more sadistic with every cornered client. By now he had stopped playing games and dangled terrifyingly close to a level of madness that left the uncooperative bleeding out in dark corners, one of Witch's knives lodged in their gut or kneecaps, shattered from the force of Cypress Bat. None of that had happened yet, but they had been dangerously close. Witch had stepped in on those few occasions Beetle's patience had started to fray. These were just business deals. They weren't meant to end in bloodshed. Witch and Izuku had never been all too comfortable with the repercussions of Beetle's deals. They understood their effectiveness, but no level of moral grayness could erase the fact that people had died because of it. None of them innocent, of course. They had drawn the line at killing family members, and most of those threats were just posturing. They did have to live with the uncomfortable knowledge that the Beetle wouldn't hesitate to uphold his end of the threat if they weren't there. On the few occasions someone had broken their deal with their family in the repercussions, it always took a considerable level of persuasion on both of their parts to make sure Beetle only faked their deaths. They allowed the deaths of the client only because they were menaces to society and usually villains. Plus, if they didn't, Beetle would have no reputation and he wouldn't be simultaneously feared and revered through the entire villain underground. Not that they enjoyed that, mind you. "Just sign and I'll leave you to whatever you were doing." Beetle flicked a perfectly manicured and painted hand towards the bruised and beaten man struggling to stand and escape from the 2 tattooed men with mild mutation quirks and their boss. Beetle had had this contract with the gambling den for months. He would track down the debtors and would be given a portion of what they owed. Not a particularly fun deal, but a profitable one nonetheless. He had approached them on cat feet, silent until he had made his presence known when he had cleared his throat and had interrupted the beatdown of the remarkably plain man. The tattooed bouncers had both ungracefully spun on their heels to face the sound, and their boss had turned around just as surprised, 3-piece suit slightly splattered with BLD. Their shock was almost comical, as if they hadn't considered the fact that they might be interrupted beating a man in the heart of the city. That comedy had turned sour as soon the moment one of the giant men had opened their big mouths, proving they were much better at kicking the shit out of people than actually talking or using common sense. "Who the F are you?" one of they demanded, unsubtle flexing their muscles in an unsuccessful attempt to intimidate Beetle. The ineloquent and blunt statement was followed by an even more annoying stream of words from the other that left Beetle rolling his eyes. "Get out of here, kid. You didn't see shit?" He didn't even deign to respond, acting as if he hadn't heard them. Instead, he fixed his attention of their boss, whose eyes narrowed as he was trying to place the fiery hair that had become somewhat infamous. "I just need to renew a deal. So if you two would kindly step away from my client." He waved a dismissive hand and sighed in irritation when the bruisers made no move to clear the way. "That wasn't a suggestion. Can I shoot them?" "Please, He mentally pleaded and earned a disapproving look from Witch and Izuku. No, you cannot. Do you know this kid, boss? The taller man said to the man in the suit, who seemed to have figured out who Beetle was based off his mildly terrified expression. Their boss didn't answer the question and instead directed his attention to Beetle, who was becoming increasingly frustrated after every moment of no progress. I've never made a deal with you. Beetle was actually considering defying Witch and shooting the guy right there, the handgun a comfortable weight in his pocket. I am aware. I have, however, made a deal with the guy you are beating the sheet out of, so it would be great if I could renew it, and then we can all get on with whatever we need to do. Go back to beating him unconscious, I don't care. I just need his signature, so if you could call off your dogs. He paused with a hand flourish. The giants had narrowed their eyes, trying to get their pea-sized brains to function long enough to figure out what was happening. The boss shook his head. I can't do that. He's our rival and stole some of our money, and we can't let him renew whatever deal with the devil he created. It would help him. Turns out the boss was as useless and difficult as his bodyguards and had the same level of common sense. As I said before, that was not a suggestion. Beetle channeled his inner Cypress, literally, and the air around them surged with anger. Listen here. I can ruin you. Make whatever sheet hole you own never receive another patron, because as far as anyone else is concerned, I am a bit more influential. If you don't let me resign the rival, I will give you an offer. Bankruptcy or burnt down? The boss gulped and the bouncers tensed, reading the air and its telltale sign of a fight. What? Beetle's grin widened a fraction of an inch. Would you like your gambling den bankrupt of burnt down? Beetle, no. He ignored Witch's protest and forged onward. Neither will only be an option for another 5 seconds. Step away from my client so I can get his signature. The boss was running calculations in his head, completely immune to basic logic apparently. 1. Anxious looks exchanged between the bruisers. 2. Someone finally came to a decision. 3. Fine. Get his signature then leave. The boss relented, trying to hold on to any illusion of authority. Great. Beetle strode forward toward his struggling client, the contract already in hand. The bruisers slowly cleared the way, uneasy that their boss was cowed by a child. At the look of utter doubt on their faces, it took all of Beetle's self-control not to flay them alive. His client was coughing up blood, and when Beetle was finally close enough for the man to see his eyes widened, I didn't break any part of our contract, I swear. Beetle grinned at the blatant fear his presence inspired as he grasped his client's chin and felt him flinch under his touch. I know. I'm not here to turn you into a ball of flame yet. I just need you to sign here. His client glanced down at the new contract Beetle was holding, unable to break Beetle's grip. His eyes strained to read the paper. But we already have one. Don't worry, it's the same one. It just needs to be renewed. Beetle cooed, letting go of the man's chin and producing a pen and placing it in the shaking and bruised hand of his client. Beetle's expression darkened. He was getting awfully sick of these questions. Maybe I should turn you into a charred corpse? His client's face paled and he hurriedly scribbled his signature onto the paper. Beetle felt the contract appear in his conscience along with the soothing heat that accompanied it. Wonderful, he stood and smiled at the bruisers as he strode out of the alley. They had apparently either received an explanation or didn't care, because as soon as Beetle was out of the way they resumed teaching his client a lesson. The grunts and whimpers of pain made Beetle and Cypress scoff. He had brought that upon himself. You are getting way too volatile. Time to go home. Which chastised, thinking of how close Beetle had come to shooting someone. I agree. Izuku didn't really want to deal with murder tonight, plus he was tired, so he wanted to sleep in an actual bed. Cypress, always one for violence, protested. What? I was hoping Beetle would get himself killed. Or someone else killed. I'm not picky. Things were just getting interesting. People are annoying. If I'm not allowed to kill someone, then there is no reason for me to let myself get so frustrated. Beetle yawned, thoroughly exhausted. He could only remain non-violent around morons for so long. Cypress grumbled something about betrayal and left to pout. Witch and Izuku were relieved Beetle had folded without any resistance. Everyone was tired and didn't want to deal with having to restrain someone the entire night. Cypress was migraine-inducing enough. They were quite a long way from their apartment and Beetle spent the time focused entirely on sorting through all of the contracts he had signed tonight. He still had a long way to go, but if he continued at this pace he should have everyone resigned by the sports festival. Speaking of the sports festival, Aizawa, do you have any plan for that yet? Beetle inquired, twirling a piece of his hair around his finger as he walked down the streets of Mizudafu. I've been playing with ideas, but I think I settled on one, Izuku replied, grinning like a wildcat. Scheming face? Cypress whispered in Witch's ear, who jumped, not hearing or feeling the altar approach. Well, it will only work if you guys help me. Which I'm sure you'll do because you love me, Izuku said, batting his eyelashes. Of course, Aizawa. I love you, love. Beetle chirped, patting Izuku on the head. Izuku apparently didn't appreciate this and punched him in the face. Betrayal? Beetle screamed, clutching his bleeding nose. It depends on what you want me to do. Which interjected hesitantly, things Izuku asked them to do ranged from ordering pizza to taking on a horde of villains with no weapons. Well, hun, I hate you so, no. Cypress monotoned, blowing a pink bubble that popped with a snap. Sweetie, you are more protective than all of us combined, Beetle stated, wiping the BLD off his face and onto his sweatshirt. I just want an excuse to stab someone, and right now you are looking like a great candidate. Cypress' eyes flashed with killing intent as he didn't break his stare with Beetle. Beetle had been itching for a fight all night and this was the perfect opportunity. He had also been itching to use that handgun all night and this was a perfect opportunity for that too. Reaching into his bag he drew the gun, ped and aimed at Cypress. I won't hesitate, Beach. Cypress just inclined his head and reached under his shirt and brought out a wicked curved tactical knife. I dare you. Witch's eyes widened in alarm. He honestly couldn't tell who would win this scrimmage, but whoever did would only be crowned champion when the other was dead. He couldn't only sedate one of them at a time, and the other would undoubtedly use that time to kill the other. Beetle was wired enough after dealing with so many cretins to actually shoot, and Cypress just generally wanted to kill everyone and pick as many fights as possible. He considered asking Izuku for help but found the green-haired boy already creeping his way toward Beetle. He glanced at Witch and motioned for him to deal with Cypress. A sudden bang made Witch jump. Apparently, Izuku wasn't fast enough to stop Beetle from pulling the trigger. Fortunately, Cypress had dodged to the left and the bullet passed by his arm by a fraction of an inch. Beetle scowled at the failed shot and ped the gun again. It had become increasingly apparent that Cypress wasn't intending to run at Beetle and stab him. Based on his stance, it looked like he was getting ready to throw the blade straight at the villain. Which saw Cypress' wrist tense and his body shift. It would be a difficult knife to throw, but he didn't want to take any chances. Losing any illusion of stealth, both Izuku and Witch tackled their targets. Cypress flailed around and Witch kicked his wrist, sending the knife skidding across the floor. At the same time, Beetle yelped as Izuku shoved him to the ground and confiscated the gun. Let me stab someone, goddammit! Cypress bemoaned, still trapped under Witch's weight. I'm feeling violent. You are always feeling violent, Izuku called from across the area. Beetle had lost any fight and was laying defeated, head perched on his hand. Cypress grumbled but didn't deny. Anyway, Aizawa, what do you need us to do for the festival? Witch asked. Cypress was struggling to free himself, but Witch shifted his weight so there was no way he could escape and possibly stab Beetle. Izuku's head snapped up from where he had been playing with Beetle's hair. Yeah. So basically I need you to help me get some stuff. And then Izuku explained what he had planned for Yue's first years. By the time he was done, Witch stared at the green-haired incredulous and Cypress was cackling. Beetle had a dreamy smile on his face, no doubt imagining the implications. That is so illegal, Izuku. Witch said, slightly stunned that he would even think it was acceptable or appropriate. That's the best part though. Imagine everyone's faces, oh my god. Cypress was trying to piece himself back together and keep from choking on malicious laughter. I know, right? Nezu said I would have all of Yue's resources at my disposal and I think this qualifies. Izuku agreed, dissolving into restless muttering. I will have a list by tomorrow. I also vote that you use a megaphone. Like the best megaphone you can find. Beetle was still in a haze of joy at the sheer chaos this would create. I don't think this qualifies on Nezu's list of resources. which was grasping at straws here, trying to do anything to dissuade them from this path of pandemonium. Hun, you and I both know Nezu would love this idea just for the sheer estus of it, Cypress explained, still trying to catch his breath. The situation not being helped by the fact that Witch was still sitting on his diaphragm. Witch closed his eyes and sighed harder than Aizawa. I hate it when you guys are right. Aizawa had said he would let it go. He wouldn't restlessly hunt the streets looking for the tiniest glimpse of fiery hair, and that definitely wasn't what he was doing now. Midoriya was fine. His students were fine. He was fine. But that still didn't change the fact that Midoriya had been seriously injured and Shoyuta had been forcibly extracted from the battle, leaving his students to fend for themselves. Beetle was responsible for all of that. Sue him for wanting justice. He wasn't just doing this out of righteousness, however. Beetle also seemed to know way too much about the inner workings of UA for them to feel safe. Some of the things in the note he left were overly specific and he should have no way of knowing them. For example, his fledgling relationship with Hisashi. No one outside of the staff should have any knowledge of that development, but there was Beetle, talking about it like he was there. Hell, maybe he had been. He could have hacked into the cameras or gotten his hands on something that made him invisible. No one really knew Beetle's methods of retrieving information or what resources he had at his disposal. Shoyuta was still the only hero to ever actually meet the villain. He had avoided any other hero or vigilante for months, leaving the police with only descriptions, rumors, and crimes. Not that they could ever actually prove those crimes. That was probably one of the reasons that they hadn't been actively possessed by tracking down the informant. They had no concrete proof of his misdemeanors. Beetle had been correct about that at their last meeting. But now, after the USJ attack, they had something they could actually pin to the teenage villain. Based on the note, they could get him for kidnapping and at least conspiring with the villains. None of the thugs they had arrested after the attack had any knowledge of Beetle's assistance in the attack, and they offered no new information to his true identity or whereabouts. All of the other heroes didn't see a point in actively searching for the arsonist since they had bigger fish to fry, like the League of Villains and the limited leads on Beetle, making him strong to track. Most of the pros agreed that if they found the League they would find Beetle. That was probably correct, but Shuda's relationship with Beetle had long ago become personal. Even if he wouldn't admit it, he had been constantly vigilant for even the smallest hint of orange and yellow hair, whether he was in his civilian clothes or hero uniform. So far it had been a fruitless endeavor, but somewhere along the line Shoyuta and promised himself he wouldn't rest until that menace to society was in custody, either permanently behind bars or rehabilitated into atoning for his crimes. But regardless of Beetle's misdemeanors, Aizawa couldn't ignore the fact that Problem Child's injuries were partially his fault. Midoriya had abandoned his bandages, much to the distress and scolding of Chio, and was acting as if nothing had ever happened. He miraculously didn't have any scars from the encounter, but Aizawa saw how he sometimes cradled his arm in phantom pain. Shoyuta knew from experience that that arm would always pain him. His leg still ached when it was cold from a battle years ago, and his wrist clicked awkwardly from his first real fight with a villain when it had been snapped. Forever wounds were something every hero was plagued with, but Midoriya was only a child who wasn't even at UA to become a hero. This was something he never should have to deal with, but because of Shuda's failure to protect him, it was now latched to him like a cancerous growth. If only he had kept his eyes on the warp villain, he never would have been imprisoned in that metal room and could have possibly helped Midoriya keep the villains at bay until help arrived, or at the very least directed their attention to Aizawa, and he could have borne the brunt of the attack. Speaking of Problem Child, Shoyuta needed to have a talk with him about his training methods. Shinso had practically been a zombie when he had stumbled back into the classroom and had enough bruises he was nearly as purple as his hair. Midoriya had gotten a split lip for his troubles, but it didn't seem adequate for the injuries that Shinso had sustained. Aizawa was slightly irked at his mistreatment of their students, but if Midoriya continued his torture, the class might actually revolt to avenge their classmates. The Hell class seemed to like Problem Child, but another incident like what he did to Shinso would inspire a coup and they might try and get him back. Shoyuta didn't exactly want to see what that might entail, but if he knew Midoriya, it would not end well for anyone. The class would try to get him back, and then Midoriya would try to get them back for that using an insane plan that probably involved explosives. Shoyuda would very much like to avoid a civil war consisting of his entire class and the one-man army called Izuku Midoriya. Well, maybe Midoriya's side would include Todoroki as well, since they seemed to have attracted to each other, and if Nezu was to be believed, they were bonding of trying to bring Endeavor down. Todoroki seemed to be gravitating towards Midoriya's unique brand of insanity, and Midoriya had winked at the boy yesterday. An action that went unnoticed by everyone other than Todoroki and Aizawa. Based off Shinso's physical state, Shoyuda had been slightly concerned about what he would do to Mineta. No one in the class liked him, including Midoriya and Aizawa. So far Midoriya hadn't trained anyone he disliked before, and he had traumatized the people he liked. However, when Mineta had limped back to class, he didn't seem all that worse for the wear. Exhausted, of course, and with a sluggishly bleeding scalp but physical wounds. The girls had been disappointed he looked better than Shinso, but as time went on they realized that what Midoriya had done had been much more mental. The previously perverted child had resolutely refused to even look at any of his female classmates, a stark contrast to his usual drooling. Aizawa was secretly grateful for what mental trauma Midoriya had put Mineta through. If that got Mineta to stop being such a nuisance, he would take it. Mineta had been hindering the female students' progress, and if it continued much longer, Aizawa would have had no choice but to expel him. Mineta's expulsion had crossed his mind every day. Aizawa wouldn't lose sleep over it, but Nezu had asked him to give his students more of a chance. Apparently, the parents of expelled students were raising a stink, and Nezu wanted to avoid any pointless lawsuits. Aizawa scoffed as he hopped from roof to roof on his secret manhunt for Beetle. He didn't expel students willy-nilly, and their expulsions had all had legitimate reasons. It wasn't his fault that parents couldn't cope with the fact that their child had failed. He had been so lost in his own thoughts that he hadn't heard the quiet bickering coming from the street below him. It wouldn't be all that strange to hear someone walking down the street arguing with someone. It was barely after midnight and some drunks could be making their way home. He didn't think anything of it until he actually looked towards the noise. He had marveled at the scene for a moment, trying to figure out exactly what he was looking at. There was a boy strutting down the street having a very animated conversation with himself. There was no one else around, but the boy was still gesturing wildly at nothing. There was a bag slung over his shoulder, and he had a gray hood up over his ears, shrouding his face in shadows. There was something about him that made Shoyuda pause. Who exactly was this kid talking to? He couldn't quite hear what he was saying, but he picked up words such as megaphone, illegal, and UA. Those phrases had made Shoyuda narrow his eyes. Illegal and UA were not words he wanted in the same sentence. For a brief moment he wondered if this was Midoriya, that boy would actually have reason to use illegal and UA, being he specialized with both. However, that theory wouldn't help him figure out who was the other person in this seemingly one-sided conversation. Midoriya may be crazy, but not talk to yourself kind of insane. His second theory was Beetle. He was insane enough to hold a conversation with himself, and he had ties to both illegal and UA. But that might just be wishful thinking of Shuda's part. At least that's what he thought it was until the boy passed under a street lamp and his face caught the light. Aizawa promptly froze, not believing his luck. Yellow and orange hair peeked out of the hood, and he caught a glimpse of madness-filled orange irises. A smattering of freckles dusted his features, and his lips were moving a mile a minute. Before he really knew what he was doing, Shoyuda had leaped from the rooftop, capture weapon already reaching for the villain he had been hunting. Beetle eyes widened as the fabric wrapped around his body, but once he saw Aizawa, his surprise had morphed into mirth. Shoyuda, we meet again. Hope everything is going well with Hisashi. Love you guys, love. Beetle chirped, not seeming at all panicked at the prospect of being captured. Aizawa's quirk activated on its own accord, eyes flashing red with his fury. He knew it wouldn't actively do anything, but it still felt good knowing he had stripped Beetle of his power. For a brief moment, Beetle furrowed his brow, confusion and anxiety sneaking into his madness-filled irises. Shoyuda felt a small bit of pride that he intimidated the villain that had caused so much harm to the things he cared about. That look was gone and replaced with the usual insanity associated with Beetle. I kinda wanna go home and sleep, so can we do this later? The voices in my head are getting cranky. Mom wants us to sleep. He put on a 1 a.m. curfew and he'll kick all our buttes if we are late. Regardless if we ran into our idol, Beetle flashed an adoring smile to Aizawa, who curled his lip in distaste. You better hope that Mom can pay bail, or else your new home will be a jail cell. Aizawa spat out, anger and revenge clouding his judgment and breaking his usual steel self-control. Beetle gave a high-pitched laugh. Wow. I really got under your skin with the USJ thing. But don't worry, sweet Zawa. I can afford bail, so we might as well skip the whole arresting thing. How much do you want? It'll be wired to your account by tomorrow. Aizawa could hear the desperation in his tone. Beetle was panicking. He didn't know if he would be able to escape. Shuta's eyes had started to hurt. He enjoyed the feeling of knowing he was rendering Beetle powerless, but he was still rational enough to know it wasn't really doing anything and there was no point in drying out his eyes. He blinked, deactivated his quirk, the feeling of rehydrating his eyes almost as good as the satisfaction of capturing Beetle. Beetle visible sighed in relief, apparently relieved to have his quirk returned. Shoyuta considered reactivating his quirk again, if only to make Beetle uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. Beetle had apparently wiggled a hand into the front pocket of his sweatshirt. Aizawa had been too intoxicated on revenge to notice his capture weapon had slacked slightly. The loose bend had allowed Beetle to withdraw his hand from his pocket and out of the capture weapon, fingers wrapped around the handle of what looked to be an already ped Glock. Aizawa didn't have time to dodge or kick the gun out the arsonist's hand before there was a resounding bang and his arm exploded in white-hot pain. This wasn't the first time he had been shot. Wouldn't be the last time either. But the previous experience didn't stop him from groaning in pain as he pressed his other hand to the wound, blanching when it came back red. It wasn't a significant enough bullet hole to be in immediate danger, but if he didn't get help or aggravate the wound further, he might stand the chance of bleeding out. He felt his mind start to sneak into the static of shock, but he fought it off. He had an armed and dangerous villain still in his grasp, and he couldn't let him run free. He mentally chastised himself for not remembering that quirks weren't the only weapon. Many people forgot about simple weapons such as guns and knives when quirks that could punch holes through buildings existed. Shoyuta had always prided himself on remembering that nugget of knowledge, but he had been too engulfed in the triumph of catching Beetle that he had forgotten the chance of the villain having another weapon. He hissed through his teeth as he moved to kick the gun from Beetle's hand, arm screaming in agony at the sudden movement. However, his movements were made sloppy from the injury, and Beetle had no trouble jerking the gun out of the way. He wasn't making any move to fire again, and if he hadn't been lying about Aizawa being his idol, he probably wasn't going to do anything to overdanger the underground hero. After all, he went to the trouble of extracting him from harm's way during the USJ battle. But people would do what they needed to when backed into a corner, and Beetle would rather kill Shoyuta than get caught. The longer he stayed captured, the higher the chance of him actually fatally shooting Aizawa. So Shoyuta had to get the gun out of his hand as soon as possible. He tightened his capture weapon to the point it was crushing the villain's ribs. However, that did nothing considering his arm along with the gun was no longer pressed to his side. For the second time Shoyuta lunged for the weapon. Beetle struggled, but when he realized that he couldn't escape, he aimed the muzzle straight at Shuta's head. Aizawa was a few feet away from the villain, even fewer from knocking the weapon out of his hand. Hot blood was dripping down his arm, and he had to fight to keep from going into shock. The pain was making his head fuzzy, and he weighed the chances of being able to get the gun before Beetle shot. Those chances were not good. To his credit, Beetle's hand nor voice wavered. "Let me go and I won't blow your brains out." His orange irises had darkened along with his tone. Gone was his flirtatious insanity, replaced with a cold seriousness that reminded Shoyuta that this child was a murderer. He had killed people, and if push came to shove, Aizawa would just be another death under his belt. Hizashi's face flashed before his eyes. His obnoxious voice echoed in his ears. Memories of Midoriya's sass and Class 1 as general bullshit clouding his mind. The future stood in glistening citadels, and Shoyuta would be damned if he wasn't there to greet it. The gamble wasn't worth it. Slowly he loosened his capture weapon. Beetle stood unfaltering, the silver muzzle of the gun still fixed at Aizawa's head. His finger was pressed on the trigger, and for a moment Shoyuta thought he was going to shoot regardless. At the last second, the aim shifted and was instead pointed at his thigh. He braced for the bang, and he heard it before he felt it. He actually didn't feel it. The pain didn't register, but he was still knocked to the ground. Dimly he thought, overkill. Beetle was slowly backing away, his eyes not leaving Aizawa's face. Gun had moved back to Aizawa's head. By this point, Shoyuda was realizing that the wound to his arm was still bleeding and had been bleeding this entire time. BLD loss was becoming a very serious concern, and if he didn't get some pressure on the wound and stitches, soon he wouldn't have the energy to call for help. He now had 2 holes punched in him, so that doubled the amount of lost BLD. Beetle was now halfway down the block. He had stopped his slow retreat and had broken into a backward jog, the Glock unfaltering even with his pace. His eyes were not fearful or that of a cowed prey. This had been a battle of 2 predators, and Beetle was still poised to win, ready to let a bullet fly if Shoyuda made even the smallest move to undermine his freedom. Instead, Aizawa focused on the wound on his arm and leg, coming down from the adrenaline high. The pain in felt excruciating, explosions of agony blooming down his limbs. A small puddle of BLD had begun to form on the pavement, shining slightly with the amber glow of the street lamp. By now Beetle had vanished entirely, disappeared in the streets and alleyways to wherever he resided when he wasn't shooting heroes and burning down buildings. The arm wound hadn't clotted yet, a sure sign it had hit something vital. The leg was still too early to tell, but for now, he would proceed if it was the worst-case scenario. Shoyuda didn't have any basic first aid on him to put pressure on the wound, so he settled for his capture weapon, winding it around his arm and leg as tightly as possible. It wouldn't last forever, though. He reached for his phone, wondering who he should call first, Hizashi or an ambulance. Logic won out as he dialed 119 and waited for the operator to pick up. After 2 rings, a pleasant female voice asked him what was the emergency. Years of hero duty along with this not being his first experience allowed him to calmly explain the situation, along with his status as a pro-hero. She assured him medical assistance would arrive shortly and hung up. His next call to Hizashi wasn't nearly as calm. Shoyuda explained it in the same monotone, but Hizashi's reaction was anything but. Hizashi seemed to be panicking more than Aizawa, talking a mile a minute, and Shoyuda heard him scrambling on the other end. In rushed terms, he informed his boyfriend that he was on his way, keeping up a steady stream of small talk in an effort to keep Shoyuda from passing out from shock or BLD loss. Surprisingly, Yamada arrived first. His hair was out of its ridiculous banana shape. Instead, it was twisted into a hastily done bun that was quickly coming out of its hair ties. At some point, Shoyuda had migrated to the side of a building, propping himself up against its side. A trail of blood spots following his movements like breadcrumbs. The world was spinning slightly and his face was wet with sweat. Hizashi was at his side, talking about nothing and everything. None of it registered, but Aizawa forced himself to keep his eyes open. Soon enough the sound of sirens filled the street and there were paramedics swarming the underground hero. In moments he was in the back of the ambulance and they were moving, inspecting the wounds and informing a distressed Hizashi they weren't as bad as they seemed. Something about the one in his arm grazing an artery, but the one in his leg miraculously hitting nothing vital. One had an exit wound but one didn't. He was too out of it to tell which one. They might need a transfusion but probably not. If they got him patched up, his body would be able to replenish the BLD on its own. Luckily, he would be out of the hospital by tomorrow. Shoyuda scoffed. The medics and Yamada had spun around, confused by what had made Aizawa laugh. I would hope so. I've had worse than this fixed in less time. And then he blacked out. If you were to describe what was happening inside Izuku's mind right now, it would be this. Screaming. There was a lot of screaming. Which was screaming at Beetle, outraged that he had shot Aizawa. Twice. He could be dead. Beetle was still high on adrenaline, giggling uncontrollably at the fact that he had gotten to shoot the gun. Cypress was somewhat in a panic as well. He liked Aizawa and really didn't want the guy dead. He had joined Witch in shouting at Beetle, who seemed impervious to their chastisement and rage. Cypress regarded it an exceptional show of self-control that he didn't kill Beetle and bash his head in right there. He doubted which would stop him this time. Instead, he settled for using words and a few punches, splitting his knuckles and giving Beetle a black eye. After the first few hits, Beetle had started to argue his case. Well, what was I supposed to do? I couldn't just let him take us. "I could have gotten us out of jail," Witch said, running a hand through his hair. "But I couldn't SW. When Aizawa activated his quirk, I couldn't give you control. You got all fuzzy and unfocused," Beetle screamed in response. "You shot him in an artery. Right in the arm. He could bleed out before help arrives." Cypress had walked away, murder on his mind, and the only way to keep from strangling Beetle was to remove himself from the conflict. Izuku, however, was not participating in that argument. Instead, he was having a full-blown existential crisis, mind nearly exploding with the truth that had just been revealed when Aizawa had used his quirk. Izuku had a quirk, and that quirk made Witch, Beetle, and Cypress exist. It actually explained a lot. The over-corporeality of the alters and how easily they could SW. The different skill levels and how quirks only affected them one at a time. The fact that they hadn't disappeared entirely proved that he probably did have some form of personality disorder, and whatever his true quirk was built off that. Once that disorder had taken root, his quirk had flown seamlessly into it and had made it much more serious. All signs now pointed to the alters being fully formed consciousness that Izuku shared a body with. They weren't just copies of him with different personalities or appearances. They were different people. This revelation nearly brought him to his knees. All the years of bullying for nothing. He had never been quirkless. But then again, if they were going by them each being individuals, then Beetle was technically the only one with a quirk. Izuku's quirk had only brought them into existence. Now that that was out of the way, Izuku was forced to face the fact that Beetle had shot Aizawa. Twice. That was enough of a shock to send him spiraling back into crisis mode. He really didn't want Aizawa to die, especially by his hand. He tried to console himself with the knowledge that Aizawa probably had been shot before and he probably knew how to handle it. He could try and stop the bleeding with his capture weapon, and the response time to heroes in distress was fast. Even if Aizawa didn't have a way to call for help on him, the gunshots had probably alerted a civilian and they would have called it in. They had been running to nowhere in particular for a while now. Right now they were further from home than when they had started out. Beetle and Witch seemed to have stopped their shouting and were silently fuming away from each other. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over Izuku, so much had happened in those few minutes. Too much knowledge invading his mind in too little time. Add in his perpetual exhaustion and you have the perfect recipe for passing out on a park bench. An idea that was becoming increasingly appealing with every second. Luckily, Cypress wasn't nearly as tired and snatched control before Izuku literally passed out on the floor. He wasn't all up for walking the miles back to the apartment, it would be too risky anyway. Every hero in the city would be on the lookout for Beetle after the stunt with Aizawa. Luckily, they weren't nearly as far from Kurogiri's bar. Breaking into a dead run, Cypress tried his hardest to not punch the sheet out of everyone in the general vicinity. Tensions were running high and all Cypress wanted to do was drink a metric ton of alcohol and curl up on one of the booths and sleep for about 7 centuries. 15 minutes of sprinting later, he practically kicked in the door to the bar. Kurogiri was nowhere to be found along with Toga or Dabi. Cypress bemoaned the loss of the bartender but decided to say F it as he crawled over the counter. Grabbing a coupe glass, he scanned the bottles, debating on what he should use to knock himself out. Ultimately, he decided that individually nothing was strong enough and decided to make the most potent cocktail possible. He reached for the gin but paused before he filled the cocktail shaker. Instead, he searched around for a muddler and a few jalapenos. A few minutes later, he had himself a bee sting that was probably way too potent. He drowned it in one gulp and almost choked on the heat and strength. However, that still wasn't going to be enough to make him forget shooting Aizawa. Even if he hadn't technically shot him, he hadn't done anything to stop it. Right now Aizawa could be dead and they wouldn't even know. In the ensuing hours, Cypress had binge-drunk and made 12-ish cocktails. Ranging from hurricanes to zombies to just normal shots when his mind was too shaky to make any real drink. It was sometime around 3 a.m. when someone finally decided to go notice that someone had practically broken into the bar. Cypress had amassed quite a pile of dirty glasses and had just given up on actually pouring the alcohol and was busy drinking brandy straight from the bottle. His face was flushed and disheveled, hair still dyed but it had long fallen out of its twin buns. At some point, he had removed the colored contacts and they were long gone, disappeared under the sea of empty glasses. Cypress was honestly surprised he hadn't blacked out yet. Izuku along with which was passed out and not getting very restful sleep, and Beetle was for once just sitting in silence. Cypress ignored them all and focused on depleting Kurojire's alcohol supply. At least that's what he had been doing until Dabi had wandered downstairs and found a very drunk Cypress surrounded by towers of empty bottles and glasses. Cypress hadn't even noticed the villain's arrival until he had his bottle of brandy snatched from his hands. He had tried to spin around punch the thief, only to stumble and almost fall on his face. Dabi had given him a deadpan stare and took a sip of the brandy, and raising an eyebrow, "What happened?" Cypress gave him a lopsided grin before trying to snatch the bottle back, but Dabi lifted it out of reach. "What makes you think something happened?" Dabi scoffed. "You don't do something like this." He gestured to the mounds of glasses. "Without having something happen?" Cypress gave a humorless laugh. "You caught me." "To whom am I speaking with?" "You look like Beetle but lack the craziness, so I'm going to go with Cypress." Ding ding, give the kid a prize. Beetle has been thoroughly shunned and Witch and Aizu are passed out. Why has Beetle been shunned? I mean, he deserves a lot more most of the time, but right now specifically? Shot someone we all love twice. Might have killed him. Dabi whistled. Wow. Who was it? Aizawa. Who? Eraserhead. The underground hero? What can I say? We spend a majority of the day with him. He's bitter and cynical. Just our type. You have a type? Maybe. Do I qualify? Dabi had pet his head and was staring at Cypress with the most peculiar glint in his eyes. Cypress hummed, drunk as F, and wondering how to answer that question. I suppose. Dabi gave the smallest smile. Good. That means I can do this. He gently, more gently than Cypress had thought possible, reached out and grabbed Cypress' chin. Cypress didn't stop him when he leaned in and pressed a light embrace to Cypress' brandy-stained lips. You are aware you are taking advantage of someone who is thoroughly intoxicated, Cypress said when they broke away. I can stop. Cypress decided to answer that by returning the embrace, strong and fast. Dabi started but then melted into Cypress' touch. Cypress wondered if he would come to regret this come morning, but then decided he didn't care. At one point Shigaraki walked down the stairs, saw what was happening in the bar, and turned on his heel to go back to bed and burn the image from his retinas. Katsuki spat BLD, ears ringing from the roar of the crowd and his knuckles aching. He hadn't been sleeping, fighting off nightmares and memories. Dreams of Deku leaping from the rooftop, pointing an accusatory finger at Katsuki who stood at the top, unable to reach out and grab the green-haired boy. Memories of every foul word spoken and every time he had beaten Deku into a bloody pulp because he had felt particularly bad about himself. The guilt was eating him alive and he refused to acknowledge that he felt it at all. He had been planning on cornering Deku at school, apologize for being such an a-hole for all those years. But then Deku had turned to look at him during that final class before he hauled Minetta's, but with such potent fury Katsuki knew that an apology would never even be close to sufficient. So instead he had pretended that Deku wasn't even there and went on with his day, ignoring the gaping void in his e. After hours of that emptiness not enough, he left the house in the dead of night, searching for any way to make himself feel whole again. He stumbled upon a door in an alleyway that he could hear faint shouts behind. Naturally, he opened it and descended into a realm of bloodlust and pain. And Katsuki did what Katsuki did best. He fought. And found in the heat of battle there was no room for the nothingness consuming his soul. Cypress' reflexes reacted faster than his mind, acknowledging the pressure of a body next to him by unsheathing the tiny 5-inch tactical knife tucked the waistband of his jeans and shanking something soft and springy. It took a considerable amount of effort to pry his eyelids open, trying to shake the sleep and nausea from his mind as identify who thought they had the right to be close enough to touch him. Sunlight streamed through blinds, and when the world refocused and the fuzzy-colored blobs became actual images, several things became abundantly clear. The first was that his knife had impaled itself directly between the unscarred fingers of Dabi, missing him by millimeters, the blade sunk hilt deep into what seemed to be a mattress. The second thing was that he was laying on Dabi in a bed. Memories of last night flooded his mind: Beetle shooting Aizawa, his mad dash to the bar, the hours of nothing but ingesting as much alcohol as humanly possible, the drunken embraces he and Dabi had shared, them migrating to Dabi's bedroom. Everything past that was a blur, and Cypress tried to figure out what the F had happened. The fact that he was able to draw the knife from his breathes meant he actually had to be wearing breathes. That was a relief, along with the fact that he wasn't sore as F meant he probably hadn't escalated to anything more than embraces. Of course, there was the slight possibility that Dabi had bottomed, but that seemed highly improbable, and he dismissed the theory when he once again remembered he was wearing breathes. Right now his body felt like it was trying to kill him, feeling ill and faint at the same time. He attributed that to the fact that he had drunk half a ton of alcohol and he had embraced Dabi multiple times. Even now his lips still felt swollen and raw, aching from embraces that had ranged from eternally soft to hot and hungry. Emotions he didn't think he had swirled in his mind like a typhoon of abject horror and satisfaction. Cypress had never felt anything other than rage. He wasn't accustomed to these things that simultaneously made him feel like he was sinking and soaring higher than the moon. Between the mortification and shock, there was something he couldn't quite identify. Something warm and wicked that made his entire body buzz. After a few seconds, he realized that this wasn't an unfamiliar feeling. It was one of the few feelings he actually experienced over the haze of fury that he had grown so accustomed to. He normally only felt this specific type of elation when he was beating someone's face in, and the fact that it was happening now when there was a conspicuous lack of BLD and broken bones meant only one thing: he had enjoyed this little escapade. With that revelation, he noticed the conspicuous lack of another feeling that he had only been introduced last night after Aizawa's shooting: regret. The sickening, yawning void of regret wasn't on the roster of emotions bombarding his brain. Its absence was unwelcome, and for once Cypress wished for that sinking, drowning feeling that meant all of this was just one giant mistake. That horrifying realization made Cypress sit straight up. He glanced at the sleeping form of Dabi, who seemed blissfully unaware of what he had done to Cypress. Even more ignorant that he had almost had a hole punched through his hand. Cypress' legs were still pressed against Dabi's, and the villain's body heat seemed to permeate the denim as if they were touching on skin. Dabi seemed to simply radiate heat, and Cypress had to resist the urge to lay back down and absorb it like he had been doing the entire night. Instead, he yanked his knife out of the mattress and scrambled to the bathroom. He barely made it in time to turn his stomach inside out into the toilet, puking both from the nausea of the Herculean hangover that made him regret every cocktail and the fact that some part of him had enjoyed last night and was begging him to rejoin Dabi in the bed and maybe pick up where they had left. Dimly he was aware of the other altar's silence, and at the mere thought of having to explain this to them set him retching again, trying to vomit out his emotions and praying to God that they wouldn't acknowledge this. After a good 5 minutes of pure heaving, he finally found the strength to lift himself from the floor, still feeling like shit. But the hangover was secondary to the overall overwhelming amount of feeling coursing through his head and heart. 90% sure he was about a second away from a panic attack, he stumbled to the sink and splashed ice-cold water in his face. He drank a few good gulps straight from the tap, trying to rid the taste of bile from his palate. Some good it did him. As soon as he had somewhat collected himself, one look at his appearance in the mirror reverted him back to his erratic and panicked state. His hair was the definition of a rat's nest, tanged with knots and snarls. The situation really wasn't made any better by the fact that his hair was still dyed Beetle's signature amber, although streaks of viridian poked through the orange and yellow. A sudden memory of Dabi's fingers snagging in the locks made him have to steady himself on the porcelain sink. He knew that if he were to look at Dabi's fingers, he would find them stained orange from the temporary dye. He almost yelped when moved his neck and exposed the unmistakable dark bruises of hickeys that exploded like miniature starbursts between his collarbone and neck. This was bad. This was very, very bad. It was a pipe dream. A ridiculous fantasy. He hated Dabi. Hated everyone. He didn't have any emotion other than rage. He wasn't supposed to. He was an avenger altar. Hostile and seeking retribution for those who had hurt Izuku. He wasn't supposed to feel things like longing. Because that's what this was. There was something in him that screamed at him to go back to Dabi and make this more than a drunken mistake. Make it actually mean something. But that would imply he would have to offer some branch of trust and dependency to the scarred villain. And he along with the others knew not to attach themselves to anything. Look at what happened with Bakubich. Izuku had depended on him, trusted him. In return they had gotten the sheet beaten out of them every day, had his self-confidence ripped to shreds until he had literally thrown himself from a building, determining death was better than this existence. All Might had helped him, his idol crushing whatever small hope he had somehow saved from Katsuki's abuse. Izuku had offered it to the hero with shaking hands and he had destroyed it with that unfaltering smile that Cypress had come to loathe. Look at Aizawa and Beetle. Cypress had grown to like the underground hero and tolerate the other alter. In the end, he had only been signing himself up for the pain of Aizawa being seriously injured and Beetle being the perpetrator of the crime. Cypress only tolerated Aiza's crush on Todoroki because he knew Todoroki would never do anything to hurt Izuku. Plus, Izuku deserved someone to love and someone to love him back. But Cypress wasn't a person. He was just a mental coping method created by Izuku. He shouldn't have thoughts about petty crushes and complex and confusing emotions. Cypress wasn't even real. Dabi didn't deserve that and Cypress shouldn't pine over some impossible dream. They had all learned their lesson with dreams. But you aren't an alter, Izuku said suddenly, causing a hot flush of fear run through Cypress. How would he react? He was too engulfed in his own anxiety to really process Izuku's words for a few moments, and when he did they still didn't make sense. What? Izuku sat down, which by his side. The Vigilante looked tired, huge dark crescents under his black irises and hair unbound. Seeing Witch's periwinkle locks out of their fishtail braid was a shock, only further attesting to his exhaustion. Izuku didn't look much better, eyes dull and voice flat. They both looked like they had just gone through multiple existential crises and after everything that happened last night, Cypress wouldn't doubt it. If he hadn't nearly drowned himself in alcohol to fight off his own mental catastrophe, he probably would be in the same boat. But those were catching up right now, well the added benefit of realizing he might actually like someone and spending the night with said person. Beetle was conspicuously absent, retreated somewhere until this blew over. That was probably for the best. Cypress didn't trust himself to not strangle the villain to death. It was his fault they were all in this situation in the first place. You aren't an alter, Izuku repeated, drawing a strange look for Cypress who wasn't fully comprehending his words. Of course, he was an alter. What the F else would he be? While you and Witch were busy beating up Beetle, I was coming to the realization that I have a quirk. Cypress went deadly still. That meant everything about Izuku being quirkless was null. Every year of abuse for nothing. That was earth-shaking, but what exactly did it have to do with him not being an alter? When Aizawa used his quirk on us, Beetle said that everything got really disconnected between us. I felt it too, everything seemed dimmer and you were all fuzzy and weird. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but that reaction would only be caused by the fact that you guys are my quirk. This was what it felt like for your world to crash around you. Cypress was stuck in a collapsing house of cards. He wasn't an alter, he was a quirk. I don't think that you are just personalities or random wisps of people. I had been wondering about the stranger effects that didn't come with normal did, and having you be the product of a quirk makes sense. It explains all the plot holes about Witch's enhanced combat skills and how easily we can take control. Along with how a quirk only affects one of us at any given time. Cypress couldn't breathe. But the fact that quirks only affect the one who's in control means that we aren't the same people. You probably didn't feel Aizawa's quirk because it wasn't directed at you. It was directed at Beetle, so his connection to us was cut off. But that also implies that we are all different and individual people. But how did that work? What did that mean? I've come to the conclusion that my quirk built off my actually having some form of personality disorder. It evolved all of you to the point where you are all just as real of people as me. You aren't some figment of my imagination. We are just four people sharing a single body. Cypress refused to believe it. He wasn't a person. He had never been a person. He wasn't real. So that means you deserve happiness as much as me. I like Todoroki. You like Dabi. Let yourself have that. Cypress staring into the reflection that wasn't really his. He could almost image his bubblegum pink hair and terrifying blue stare. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. You're just fine with this? It's your body. It's still you. Cypress finally croaked, voice choked with emotion. He immediately hated himself for letting something as pointless as feeling take such a toll on him. But it's not me. It's you. Goddamn, it's Cypress. You are a different person. Izuku's eyes had started to mist over, which sat stoic, having had this same conversation with Izuku while Cypress had slept entangled in Dabi's arms. He had gone through these same stages of denial and was still trying to wrap his head around it. Maybe you had been me once but not anymore. Sure, maybe we share the same body but that should restrict what you do with it. You want to use it to bust kneecaps and embrace Dabi, go for it. I'll use it to analyze quirks and hopefully hold Todoroki's hand. Witch'll use it catch villains and F with the police. Beetle will use it to make deals and be generally insane. This was too much. Had his entire existence been a lie? Had everything been a lie? But what about you? It's my job to avenge you. We are supposed to protect you. It's the reason for our existence. Cypress screamed, emotion reaching a breaking point. So avenge me. Protect me. It doesn't have to be the reason for your existence, but do it. I think we passed the stage of friendship being we literally live inside each other's mind. But nonetheless, I love you guys and you love me. Protect me because you love me and I'll protect you too. Cypress' vision had started to swim, fat tears appeared in his reflection. What was this? He wasn't supposed to be crying. There shouldn't be anything but righteous fury. None of this other CRP like romantic attraction or love or caring. He suddenly hated the mirror that showed the face that wasn't his and the weakness it showed. He wanted it gone. Shattered. It took a single punch to fracture his face, distorting the image until it showed only fragments. His knuckles were bleeding, tiny bits of the mirror embedded in his skin. The sound of breaking glass must have roused Dabi, the villain stumbling into the bathroom, rubbing sleep from his turquoise eyes. He took one look at Cypress' tear-stained face, his bloodied hand, and the shattered mirror before running a hand through his spiky black hair. I'm sorry. You regret it, don't you? Cypress had a sudden urge to run. To bolt past Dabi and into the streets. Run from his emotions and mistakes and his longing to tell Dabi that he didn't regret it. Run from the crashing of his world and Izuku's information that he wasn't what he had thought he was. Run until his legs gave out and his lungs were nothing but pieces of raw tissue. Don't you dare. 1. This is our body. 2. You can't destroy it. And 2. Don't let this opportunity slip away from you. This could be a ticket to your happiness. If you want Dabi, then FING have him. We already know he won't be opposed. Izuku commanded, a melancholy smile on his lips, which was staring at Cypress with something that looked like hope, which wanted all of them to be happy. He wasn't exactly sure when, but he had grown to want to protect all of them, not just Izuku. There was something about this entire situation that left Cypress feeling raw. These feelings were foreign and unwelcome. They weren't the familiar tang of anger and fury that tinted his world in crimson. But despite how much he disliked the things that were writhing in his heart, he could deny they had some sort of appeal. He wanted to trust and care. Wanted to embrace Dabi's worry away. Avenge Izuku and Witch because he wanted to. Not because he needed to. Cypress had come to a decision. As impulsive and probably bad as it was, he wasn't going to be Izuku's Avenger alter anymore. He was going to be Cypress, the owner of the most successful fight club in the city and the boyfriend of a villain. He was going to be the vengeance for the people whom he shared a body with and cared about. He flashed Dabi a soft smile. No, I don't. Dabi's visibly slumped in relief, then frowned. Then why did you punch the mirror? Cypress turned fully to face the scarred man he had somewhere along the line started to care about. Identity crisis. Izuku just told me that we aren't the product of a personality disorder. Apparently, we're the product of his quirk. I know. You do. Dabi shrugged. Sensei told us. He sensed a quirk and said it created 3 new people all sharing one body. We all just thought you knew and which lied to us. Cypress was sent reeling at the confirmation that he was an actual person. Somehow Dabi saying it made it much more real. And that's why it wasn't weird that you were technically embracing Aizu, Beetle, and Witch. I wasn't embracing any of them. I was embracing you. There was something in the way Dabi stressed the word "ute" that sent tiny fireworks of disbelief exploding under Cypress' skin. Someone had wanted to embrace him. Wanted to be with him. Do it again. It was more of a challenge than a plea. Cypress inclined his head, daring the villain to prove it. Dabi didn't waste any time complying, talking 2 long steps towards the challenger. Izuku was still tiny compared to Dabi, so the villain had to bend down to make their lips touch. It was anything but soft, an answer to the challenge that pulled at lips and made a rush of joy run through both of their veins. "I hate you," Cypress said breathlessly when they finally broke away. "I know." And they were back, teeth scraping lips, and Dabi scooped up the still hungover teenager. He carried him bridal style back to the bed and unceremoniously dropped him onto the sheets. Izuku and Witch had elected to try and track down Beetle, not really wanted to see their body have a makeout session with a villain. An admittedly hot villain, but still. Cypress was too wrapped up Dabi to notice, running his hands through Dabi's spiked hair. He liked this. If this was what it felt like to be a person, then maybe it wasn't so bad. He tried to convince himself this was only a daydream. This was nothing. Meaningless embraces just for pleasure and nothing more. He didn't trust. He wasn't dependent. He didn't care. He didn't see the melancholy smiles of Witch and Izuku when they heard those thoughts. They stayed that way until well afternoon. At some point Cypress had fallen asleep, Dabi's warmth making him drowsy. He had tucked himself against the villain's seat with Dabi's back to the wall. He probably would have remained sleeping off his hangover if a still-ringing phone wasn't chucked at his head. Once again his reflexes acted faster than his common sense, and a knife, a different one, was thrown in the direction of the doorway. He was disappointed in the lack of grunt in pain that meant he hit someone as he cracked an eyelid open. Standing in the doorway was Shigaraki, looking eternally annoyed and slightly disgusted. "It's been ringing off the hook. Someone named Aizawa." He then left a wide-awake Cypress to deal with whatever news this phone call entailed. The fact that was coming from Aizawa's number probably meant he wasn't dead, so that was good. He quickly answered and tried to find Izuku and shoved him into control. "Hello. Are you in jail?" Aizawa's gruff and monotone voice made Izuku nearly sag in relief. He wasn't dead. Not at the moment. "Well, then where the hell are you? You should be here helping me deal with the brats." Izuku glanced at Dabi, who was staring at Izuku with interest. I've been busy." The pause. "Wait. You were shot. You're not at school, are you?" There was a crash and shouts on the other line. Izuku assumed it was Class 1A reacting to the fact that their teacher had been injured, and this was the first they were hearing of it. Aizawa sighed. "You just had to tell them. How did you even know that anyway? Plus, you don't get to talk. You went right back to class after USJ. You had almost died." Izuku laughed. "I have a fifth of the city wrapped around my finger, remember? But you almost died too. You were shot twice. The first one hit an artery in your arm." More screaming in the background. "I'm not even going to question how you know that. Just get down here." There was a click and the call was over. Izuku turned to Dabi, then decided it was too weird, and forced Cypress to deal with his boyfriend. "Aizu has to go back to school, so he needs the body back. I'll stop by again tonight," Cypress informed. Dabi looked slightly disappointed but then smirked. "Only if you come looking like Cypress. Not Beetle. Deal? What do you look like anyway?" "I suppose you'll have to find out." The entire Class 1A seemed wholly convinced Midoriya was a cryptid. Kaminari was actually arguing that he was an eldritch being with Mina backing him up. Siro was too busy making heart eyes to actually contribute. Shinso was actually on the side of minor deity. Midoriya was a paradox, a genius but impulsive. Apparently rich but dressed like he was homeless. If his phone call with Aizawa was to be believed, then he apparently had a fifth of the city wrapped around his finger, and Shinso didn't doubt it. Hell, he probably had more. The fact that Aizawa had specifically asked if he was incarcerated made Shinso wonder if Midoriya's story on the first day about being arrested and then given the job wasn't the joke they had all assumed. Why they would ever think Midoriya would joke about that eluded him now. I mean, the kid had literally been partially handcuffed. Aizawa had tried his best to keep what Midoriya said on the call a secret, but when two of your students had quirks that gave them sensitive hearing, as soon as Jairu and Shoji had heard what Midoriya said, they had relayed it to the rest of the class. Chaos had ensued. The class was scrambling to know what had happened, Shinso included. Some of them were screaming about how Aizawa-sensei, you shouldn't be teaching Uraraka and Ida, while others were wondering, how did you get shot? That's so manly. The entire Baku squad minus Bakugu, who was ignoring everyone with a black eye and split knuckles. That raised a few questions that no one dared to ask. Aizawa had sighed and retreated into his sleeping bag, giving them absolutely zero explanations. They decided to wait until Midoriya got here because they had a better chance of prying answers from the teenager than the teacher. That's when they had flown into the discussion about Midoriya's apparent immortality, Kaminari arguing that he had some kind of magical power or something. Shinso didn't verbally contribute, keeping his opinion to himself. Midoriya's words from yesterday kept ringing in his head. Shinso found it strong to believe that someone like Midoriya had been in such a place that he had tried to take his own life. He knew all too well the effects of bullies' words, but Midoriya had always presented himself to be impenetrable. It was morbidly comforting to know there was someone who understood his struggles, but it was only by the grace of God that Midoriya was even here and not buried 6 feet under. Shinso eyed Bakugu. Those two obviously had a previous relationship, and from what he had seen it wasn't a good one. Bakugu had tried to hurt Midoriya on the first day, and in turn, Midoriya had almost broken his arm. From that point on they had resolutely ignored each other, Bakugu not even being on the roster for individual training. Shinso attributed that to the possibility that they didn't trust themselves to not kill the other. That was a fight he couldn't predict the outcome of, and he almost wanted to see. Could it be possible that Bakugu had been one of Midoriya's bullies? The blonde boy was violent and insecure enough for it to be possible. He was suddenly broken from his train of thought by the door to the classroom being busted in, revealing Midoriya wrapped in a dark green sleeping bag, sunglasses on and caramel frappuccino in hand. Shinso suddenly got a flashback to the first day of class when Aizawa had appeared in a similar fashion. Sorry I'm late. I had like 12 existential crises and 4 identity ones. Midoriya said, not sounding at all apologetic. Those sleeping bags seemed to also double as Mary Poppins' magical purse because somehow Midoriya was able to pull 6 boxes of Krispy Kreme donuts from its abyss. Kaminari and Mina hooped and proceeded to literally pounce on the boxes. Midoriya stepped out of the sleeping bag and for a moment Shinso wondered if he got a haircut, then he realized that he had just washed his hair. It was still wet from a shower and pinned into a bun at the top of his head. With the frappuccino and bun he looked like a suburban mom. The only thing destroying the illusion was his bandaged knuckles and ragged clothing. He took a long sip off his drink before casting a lazy eye over the frozen class. What? I didn't buy those donuts just for Pikachu and the alien. Kirishima didn't need more prompting, savagely flying at the glazed and fried dough. It was as if someone had unleashed floodgates because as soon as Kiri moved the rest of the student body rushed the donuts. Shinso was pretty sure he saw Jairu stab someone in the eye with her earphone jack and Tokoyami call on Dark Shadow to airlift an entire box out of reach. Azui then proceeded to use her tongue to snatch it out of the creature's talons, and Uraraka used her quirk on both of them so they floated safely above the sugar-inspired brawl. For a second Shinso debated just brainwashing the whole lot of them and making them move so he could take a pastry. Then he decided he didn't trust his quirk to handle so many crazed people and elected to wait on the sidelines for the entropy to take its course. The only others who were sitting out were predictably enough, Todoroki and Bakugu. However, Kirishima had somehow escaped the carnage with 5 donuts that he had placed on Bakugu's desk. The red-haired boy himself was sitting in the desk in front of Bakugu and had spun around to face the battered teen. Bakugu was eyeing the donuts warily but didn't seem to actively try to murder them or Kirishima, so that was counted as a win. Todoroki also wasn't alone. Midoriya had migrated and was sitting on the desk of the bicolored boy. Midoriya, of course, had produced more donuts and was trying to chat up Todoroki. But everyone in Class 1A knew you had a better chance trying to get a wall to respond. So Shinso almost fell out of his chair when he saw Todoroki's lips move to form words and Midoriya laughing at those words. Todoroki looked confused as to why Midoriya was laughing, so Shinso could only assume that whatever he said he hadn't known was funny. Or maybe Midoriya just got giggly around Todoroki. That was a thought. Midoriya having a crush. That idea made Shinso's head spin. Midoriya didn't seem like the type to let emotions cloud his judgment or even exist in the first place. No feeling. Just SDSM. Shinso had to look away before his mind combusted with absolute disbelief. Unfortunately, he turned just in time for a donut to hit him point-blank in the face. It rebounded off his nose and landed perfectly on the desk. Shinso was going to demand someone admit to throwing it, but then decided that it was more of a gift than a punishment. Not one to let proof of miracles go uneaten, he savored the glazed dough as he continued to observe the class and wait for Midoriya's questionably true explanation on Aizawa's injuries. Which was tired. Well, which was always tired. Being the unofficial parent of 3 insane children did that to a person. Person. That word again. Person. It was those 6 letters responsible for his bone-aching weariness. He hadn't reacted nearly as violently as Cypress, opting instead to let his world crumble around him internally. It was horrifying knowing that someone's entire existence could be uprooted with a single observation, which had always been Izuku Midoriya's protector, the first line of defense. Even his occupation was directly related to Aizu, his vigilantism a way to prove all might wrong. Even quirkless, he could still be a hero. Maybe not a conventional one, but a hero nonetheless. He was a creature made entirely of spite, trying to offend all might into realizing that he could have been a hero, even if he didn't have a quirk. But that was all null and void now. Because it turns out Izuku did have a quirk. A quirk that had only activated once an actual personality disorder had formed. If Aizu was right, and he normally was, then whatever his quirk did to that personality disorder had made it evolve to the point where the alters had grown sentient and were actually people. Aizu's body was just as much theirs as it was his, all of them renting out space. Which couldn't quite pinpoint the exact moment his goals had started to deviate from Aizu's. His vigilantism had morphed from a duty to a hobby, something he actually enjoyed. It served Izuku no purpose to F with the police, but that was the only thing which ever wanted to do. Looking back on it now, he probably should have noticed something was up when he had started to feel things other than the mandatory protective streak for Izuku. He should have been tipped off with the wicked satisfaction from escaping from custody and the endearing love for Beetle and Cypress, along with his annoyance and exasperation for all of them. Maybe because he had been experiencing emotions like that for so much longer than Cypress, he hadn't reacted as violently. Or maybe Cypress just reacted violently because he was Cypress. It really didn't matter though. It was clear enough that Cypress wasn't used to feeling anything other than anger. Seeing the world in varying layers of rage and every second as one moment closer to the next fight. It reminded which so much of Katsuki it was almost sickening. Which would be the first to admit that he hadn't seen the thing with Dabi coming. He had fallen asleep, and when he had awoken, Cypress was in Dabi's bed, snuggled up against Dabi's scarred tea, absorbing his warmth. Which was happy that Cypress had found something other than fury in the world, but his resolute need to avoid the fact that this thing with Dabi could actually mean something was painful to watch. All of them had trust issues for days, but to Cypress the idea of depending on anyone was unimaginable. He was an avenger. He was just supposed to avenge. The final stage in ridding whatever was plighting Aizu. It would probably be strange for Izuku and Cypress to both be in a relationship with someone using the same body, but they were still ultimately different people. Izuku didn't seem to have too much of a problem with it, so which supposed it was acceptable. But which needed to stop worrying about the others until he sorted through the wreckage of himself and pulled it all together. Izuku had filled him at the moment they were both awake. Which had sat in absolute silence for the entire exchange, absorbing the information and rejecting it. He hadn't even believed Izuku until he had explained it to Cypress and had watched his reaction. Then the mirror shattered and it all just kinda sunk in. He didn't even know how to explain or sort through everything that was going through his head. It was like this giant amalgamation of fear and betrayal and hope and disbelief. All he knew was that it was too much and it was slowly crushing him. Not that he showed it. He would put up a front, for Aizu and Cypress. Cypress was still stuck in limbo of hating the world and having his world spin out of control, and despite how Izuku seemed now, explaining what happened to Aizawa entirely truthfully, earning a few outraged cries and pledges of retribution directed at Beetle from the class in his normal melodramatic and sassy fashion, Izuku was not doing good. His entire world had become just as shattered and all of the conflict in his past meaning nothing. All the years of abuse about being quirkless were null and void now. His worldview had been turned entirely on its head, which had been there to see his empty eyes and how exhausted he was. The last time Izuku had gotten this bad, he had thrown himself off the edge of a building, which didn't want to see that happen again. Especially after everything that had happened in that hospital. The hospital where Cypress had been banished. The hospital where dozens of repressed memories lied in wait, Izuku blissfully unaware of all of them. But now which had the power to stop Izuku if this latest revelation truly drove him to the edge again. If he would keep himself together long enough to protect Izuku from himself. If push came to shove, he would take control and make Izuku be readmitted. For now, he would ignore the crumbling of his world and just accept it. He was a person now. So what? He would always and forever be Aiza's protector. As an alter or a person, he would protect Izuku to his last breath. From himself or anything else. He had already killed to protect Izuku Midoriya. It should be much easier to keep Izuku from killing himself. Beetle didn't quite know where he was. He had wisely disappeared into the folds of the mindscape and had been wandering for whoever knows how long. He still didn't know if they were far enough to escape Cypress' wrath for the holes they had poked through Aizawa. It was by pure luck that he had even managed to get away before Cypress regrouped and decided to make them a pincushion. He understood everyone's outrage. He liked Aizawa too. He wasn't like the other Chiros. Aizawa didn't want all the limelight surrounding heroics. He was bitter and slightly sadistic. He didn't particularly mind the mildly tortuous training Aizu put the class through as long as he didn't seriously injure anyone. Shuda's little speech to Aizu after the USJ experience about his guilt about failing the students and offering his assistance if Izuku ever felt the undying need to jump off a roof hadn't just surprised Izuku. None of them had ever known someone that genuinely cared if Izuku lived or died other than Inko Dearest. Aizu's second therapist didn't count. It was in Kazuo's job description to make sure one of his patients didn't off themselves. Which in Cypress didn't count either. At this point they were basically family, so they were lumped in with Inko. It was still mind-boggling to all of them that there was someone out there that wasn't required to care that did. It was because Beetle didn't mind Shoyuda that he knew he fed up. The fed up bad. He was a villain. If he didn't loathe a hero, then imagine how the others who weren't murderers felt. Actually, that was a bad ratio. Which was a murderer. Cypress had every intent. Rephrase. If he didn't loathe a hero, then imagine how the others who weren't wanted by every pro-hero in the city felt. Despite the very real possibility of being Cypress' first kill, Beetle couldn't bring themselves to necessarily regret their actions. If they hadn't shot Shoyuda, there was a decent chance they would have been caught and exposed. Who knows what that would spell for Aizu? Being simultaneously outed for being a vigilante and the very villain whom your best teacher pal potently hated. It didn't really matter that they technically weren't him, he had still condoned it. Plus it had been his body doing the deeds. Aizu's mind honestly couldn't handle having the single person who cared for them hate them again. Inko had taken some serious work convincing, and then it had taken months after Aizu was released and Inko found out about Beetle and which for them to trust that she wouldn't turn them in. Even now Inko found reasons to be out of the house at nearly every hour of the day, hiding behind the flimsy excuse of working to pay off Aiza's bills. Disregarding the fact that Beetle had paid them off the moment they had gotten enough money from various deals. Of course, the fact that Inko knew about her son's alters and what they did was conveniently hidden from Izuku. Inko still loved Izuku to death and didn't entirely hate the alters because she recognized they cared just as much, but she still wasn't comfortable being in the presence of murderers, which was entirely understandable. Inko's knowledge of their existence had been voided out of Aiza's memory along with everything else. Beetle wasn't sure if Inko Dearest would be consoled or horrified by the latest development. Beetle himself had gone through both of those stages. He had had quite a long time to ponder what it meant that all communication to the others had been cut off when Aizawa had activated his quirk. He also had an equal amount of time to freak about what it meant. If Beetle was correct in their theory, which he was quite sure he was, his panic attack about it was well deserved. He had taken a good hour hyperventilating about what this meant for all of them, Izuku especially. If they were actually the result of Izu's BRH quirk, and they were actual people, then everything they had ever known needed to be rethought. All things considering, Beetle thought he had handled it quite well, only passing out once. After that, he had been totally fine with it and was much more concerned about how the others were taking it. Beetle knew people. He could read a man like a book and manipulate them like a marionette. Politics, loopholes, and handling people were all things he specialized in. Rich coming from the insane one he knows. But it was true. Therefore, he had a decent idea of how the others were reacting to the news. Cypress was most definitely not taking it well. From what Beetle had observed, the poor child had more trust issues than Izuku and a violent streak that encompassed their entire being. He wore his anger like a second skin and utterly rebuked any emotion other than rage. This new person thing meant he would have to accept that he had feelings other than righteous fury. In his mind, he was an avenger and nothing more. He wasn't allowed to feel anything other than hatred and anger. Cypress clung onto how he was nothing more than an alter, deathly afraid to even have hopes or dreams he could fail at. It had come as a surprise that he had even dared to start a fight club. It had thrown off Beetle's entire algorithm for Cypress, but he soon realized it was Cypress' way to abdicate the insurmountable amounts of pure fury that coursed through his veins. He was just picky about where he got his fists bloodied and didn't want to use the pig pen around the city. Cypress had let his anger get the best of him last time, resulting in his banishment. Cypress was self-aware enough to know to keep the fury in check. It was on a short leash that he was trying his best to control. As far as Izuku was concerned, Cypress losing control was the Shigaraki incident. Neither Beetle nor Witch knew this was true. That wasn't Cypress snapping. That was the rope fraying. Cypress had been quick to patch it up, but he knew that if he didn't find an outlet soon there would be BLD running in the streets. It was partially Beetle's fault that Cypress was so sad all the time. Cypress had always been sad anyway. Even before the hospital. He was an Avenger alter in the beginning after all. Then the hospital happened and Witch and Beetle had both agreed it was best to put Cypress somewhere where he couldn't commit mass murder. Beetle had only meant until he had calmed down. Not for the months that Witch had kept him exiled. It was well-deserved, but Witch couldn't see how keeping him with no way to channel his anger would be more harmful. Beetle had been trying to get Cypress released forever, and Izu finding out about Cypress' existence had been the final push needed. Beetle had actually winced when Cypress appeared with neon pink hair and actually radiated fury. If Cypress snapping before had been enough to call for his exile, then him snapping with months of repressed rage boiling under his skin would be catastrophic. Cypress didn't hold any strong feelings about his banishment. He agreed that it had been necessary. He knew just how dangerous he could get. Beetle was sure that he was aware that Beetle's provocation weren't just random. Beetle knew when he was reaching his limit and had to give him someone to rage at before everything boiled over. Cypress ran along with it, being bloodthirsty, and said at everyone he wasn't particularly picky about who became his punching bag. None of them wanted to see what would happen to Izu if Cypress lost control over that rage, and they were both prepared to do whatever it took to keep Izu safe and sane. Beetle had always aimed to protect Izuku, granted in a way that none of the sane alters agreed with. That was fair actually. Beetle wasn't going to deny that their moral compass was seriously skewed. But it regardless was their way of protecting Izuku, establish connections with dangerous people and building walls of contacts and favors. In their line of work, betrayal could not be tolerated. If they let one traitor get off easy, it would set the precedent that anyone could turn on them once a deal ran out. In dealing with the type of people they dealt with, they couldn't do anything less extreme than murder. Maybe Beetle had always been a little flamboyant with his methods of disposal, but it gave them a distinct calling card. So what Beetle had grown to like, the respect and fear that his name inspired, and therefore the acts that got him there, but who could really blame him? Izuku had spent nearly his entire life being crushed under the heel of society, beaten, bruised, and contempt for being quirkless. Excuse him for reveling in the life that allowed them to be held in esteem by all. The life that had given him a quirk, which was probably taking it slightly better than Cypress. He had been in commission longer and therefore had more desires and had discovered more of his personality than Cypress. However, which would also be wounded by the news of his new sentience. He had always dedicated himself entirely to protecting Izuku, that same protection subconsciously growing to encompass Beetle and Cypress. Beetle doubted that loyalty would be shaken by the latest revelation, and it was a 50-50 chance of which accepting it without comment or rejecting it and letting it eat him up from the inside. Personally, Beetle voted on the latter, which would deny it, and for the sake of Cypress and Aizu he would hide his own wreckage. He would try to be the harbor in the storm, ignoring the fact that the harbor was imploding. It was actually which that Beetle was the most concerned about, which would be able to help Aizu and Cypress sort through their crumbling world but would refuse the assistance of anyone for his own plight. Despite Beetle's knowledge of what made people tick, he was useless when it came to being a therapist and helping people deal with emotions. That had always been Witch's job. Aizu would be the best bet in getting through to the Vigilante, but he would probably focus on keeping himself together to be of any assistance. Cypress would be over it fastest but was even more useless than Beetle when it came to feelings. They were backed into a wall with how to help Witch, and if the Vigilante fell, so would all of them. Which was the backbone of them all. He kept them functional and out of jail, literally. They couldn't afford to have Witch force himself to crumble in an effort to make sure the others didn't shatter. Aizu was probably taking it as well as could be expected. Every hardship he had ever gone through was the result of his apparent quirklessness. Learning it had all been for nada would probably seriously skew his worldview for a while. He would probably be an absolute depressed wreck that is pretending he isn't a total depressed wreck. There was the slight possibility that he might try to leap from another rooftop, but Beetle trusted Witch to keep that from happening. Of course, that responsibility would fall to Beetle if Witch ended up self-destructing first, and Aizu would have a better chance of surviving by entrusting his mental health to a chocolate eclair. Beetle didn't really know how they were doing. After the preliminary panic attack, everything was good. It probably would have caused much longer of freak-out time for Beetle if he hadn't already been questioning the integrity of their altarship. He had always found it strange the level of control they exhibited, effortlessly pushing the others into command of the body they apparently shared. The confirmation still had come as a bit of a shock, sending that wicked panic attack to punctuate the point. Regardless, Beetle knew they were handling it much better than the others probably were. It only took an hour to come to terms and accept his independence from Aizu. He had always been the most different anyway. With a start, he realized that he had run far deeper into the mindscape than he had intended. He had never been this deep before. He had known this area had existed but had never felt the need to travel here. In fact, even being this close made him want to turn tail and book it out of there. He had already experienced all of these terrible repressed memories once and was in no rush to watch them on repeat. Thank you very much. As far as Beetle was aware, Izuku didn't know of this little niche, something that all of the altars had agreed on keeping hidden from Aizu. There was a reason those memories were repressed, and it was for Izuku's own sanity that he remained oblivious to their existence. Turning on their heel, Beetle began the long trek back to the others. Hopefully by the time they were back, everyone had cooled down enough to not murder him on sight. It was a 50-50 chance that Izuku telling them about their new humanity had sobered up Cypress enough for him not to cripple Beetle. Or maybe it had enraged him further. Well, hiding away also had the very good chance of pissing Cypress off more, and Beetle couldn't really afford to pass Cypress' very low level of tolerance. Maybe it would be best to cash in some favors on Cypress' behalf. Just to be safe. Pulling out their phone, the villains scrolled down their very long list of contacts. They weren't sure if this would work, but it was worth a shot. He pressed the phone to his ear and smiled when the line clicked to life and a very rude voice demanded why they were being called. Izuku wasn't sure what to do about the current situation. Not the current quirk situation that he was resolutely not thinking about, but the one that involved Beetle lying on the floor with a few bruised ribs and a switchblade to his throat, Cypress being the perpetrator of the crime, of course. Half of his bubblegum hair was braided into tiny tight plaits on the side of his head, crystal blue eyes glowing with fury. Now Izuku didn't want Beetle dead, but he didn't entirely disagree with Cypress beating the shit out of him for shooting Aizawa. Okay, maybe it was necessary, but was shooting him twice really needed? He knew Beetle had only shot Aizawa the second time was because he just wanted to shoot the gun at something that would cause bodily harm. Which seemed to be in the same conundrum. Frowning off to the side with his eyes narrowed. Izuku could see him mentally struggle about whether he should save Beetle's butt or make him figure it out himself as punishment. Turns out which was more bitter about the whole thing that he had previously let on being, he just sighed and went back to painting his nails jet black. Aizu had never seen which do anything extra to his appearance, whether that be makeup or even styling his hair into anything other than the fishtail, so that he was so meticulously painting his nails for no apparent reason was interesting. Aizu turned back to Cypress and Beetle, intent on finding out if the villain was dead yet or working some kind of word magic to placate Cypress. Izuku blinked in surprise when he saw the insane smile Beetle usually wore whenever Cypress attacked him was missing. At that moment Beetle didn't look crazy. The lack of insanity revealing something much darker. Something dangerous. Maybe Aizu was imagining it, but he could swear he smelt smoke from fires long extinguished. Cypress, however, didn't seem deterred at the sudden level of lucidness and if anything increased his settings from terrifying to heart attack inducing. You know that sheet doesn't work on me, Beelzebub. I've seen you a hell of a lot more sane than this. Cypress' voice glinted like gunmetal, but Izuku still had to choke back a laugh at Cypress using Beetle's actual name. It somehow undermined the threat in his words and the questions it posed. And I've seen you a lot more said. We have a deal, remember? Beetle's voice was still as airy and high-pitched as normal, but there was a slight echo to it that made it blurry. It reminded Aizu of burned parchment and ghosts that made the hairs on his arms stand at attention. He had the sudden notion that this wasn't a confrontation he should be listening to. In the corner of his eyes, he saw which go deathly still, his gaze having snapped to the couple, and Izuku could see the warning in his eyes. Aizu felt suddenly betrayed. He had thought there were no secrets between them. This apparently was not the case. Cypress growled, something low and feral. It wasn't a deal. It was a promise. I hate deals. Which was making cutting motions with his arms, alerting Aizu that they were entering dangerous territory. Beetle's madnessless irises flicked to which, and then Izuku. He didn't make eye contact, but a manic grin bloomed onto his lips and the insanity returned to his gaze. It was so seamless that Izuku wondered if it had ever been missing. The villain pet his head, noticing what Cypress had been trying to hide with his hair. Cypress seemed to have relaxed slightly at Beetle's insanity returning, but immediately tensed when Beetle's smile grew incrementally and he said, "Just what did I miss while I was making all those calls about the aviary?" Cypress blinked and the knife was lifted off the hollow of Beetle's throat. "You were doing what?" Beetle sat up and winced as he felt his ribs. Yes. I called in some favors. The aviary should be up and running by Monday. I am almost impressed." "You're welcome. Now just who gave you those?" Beetle said, pointing an accusing finger to the dark bruises dotting Cypress' collarbone. "My boyfriend." "You're what?" How these two could go from trying to kill each other to having a perfectly civil conversation in the span of 2 seconds was truly astonishing. "I drank half of Kurogiri's bar last night. I and Dabi hooked up. I woke up, had a crisis about being a person, punched a mirror, and then made me and Dabi an official thing." Beetle listened with a bemused expression, lip quivering with barely contained laughter. Finally, the pressure was too much and he doubled over in hysterics, tears streaming out of his eyes either from the pain of his ribs or the hilarity of it all. Cypress frowned. "What?" Beetle took a few moments to compose himself, wiping a tear off his freckles before looking directly at Izuku. "Are we collecting the whole set?" Izuku stared back, confused. Beetle's mouth formed an O as his eyes flicked between Cypress and Izuku. Both looked extremely bewildered. "I must have forgotten to tell you. Oops. Dabi is Todoroki's missing older brother." Simultaneously, Izuku and Cypress blinked. There was a pause before Cypress got up the nerve to speak. "I'm sorry, what?" Beetle looked slightly guilty, but he couldn't disguise his absolute delight at catching them both so off guard. "Dabi's actual name is Tuya. He left the Todoroki household a while ago. Endeavor had poisoned his view of heroes, so he became a villain. Textbook story actually." Cypress didn't say a word, opting instead to stand up and leave. Izuku was tempted to join him. This entire thing was already weird. But Cypress' boyfriend and Izuku's crush being related took it to a whole new level of bizarre. Thinking back on it, Izuku probably should have seen the whole "Dabi is a Todoroki" thing coming. Potent fire quirk. Hatred of heroes. Turquoise eyes. Truly the whole thing was just another stone in the wall of realizations and revelations that were wreaking havoc on his mental health. He could practically feel his meds starting to lose effect. But hey, remember, if things got too much, suicide was always an option. Which the watched the entire exchange with perfectly cultivated disdain. It had been a long night and the insanity was apparently leaking into his day. They hadn't even been awake 5 hours and they had already found out that Cypress' brand new villain boyfriend was Izuku's crush's missing brother. Which was almost scared to go out tonight if they were following the same pattern of ridiculously vital information just being thrown in their path with no preamble. They might not survive long enough to put Izuku's insane plan for the sports festival into action. All of this could ultimately be traced back to Beetle, but it really wasn't his fault that he was the messenger. Which suddenly let out a groan that broke Izuku out of his self-destructive trance. Which had never groaned in such frustration and defeat before. He didn't offer any explanation but pointed up at nothing. Sorry Aizu, but I just remembered that we're having a training session with Ishido right now. Izuku swore he probably should stop having full-on conversations in his brain when he was around normal people. Well, the class definitely thinks I'm crazy. This is like the 5th time this has happened? Ballpark estimate, Beetle chirped, not looking up from his spot on the floor. Izuku could deal with this all later. Right now he had a student with a potent acid quirk whom he was making run laps and he wasn't sure how long it would take to corrode the training field. Mina wasn't entirely sure what was up with Midoriya. There was definitely something up with their student-teacher. The earlier conversation with Kaminari about him being some sort of cryptid or eldritch being hadn't been just for kicks. Midoriya gave off a real, I've been alive over 12,000 years and have lost all faith in humanity vibe. Maybe he was some low-key god of torturous training and peach schnapps. She would need to pay more attention to him and see if she saw him perform some miracle and make a bottle of tequila or something appear in his hand. So far he had produced 6 boxes of donut from a sleeping bag and she was fairly sure that he couldn't fit all of those in there, single-handedly take out a 1/4 of the class in the dark with no quirk. Best more villains that Aizawa at the USJ know about their teacher being shot, and apparently had a 1/5 of the city under thumb. Mina wasn't even sure she wanted to know where UA had dug him up. Some ancient temple perhaps? They had tried to have Toru trail him once, but she hadn't lasted a minute before Midoriya called her out and told her to skedaddle. Mina really hoped Midoriya hadn't figured out that it had been Mina behind that whole incident. Maybe this was her punishment. Running laps until he told her to stop, her leaving an acidic trail in her wake. She wasn't sure which she wanted actually. If he didn't know and this was just standard, she didn't want to imagine what he would do if he did find out. She was too tired for such heavy thinking. Her legs were puddles and her lungs felt like she had just swallowed glass shards. Unfortunately for her, Midoriya was standing by the edge of the field and he showed no signs of telling her to stop. Mina passed him by, acid making her fast enough to leave a slight wind in her wake. Midoriya didn't even so much as blink. She dared to slow to a walk. Midoriya didn't scream at her to keep running, so she took it a good sign. He hadn't moved a muscle and was staring into space, eyes glazed. Mina backpedaled until she was standing directly in front of Midoriya. There wasn't so much as a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He looked a million miles away from Mina and the training field. What was he doing? Intercepting prayers? She waved a hand in front of his face. He blinked but didn't unfreeze. Mina was slightly offended. Wasn't this important enough to not space off? Was he sleeping with his eyes open? Midoriya always looked tired enough for it to be plausible. Suddenly, Midoriya shook his head and Mina jumped back in surprise. Midoriya's eyes refocused and he frowned. Sorry about that. I just found out that my brother's new villain boyfriend is my crush's missing older brother. That was the problem with Midoriya. Mina could ever tell if he was telling the truth or not. The whole situation sounded crazy and like a total fib, but Midoriya said with such conviction it sounded true. Plus, it was Midoriya and anything could be true about him. Assuming that the statement was correct, there was a lot to dissect. Apparently, Midoriya had a boyfriend who was a villain and said villain was Midoriya's crush's missing brother. First off, Midoriya had a crush. The idea was almost laughable. Midoriya didn't seem like the type. Mina wanted to ask about that but instead opted for the safer choice. You have a brother? Midoriya sighed. 2 actually. And then 1 gender-fluid sibling. 3 siblings total. Mina furrowed her brow. Where were their parents? With a start, she realized that Midoriya had no way of receiving this information. He made it sound like he just found out but Mina hadn't seen him on any form of communication. Add it to the tally of weird stuff Midoriya did. Who's the villain? Midoriya was patting around his tattered jacket. Without looking up he replied, a BSD who bonded with my brother over baseball bats? Mina had a feeling that the baseball bats were for more than playing baseball. And is your brother a villain? Mina asked hesitantly. Was this a question she wanted an answer to? Midoriya had apparently found what he was looking for, a silver flask, and contemplated the question. Not this one. Not this one implied that one of them was a villain and Mina wasn't quite sure what to do with that information. Midoriya took a long sip from the flask and Mina could smell the alcohol. She held out a hand. I want some. Midoriya looked scandalized. No. You're a hero in training. You can't be drinking. It'll destroy your body. Mina narrowed her eyes. But you're doing it. Midoriya winked and took another long drink. Yes, but I am neither a hero nor going to be alive long enough to have to deal with its permanent effects. Alien Queen. Well, that was interesting and slightly concerning. Pikachu, Mina, you're alive. Knuckles, you survived. Tape, bravo, you lived. Alien Queen. It was an educational experience in more ways than one. Pikachu, what happened? Duct tape, what did Midoriya do to you? Knuckles, come on, he can't be that bad. Alien Queen. Well, I can't feel my legs and the world is spinning, but that's not the point. Alien Queen. I learned some shit about Midoriya. Pikachu, more stuff to add to the file? Alien Queen. Indeed. Alien Queen. K, so he had be running laps which SED but whatever, but he had totally spaced out and I went to make sure he didn't have a slide or SMH and it took like 2 minutes, but he finally unfroze and told me that he had just found out that his brother's new villain BF is his crush's missing brother. Knuckles. That is... Knuckles. A lot. Pikachu. There is so much in that. Duct tape. No comment WTF. Alien Queen. I'm not done. Alien Queen. So I asked him about his brother and he said he had 3 siblings. Alien Queen. 2 brothers and 1 gender fluid. Alien Queen. And basically said that one of them is a villain. Pikachu. Pikachu. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around the fact that Midoriya has a /crush/. Nux. Okay, so Bakubro grew up with Midoriya and I asked him about that and he just looked at me super weird before saying that Midoriya is an only child. Duct tape. So Midoriya was messing with us? Alien Queen. It didn't seem like it. Alien Queen. But I'm still not done. Pikachu. Jesus Christ woman, what else is there? Alien Queen. I asked him about why he's allowed to drink and him not, and he said, and I quote, yes, but I am neither a hero nor going to be alive long enough to have to deal with its permanent effects. Alien Queen. Which raises a lot of red flags. Alien Queen. Is Midoriya okay? Pikachu takes insomnia. Insomnia. Not sure if this will help the situation, but during our training session Midoriya said he once jumped off a building. Alien Queen. Pikachu, and you're mentioning this now. Pikachu, also. Pikachu, you're in this group chat? Insomnia. Apparently. Knuckles. Okay, so I just asked Bakubro about that too and he got like really defensive but also confirmed that that happened like a year ago. Duct tape. The only conclusion I'm drawing from this is that Midoriya is not okay. Alien Queen. He really isn't, is he? Insomnia. Doesn't look like it. Knuckles. We need to make sure he doesn't do something like that again. Alien Queen. Duct tape. Make a Midoriya protection squad group chat? Alien Queen. Good plan. Shudo didn't quite know what to think of Izuku Midoriya. He wasn't so naive to agree with the rest of the class that he was a celestial or eldritch being, equal parts, because he had spent more time with him than the average student, knowing his backstory and how the Todoroki family had become weaved into it, and having practicality drilled into his mind from a young age. Shudo didn't believe in gods. If they were as merciful as people insisted, then they would never have let his father continue to be such a flaming garbage can without consequence. Somehow his thinking that gods didn't exist made it better than if they did. Because if they did, they certainly did not deserve to be worshipped. If they existed, they were cruel things that people revered. It reminded Shudo too much of Endeavor to let it sit soundly in his mind. Midoriya also didn't believe in gods. They had had an entire conversation centered around the possibility of there being a higher power. Shudo's opinions were something he kept close to his issue, but for some reason around Midoriya, they flew freely. It was something that was almost terrifying in its unfamiliarity. Shudo casually found himself halfway through a conversation with Midoriya where he was defending his opinions or agreeing with Midoriya's. Arguments were common things to have while Shudo was training and Midoriya was supervising. Arguments. They weren't the type of arguments that he and his father got into. Not the type that left the situation worse and Shudo small and shriveled. The first time it had happened, Shudo had frozen, become cold from the tips of his fingers to his toes. Midoriya didn't pause his tirade about corrupt hero economics, but his eyes had flicked to Shudo, so he knew he had noticed. Shudo had half prepared himself to face scalding remarks that left his heart hurting and his pulse skyrocketing for a reason he couldn't name. But Midoriya didn't stop to yell at him about what Shudo didn't really know, but it was what he had expected. Of course, Midoriya didn't. Why would he? Midoriya wasn't Endeavor. Midoriya wasn't even close. After that, Shudo started to notice it. It being how he didn't know how to argue. At some point, Shudo had forgotten how to argue, so he started to pretend he didn't care. He didn't know when it had happened. He had started to become cold. No one could yell at him about showing emotion if he just didn't. Shudo didn't cry anymore. He shed his tears in sheets of ice. He pretended the stuff he didn't know didn't bother him. He pretended that it didn't hurt when he saw Endeavor do something good and heroic on TV. He pretended that it didn't burn when he was nice, and it almost made his father's anger seem like a nightmare. He pretended it didn't scar when the nightmare proved to be real. And Midoriya didn't ask about it. He noticed it, but it wasn't acknowledged. Shudo was grateful. Midoriya seemed to understand, and Shudo was grateful. And maybe it was because Midoriya understood that Shudo stopped being scared to share his opinions. Shudo started to like the training sessions. They were filled with smooth sheets of ice and meaningless debates about everything from ethics to the best way to run. Shudo had begun to trust Midoriya. So when Midoriya had asked him to meet with him on Saturday to talk about the one topic he had never pushed, Shudo had hesitantly accepted. It was strangely reassuring to know that Midoriya was trying to avenge them being Rei and Fuyumi and Natsuo and Tia. Shudo knew Midoriya would do it. Midoriya would bring Endeavor down. For them, Midoriya had no personal squabble with the number 2 hero. But he would do it anyway, and that knowledge for some reason made Shudo feel hot all over. Tomorrow night Shudo would meet with Midoriya to talk about how they would do it. The very idea made him buzz with excitement and trepidation. Was he really going to do this? It would very possibly end with Endeavor being forever shamed or possibly arrested. But that was tomorrow, and today he had one more training session with Midoriya. Midoriya, who had shown up late for undisclosed reasons with bandaged knuckles bearing knowledge that Aizawa had been shot the previous night. Midoriya was leading dozens of lives. Shudo was envious. He had been nothing but his father's for so long their lives had bled together. Standing in the middle of the training field, Shudo studied Midoriya. Midoriya didn't look any different from this morning when he had appeared at Shudo's desk with donuts and a laugh born of nothing Shudo considered particular funny. Midoriya always looked like Midoriya. Exhausted but exuberant. But there was something different about it today. Shudo had worn enough masks to recognize them on others. Midoriya had always been suspiciously unmasked, but today there was a damper on his normal mood. Less exuberance and just exhaustion. Midoriya had always given Shudo space, and although he hungered to know what had all transpired in the last 24 hours, he would not push it unless Midoriya brought it up. Are we continuing where we left off last time? With the ice wall? Shudo said this with the intent to try and bring the bouncing joy that infected Midoriya whenever they were playing around with his quirk. The bouncing joy didn't come. Instead, Midoriya averted his gaze and said no. Today we are going to work on controlling your fire. Shudo didn't respond. Midoriya knew. Midoriya knew that Shudo wouldn't. Midoriya knew that it kept him up at night. That sometimes he wanted to claw at his arm and face until he scraped out his fire. Scraped out his father. Scraped out the proof. Scraped out the thing that his father worshipped. No, Shudo felt the mask starting to slip back into place. He had been so stupid to think that Midoriya could be trusted. That Midoriya understood. Midoriya's gaze snapped into his. There was something in his eyes that looked an awful lot like regret. It made Shudo pause. Todoroki, please. You can't keep going like this. Repressing a part of yourself. It was never his power. It's your power. Shudo didn't respond. Midoriya closed his eyes and swayed to a beat that Shudo couldn't hear. When he opened them again, Midoriya's mask was gone entirely. Shudo saw that there was nothing there. Nothing there but a bone weariness and hollow soul. Midoriya was a boy drained of life. For the first time, Shudo saw how Midoriya could have possibly tried to end his life. Midoriya had always been untouchable. The idea of his previous suicide never seemed really true. It seemed true now. This must have been how he looked when he stood on that rooftop. A year ago I would have killed for that power. A year ago I nearly died because I didn't have it. But that was a year ago and I'm not going to guilt trip you into using it. You can't tell me that you sometimes don't feel human. Sometimes you don't feel real. You feel broken and shattered and incomplete. Sometimes you don't know if you are you. If there is one thing I know, it's control and how exhausting it is to fight for it every minute of every day. At some point, Midoriya had stopped talking about Shudo. It still applied and Shudo was stuck somewhere between confusion and elation. Midoriya understood more than he had thought and it made Shudo feel. There had always been some part of him that told him he was overreacting and making up fake notions. To know someone who got it so completely made him wonder what had happened to make Midoriya understand. But you learn that control isn't always needed. They are begging you to work in tandem. Let go. I promise it won't make you any less you. For the first time in my useless life, I'm telling the truth. Endeavor never owned you. Your power is not his and it never will be. You shouldn't be imprisoned by your lineage. You shouldn't be imprisoned by your lineage. You don't have to be a prisoner of your BLD. Nearly similar words from a memory resurfaced. Ray had told him that. Ray was right. Midoriya was right. Fire sung in Shudo's veins. A chorus of smoldering embers. All around him there were flames. It was a power unshackled. There was a ghost of a smile on Midoriya's face, illuminated by orange and yellows. Shudo was careful to keep the fire an arm's length away from the green-haired boy. He didn't want to accidentally burn him. Midoriya pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He didn't bother with a lighter. He used the living pyre named Todoroki Shudo to set it alight. He took a long drag and crossed his arms. Shudo's eyes prickled as Midoriya smiled. Shudo would set the world ablaze for that smile. It was a million sunrises, unburdened by whatever weight Midoriya held on his shoulders. It made the blaze rise higher. He probably couldn't hear him over the roar of the flames, but Shudo shouted anyway. Thank you, Midoriya. Midoriya mouthed back. Call me Izuku. Midoriya wasn't a god. Izuku Midoriya deserved to be worshipped. Bakugo knew he didn't deserve anything. He was as bad as a murderer. He knew he didn't deserve Kirishima, turning up at his desk with donuts and small talk that had made his shoulders relax. For a moment it was almost like he was a good person. But then he saw Deku in the corner laughing with half and half and he remembered he was a monster. It took Cypress an obscenely long amount of time to get ready. It took him an even longer amount of time to run around the mall and grab all of the needed materials to make Izuku's body look like him. He was taking his promise to Dabi very seriously and even went so far to mark his hands with Sharpie and splatter them with spray paint. Izuku wouldn't let him actually pierce his ears, so Cypress settled for a sleeve of clip-ons. Contacts colored his eyes an icy blue. He curled his hair to make it more closely resemble the wild ringlets that outdid Izuku's, and it took 3 boxes of pink hair dye to get it the right neon shade. Hey, Izuku said, you ever think about how much pain my hair is in because of how we murder it daily? No, Cypress replied, not looking up from where he was leaning over his black jeans with tweezers. 4 reasons leagues beyond Izuku's comprehension, He was trying to distress them past the point where they could ever serve a practical purpose. This, apparently, involved plucking out the horizontal threads individually. Well, I do. Cypress' jaw ticked. So we've been informed. We should invest in wigs. Very slowly Cypress raised his head. Why? Izuku sighed with feeling. I literally just said it's because I'm concerned my hair is going to start falling out cause it's fried. We fried it. It could be served at a fast food restaurant. You know, babes, Beetle chimed in, why haven't we been using wigs this whole time? It would be so much easier. We could finally have some FNG consistency. Oh, shut it, Cypress snapped. It's not our problem that your hair is 3 different colors. Which made eye contact with Izuku over their siblings' heads and pointedly didn't acknowledge that half of their party had devolved into snarling and snapping at each other. I'll dig around and find someone to do the wigs, he said through his teeth. It's the best idea that anyone has had in weeks. Predictably, both Cypress and Beetle didn't even glance up at their brother. Izuku noticed that their snipping had at some point turned into Beetle mercilessly teasing Cypress about his attention to detail and Cypress shutting him down with the accusation that they were just a lonely beach. Izuku ignored the writhing snake of jealousy curling in his stomach. It seemed unfair that Cypress, debatably the most incompatible of all of them, got a boyfriend before Aizu. Not that Izuku wasn't happy for him. He was. He definitely was. But he was stuck still pining after Shudo and hadn't gotten up the courage to deal with it yet. But he was going to deal with it. Today's overwhelming success in training and finally getting Shudo to use his fire along with achieving a first-name basis, Izuku had made up his mind to ask Shudo out on a date. Now, Izuku didn't quite know when he was going to do it, but he would. He may or may not have accidentally poured out a little bit too much of his soul in an effort to get Shudo to understand his worth, and if he could do that he could ask him out to coffee. Right? Izuku knew all about secrets. Hell, his existence was practically a secret. He was very, very good at keeping secrets. However, he also had got 100% on his self-awareness quiz, so that meant one type of secrets was off-limits. People commonly kept secrets from themselves, and those secrets boiled down to I am afraid. And Izuku was. He was afraid and he knew it. It was just that fear wasn't uncommon. Izuku lived the majority of his life afraid. He was afraid to the point it made him brave. He just ignored his fear and powered through it. Despite what he led people to believe, he was still as scared as the boy he had been before he decided to dive headfirst off a building. The only difference that he stopped fearing the fear. But why was Izuku so scared to ask Shudo out on a stupid date? Why was he so scared that he had a quirk? Why was he so scared that he shared a consciousness with 3 other people? It scared him that he didn't know why he couldn't push the fear away. He knew it wasn't for the fear of being rejected or becoming insignificant compared to the others. Izuku was constantly rejected. One more rejection would just add to the tally. He also already knew he was insignificant. He had always known he was replaceable. It wasn't anything new. Izuku had always known himself, and it terrified him that he didn't know himself now. Maybe it was like he told Shudo. He didn't feel human or real or complete. While that was true, it didn't bother him that much. He had never been complete, and being human or real wasn't a major concern. If people didn't accept him, it didn't matter. They didn't anyway. They didn't accept him when he was quirkless, and they definitely wouldn't accept him if he had a quirk that made people. Besides, Izuku wasn't even sure he technically had a quirk. If they were being technical, then Beetle was the only one that had a quirk. He would tell Shudo about it. About how he shared a body with a villain, Vigilante, and Cypress. He would tell Shudo about how Cypress was dating his long-lost brother. He didn't want to keep secrets from Shudo and then lose him when he found out about it. Because people would find out about it. He had given some hints to Ishido. Izuku knew secrets, and he knew that most secrets were given away. His was too large to never be found out. He wasn't naive enough to think Aizawa and Class 1A would forgive him. That was fine. He never deserved them in the first place. Izuku was used to being abandoned by things he didn't deserve. It was some small consolation knowing that Beetle, Witch, and Cypress would never leave him. They physically couldn't. Although, Izuku wondered how long their unconditional love and protectiveness would last. He almost wished that they could leave before they started to loathe the situation they were in, forever bound to a deteriorating body that wasn't their own. But then again, they had never known anything else, and you can't miss what you never had. Izuku wondered how long it would take for them to start to loathe him. It would happen sometime. Izuku hadn't been lying when he called them his siblings. They were that and more. But siblings could learn to hate each other, and being stuck with each other constantly would eventually turn their love sour. Which was scared that Izuku would try and kill himself again. It was a valid concern. Izuku had considered it. However, he didn't know what would happen if their communal body died. Would the others die too? It wasn't a risk Izuku was willing to take, so for now he would stay alive. For their sake. A sudden screaming broke him from his dangerous train of thought. To anyone else, it would be concerning, but Izuku lived with Cypress and Beetle. Screaming was the second most common thing besides swearing. As usual, it was Beetle who was screaming. It was less of a terrified Cypress is trying to kill me scream and more of a witch is trying to make something other the candy type scream. Which was trying to steal the bag of sour gummy worms away from Beetle. Izuku found this offensive. No one should try and steal anyone's gummy worms. Even their residential vodka mom. Cypress also found this offensive and the screaming annoying, but his eyeliner needed his undivided attention if he was going to get it sharp enough to skin Dobby if necessary. He shouted for Witch to let Beetle rot their teeth and Beetle to stop screaming like a little bitch and fight back. Beetle ended up letting go but then pulled out another larger bag out from the pocket of their sweatshirt. Which gave up and turned to Cypress. Sigh. Cypress scowled at the nickname and popped his lips to even out the wine-red lipstick. What? Can you bring my vigilante stuff with? I want to go out and F with the police a bit. It's been a long time. Cypress shrugged. Sure. I don't give a shit. Just don't get us caught. You can have control at midnight or something. Izuku groaned. He would be sore as shit tomorrow. Which had the highest pain tolerance of all of them and didn't bother to notice when they passed the breaking point. There was also a decent chance that he may be shot to have to jump through a window to escape the police or a pro-hero. Don't get us killed? Which looked offended. That is literally everyone else's job. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You sassed. Which? Are you drunk? I have to put up with Cypress and Dobby's romance for hours. Let me try and drown it out. Beetle cackled. And you say we are the bad influences? Which and Izuku said, you are, at the same time as Cypress said, we are. Beetle blew a raspberry and continued to eat their gummy worms in pouty silence. 30 minutes later Cypress arrives at Kurojire's bar looking his goddamn best. Dobby had wanted to see what he actually looked like and here it was. He hadn't specifically done himself up to the point of it being noticeable, but Cypress knew he looked good. He ingy better for the hours of hair and makeup he put himself through. Toga is the only one present at the bar, and when she sees Cypress standing in all his zombie apocalypse graffiti neon glory, she wolf whistles and exclaims in joy about how much better than Beetle he looked. Beetle squawks in betrayal and outrage. Izuku and Witch snicker. Toga doesn't hear. Obviously. Toga moves on to say how she had called this from the Dobby and Cypress first ever meeting. Cypress didn't appreciate being on this side of, I told you so. Luckily, Dobby magically appears before Cypress loses his very short temper and does something rude, like punching Toga in the mouth. Dobby stands shell-shocked for a moment. Cypress PPS an eyebrow with 25% more confidence than he feels. Which GGS at the romantic tension. Toga excuses herself to presumably film the interaction from behind the corner. Cypress takes a large step forward. Dobby does the same. Which excuses himself completely. 2 more steps later Cypress and Dobby stand not half a foot away from each other. Dobby starts to speak. You look Ev. He doesn't have a chance to finish. Being punched in the nose usually has the kind of effect. Now, Cypress didn't want to break anything, so he didn't hit Dobby that strong, but strong enough to make the villain stumble back a step. What the F dash? That's for not telling me who you actually were, Tuya. It wasn't important. The F, you mean it wasn't important? Now Izuku has a crush on your brother. Dobby blinks. What? Yeah. Aizu is working his butt off to get Shudo to date him. Dobby wheezes a little. Oh my god. Cypress scowls. It isn't funny. Yes it is. It very much is. Cypress pauses for half a second before conceding the point. Yeah, alright, maybe a little funny. I'll endorse it. Tell Aizu that Shudo loves cold soba. Dabi pauses. At least he did. It's been a while since I've seen him. And just like that, the always lit embers of anger in Cypress City spark, and the world starts to go narrow in the way it always does when his rage starts kicking at his ribs again. Yeah, what's up with that jackass? Cypress says, wolfish and mean, first you ditched your family and then you joined the organization that is trying to kill your little brother? Well, what was I supposed to do? Dabi asks, hackles rising. It was his effing quirk and his effing obsession that did this to me. Cypress doesn't flinch at the gesture towards his scars. He doesn't know the story, but he isn't an idiot. An a-hole father plus a strong fire quirk plus a heroics community that would feel duty-bound to find the number 2 hero's missing son equals a not-so-pretty answer. I'm not begrudging your need for revenge. I'm just wondering why the F you left them there. I was 12. Jesus Christ. Do you think I could bring a 10-year-old with me? Dad wouldn't give a shit if I was gone, but if Shudo disappeared? Trust me, it was safer for everyone involved if it was only me. You think that BS dirty wow dash. Ray talks about you sometimes. It was like Dabi had been hit with a bucket of cold water. Everything that he had been gearing towards ground to a halt. What? When I was in the psych ward at the hospital, Izuku continued, I met Ray there. How do you think I know about this? Dabi looks into Izuku's fake blue eyes and to Cypress. They both look very, very young. What does she say about me? Izuku shrugs. She mostly wonders what you're doing now. She's glad you got out. Unwillingly, a giggle bubbles out from Dabi's lips. I'm not sure she'd be glad about my current occupation. All of the sharp edges that had been dropped when Izuku took control came back in sharp relief as Izuku left. Cypress grins, and it's only a little hungry. Probably not, but that's half the fun. I was going to kill him. Cypress considers it. What changed? Nothing really. I still plan to. I had a chance a while back. Didn't take it? Cypress PPS his head. Why not? It was too easy. Not enough. Too impersonal. Dabi talks like the words are being ripped right out of him, something simmering and feral just below the surface. He's going to burn to death, but when he does he's going to know it was me. Cypress doesn't say anything. There isn't anything to say. He thinks that Beetle had made a mistake when they called Dabi Tuya. He wasn't Tuya anymore. There was BLD on his hands. Tuya died years ago. Izuku is planning on meeting with Todoroki tomorrow to discuss what they're going to do about Endeavor. Aizu will be dead if he lets him get off scot-free. If Todoroki decides he wants him dead, then I'll let you do it. But knowing Todoroki, he'll probably go down the legal route. Dabi huffs. He's always been a better person than me. Just think of it this way, Cypress says, showing so many teeth he dim and near unhinges his jaw. If he's in jail, you won't have to waste time finding a battleground. They stay at the bar for maybe an hour. Long enough for the sun to start dipping below the horizon and for the alcohol to leave a slight buzz in their veins. They'd both been nursing their glasses, this being something they both want to be sober for. Cypress is face down onto the countertop, shoulders shaking with laughter. To his left, Dabi is gesturing with one hand as he recounts a story about how this one black market merchant thought he could cheat the league. Cypress can't figure out why he's laughing so strong. He hasn't even had 2 fingers, and while the story is funny, it isn't objectively hilarious enough to warrant his reaction. There is something warm and flickering inside of his eye, and he has the oddest thought that if they were to turn off the lights he would be glowing. It's enough to jolt him back to reality. He isn't very good with emotions in general, but the positive ones unnerve him more than any of the others. They're sneaky and quiet and lay pitfalls in their wake. The more he thinks about it, the more restless he gets. The main issue is that this quiet sort of contentment is something he's beginning to want to keep. This is dangerous. He thinks to himself, but not loud enough that he can convince himself that it matters. He didn't think he could feel this way. It is becoming truly worrisome how often his gaze keeps snagging on Dabi's mouth. Okay, he says, draining the rest of his glass because Jesus Christ, we're leaving. Dabi stops talking and looks at him. Where to? He asked, standing up. I want to show you something. It's a surprise, Cypress grins, waving his hands as he walks backwards towards the door. He snags the bag he had left by the door on his way out. It contains all of Witch's sheet along with all of Cypress spray paints. He wasn't going to bring them with but figured he might want to do a late-night art project. That's worrisome, Dobby teases. You gonna serial kill me? Maybe. Why is this how you flirt? Witch's voice echoed through his head. Please stop. Well, it's not like you have to tune in. Cypress snapped. Ready for some cardio? Excuse me? Dobby replies. It's a bit of a poke, Cypress says, bending down to retie his boots. Your idea of a date is running? Cypress shaws. Now. We just gotta get there first and maybe I just want to see you sweaty. Please, for the love of God, I'm going to throw myself into the sea. Cypress winks. Dobby raises both eyebrows before his lips curl into a pleased smile. Without any warning, he talks off like a shot down the road. You're going the wrong way, dumbass. Cypress shouts after him, white teeth cutting like a knife through the twilight. Distantly, Cypress hears a goddammit. They slow as Cypress turns into an alleyway, more muscle memory than anything else. Half jogging towards the rusty dumpster a few feet away, they've taken a moment to catch their breath. After a minute, Dobby looks around skeptically. This is where you were taking us? Cypress narrows his eyes. Of course not. He points upwards. Up there is where I'm taking us. What? In one fluid motion, Cypress pulls himself onto the top of the dumpster and jumps, catching the bottom rung of a fire escape floating a few feet above his head that had been locked into place. He can feel Dobby's eyes on his back as he climbs hand over hand until his feet find purchase, the rattling of his spray paint joining the clanking of the fire escape. He doesn't turn around until he is on the first landing. Only then does he gaze down at Dobby, who is staring at him with narrowed eyes, the twilight light casting his face in shadows. You can climb, right? He taunts. Dobby grunts before ungracefully jumping on the dumpster, making a hollow bang. He doesn't have to jump to reach the fire escape, and Cypress frowns. Fing tall people. In a few moments, Dobby joins him on the landing. Cypress continues up the ladder, rusted and creaky. What's your top 5 favorite smells? Cypress almost trips and stops, looking backward. Excuse me? What's your top 5 favorite smells? Dobby asks again. Mine are mint, cardamom, cloves, eltar, and wormwood. Cypress says, resuming his ascent. I never really thought about it. Probably, citrus? And pomegranate. And dark chocolate and tobacco. And whatever that smell is after it rains. Petrichor? Yeah, that. Soon they are 5 stories up and Cypress stops. They are slightly above the flat roof of another building and he spins around so his back is to the ladder. Below him, Dobby says, wait, hold on. Cypress doesn't think of the long drop down as leans forward. Doesn't pause as he launches himself forward and lets go of the rung. For a millisecond he's floating in midair. Adrenaline pumps through his veins and he drops onto the roof of the neighboring building, rolling to soften the impact. He pulls himself onto his feet and looks across at Dobby. Well, come on, he says, beckoning him across with a hand. You are a disgusting show-off, the villain says before he copies Cypress' movements and jumps with no hesitation. He rolls and is onto his feet in an instant. Beastie, Cypress says and walks to the other edge of the building. With the dregs of sunset he can barely make out the barred windows below him and without having to think about it he twists and disappears over the edge. He keeps a hand on the ledge as he kicks his feet to try and finds the bars. It's too dark to really see but Cypress has done the route enough times that he knows how far to drop. The bars of the window clang loudly as he wedges his boots between them. It's still a good 7-foot drop to the overpass and Cypress adjusts his bag. By now Dobby is standing at the roof edge and staring down at Cypress, turquoise eyes just barely visible in the low light. Cypress gives him a car crash grin before letting go of the bars and falling backward. Sigh. He hears Dobby exclaim and reaches out to catch him but he's already gone. He hears as Dobby lowers himself onto the ledge with the bars and sees the blue light from Dobby's fire. If you broke your back I'm leaving you here. Silence. Swearing, Dobby shoots a fireball onto the overpass, but it's empty. Sigh? Where are you? Right here, Cypress says, walking out from behind the wall half a story down and leaning out the smashed window. Dobby starts badly. The window's broken and wall caved in below you, Cypress explains, feeling satisfaction curl like a lazy cat in his stomach. You can't see it from the top. A-hole. Dobby says as he works his way down and into the building. Is this it, or do we have to scale another building? Nope, Cypress says, popping the P. We're there. Gimme a sec. Inside, it's so dark almost everything is pitch black. Cypress feels his way to one of the concrete columns, and in a moment the entire space is flooded with the yellow-white light of industrial floodlights. He squints, eyes sting for a second before they adjust. Once they do, he can see Dobby's eyes roving over the brick walls, layered and dripping with spray-painted pictures and words. In one of the corners, there are stacks of canvas, some so large they take up the entire wall, colors poking out from their edges. Welcome to my studio, Cypress says. There is a very long silence as Dobby walks around and scrutinizes the graffiti. He picks through the canvas paintings and Cypress starts to grow just the tiniest bit anxious. I didn't know you could do art, Dobby says finally. Obviously, Cypress says, and it comes more defensively than he meant it to. It's really good, Dobby says, holding and staring at a canvas that is wider than his shoulders. Thank you. Dobby turns to him. I'm not joking, sigh. The sheet is really good. Cypress swallows a little thickly. Thanks? You could sell these. Get them admitted to a gallery or something. He sets the painting down and gestures to the entire room. Hell, this entire room could be admitted to a gallery. Cypress shrugs. The walls are mostly just for practice for actual pieces around the city. Line weight and speed and colors and all that. In a few long strides, Dobby is standing before him, and the embrace that had been brewing the entire night explodes. It tastes vaguely of brandy, and it isn't until Cypress is in the thick of it that he finally realizes what the absence he had been feeling the whole night was. He hadn't realized how heavy his rage was until he set it down. He embraces back hungrily, all-consuming, smoldering, and lighter than he can ever remember being. Minutes or hours later, when their lips are bruised and breaths shallow, they're sitting on the floor. Cypress takes a drag of his cigarette and then turns to Dobby. Hey, let's go get waffles? Which didn't particularly like knowing breathing felt like drowning if you did it right. Which liked even less that he was doing it right. He was inhaling frigid lungfuls of pond water while perched on the roof of a building is the red light district. Of course, he was not submerged under ice with chattering teeth, so this led him to believe that he was having a panic attack. He was breathing like he had never learned the meaning of oxygen, but there was something akin to delight boiling under his skin, and it disturbed him. He supposed the dying was the only thing left to look forward to fear, and that meeting it halfway was the only way he would feel complete. Which wondered if he should become a philosopher. Which realized he needed to start breathing. The catharsis of the idea of dying had passed, and he took shaky breaths to make the black crowding the corners of his vision dissipate. As the threat of suffocation passed, the furious voices of Cypress, Beetle, and Izuku filled his ears/mind. Jesus, Mary, Fang Joseph. What the F which? For all the shit you give Izu for being suicidal, here you are depriving yourself of oxygen because you decided that crawling through a tiny but vent to chase a villain is a good idea. Cypress screamed, the first one to scramble together coherent thoughts. Which stared blankly at the words and decided not to give Cypress the satisfaction of agreeing even though he was right. He was still annoyed that he was forced to witness his and Dobby's displays of affection. Which, babe, that was really Fing stupid. We all know you're claustrophobic as hell, so why did you do that? Beetle was rightfully irked, but which got suddenly tired of the argument, so tuned it out before Izuku could put in his 2 cents. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to directly face his phobia of small spaces by spending half an hour crawling through a vent 12 sizes too small following a villain who, having a quirk that let them turn tiny, could easily navigate. But, to be far, which was still more than a bit tipsy, so excuse him for making less than logical choices. In the end, the villain had gotten away and which got a panic attack and a few minutes of on-land drowning. Well, you win some, you lose some. Hopping off the building, he tucked himself into roll to avoid breaking any bones. He ignored the twang of pain from his ankles and the hands that were now extra scrapped thanks to Cypress' abuse of the body earlier that night. For some reason, which wanted to punch a wall. It was a very un-witch-like action, but one he wanted to do nonetheless. As he did, his head started to pound along with his heart. The wall of the building didn't give, unfortunately, so he turned his attention to the window that, when punched with full force, shattered. Lovely. which found that the BLD on his knuckles was no less satisfying than if it was someone else's. He whistled as he walked down the street, checking alleyways for any funny business. Was he slightly dissociated? Most likely. Did he care? Should he? Probably. The vigilante was torn between actively seeking out the police and having a nice chat with Neo Mesa or finding another criminal to bring to the police station. If he tried strong enough, he could do both. Which enjoyed not having to listen to the others' ranting and ravings. They all seemed to get withdrawals if they didn't make some form of conversation. Who knows what they were doing right now, for all which knew he could come back and Cypress would have killed them all for doing something dumb like antagonizing him. For the first time, which wondered if it was unfair. He was brought into the world as a fighter and a protector. For Izuku he was the judge, jury, and executioner. The lines of right and wrong didn't exist, only protect. He didn't mind it. Not really. He loved Izuku fiercely and would voluntarily protect him with his life. But that his love didn't change the fact that he still tried to drown memories of white hospital rooms with crimson-stained tiles and that he would wake up with the plea of, "Let me go, I miss myself," on his lips. Who exactly he was missing he didn't know. Maybe the person he had been before he had sent Cypress away and knew death so intimately he swore he saw the doctor's ghost at the supermarket. That made sense now. Of course the doctor knew Izuku wasn't quirkless. The first thing they had told Izuku was that his quirk gave him the ability to know everyone else's. Suddenly, the doctor didn't seem so delusional. Anyone who knew that Izuku could make people would want to know how. Which looked down to realize his hands were shaking. He frowned and stuffed them into the folds of his robes. The air smelled of storms and thunder rumbled in the distance. Which quite liked thunderstorms but was distracted when he passed two shadows that seemed too solid to be shadows. He backtracked a few steps and paused at the mouth of an alleyway. From where he was standing, he could tell that there was a man crouched over another man who had a katana sticking out of their back. At this point, which assumed that the other man was a corpse and he had just walked into a murder. Supremely unimpressed, he folded his arms and monotoned, "You're going to get caught if you do it like that." The murderer spun around but didn't look all that surprised, which subconsciously flinched when he saw that the murderer was smiling and that he had a long red and tattered scarf. That's kinda the point. The murderer's gaze flicked up and down, which before sneering, "You're that vigilante. What are you gonna do? Try and lock me up?" Now it was Witch's turn to scoff. "I'm not an idiot. I would lose that fight. Plus, I admire your work." Stain looked skeptical and Witch couldn't really blame him. Witch portrayed himself as a neutral good, definitely not the type to agree with a hero killer. "Do you now?" "Oh, definitely," Witch said, flicking imaginary lint off of his robes. "I mean, heroes are corrupt. They deserve to be purged." He paused as he thought of Aizawa, by extension Yamada, all except two. Who? Eraserhead and Present Mike. Stain raised an eyebrow. "Not All Might?" "God, no," Witch laughed humorlessly. "He's okay, I guess, but we have a bit of a personal grudge." "Do you now?" Stain grinned, although it was more a baring of teeth. "May I ask what that is?" "He accidentally made my little brother kill himself. He survived, luckily. He didn't mean to, but it was an unhappy consequence." Stain seemed surprised, and Witch wondered if it was the best idea, destroying the image of a hero to a hero killer. Then Witch remembered that he didn't really care. "He's actually the reason I became a vigilante. To prove that you could still be a hero even if you don't have a quirk." "You're quirkless?" Stain didn't sneer the word quirkless, so Witch took it as an honest question. "More or less. Not everyone is gifted with fancy quirks like being able to paralyze people if you taste their BLD. Witch figured it would be interesting to see how Stain reacted to Witch's knowledge. The answer was surprisingly well. Stain threw his head back and laughed. "I must say, little vigilante, you've surprised me. You have spine. Not many people would dare to try and one-up a murderer, much less a murderer of heroes." Witch shrugged. "I find myself surrounded by quite a few on a daily basis. Hell, my sibling shot one yesterday. It was unfortunate. We all like Eraserhead." Stain gave a smile that would have terrified most, but which shared a mind with Cypress, so he wasn't fazed. "I like you, little vigilante." And just like that, Stain was gone, and Witch was left alone with a hero corpse. He was also fairly sure that he could hear sirens in the distance. The pros would be there shortly but which still wanted to talk to Naomasa, so he broke into a half-hearted jog. Mina stared at phone. This could end very badly for her, but a dare was a dare. Kaminari, Shiro, and Kirishima were all grinning at her like the little estis they were. They were all at Mina's house for a sleepover, and around midnight they decided to start playing Truth or Dare. It had gone well, with Mina expertly crafting dares and truths that had gotten Kirishima to admit that he for some reason had a crush on Bakugo, and had even gotten Kami and Shiro to finally admit their feelings for each other. It had gone well until Kami had dared her to call Midoriya. It was like 3 in the morning and Mina wasn't sure she wanted to risk waking up Midoriya. Although, based on his eye bags, she felt like she could safely assume he never slept. Still, calling Midoriya. Who knows what he did at night, but if his daytime antics were anything to go by, something insane, and that could be added to the file of evidence that he was a cryptid. Come on, Mina. Hurry up. Kami taunted, wiggling his eyebrows. Mina suddenly wanted to throw the phone in his smug face. Fine, she snapped back and stared him down as she dialed Midoriya's number. Kirishima had asked his crush for it and Bakugo had begrudgingly agreed because he did whatever Kiri wanted. Put it on speaker. Kirishima shouted and Mina glared at him as she did so. It rung 7 times and by that time Mina was marginally panicking. What if she woke him up? What if Midoriya was some kind of crime lord and she was interrupting an important meeting? Finally, the other end crackled to life and a voice that distinctly wasn't Midoriya asked, "Hello?" Mina glanced at the others. Did they get the wrong number? Is Izuku Midoriya there? The voice on the other end mumbled something they couldn't understand before pausing and saying, "Not at the moment. This is his brother and the resident vodka mom. Can I take a message?" So Midoriya did have a brother. He hadn't been messing with her earlier. Mina looked at Kaminari with a slightly worried expression. Now what did she say? Kaminari gestured for her to continue the conversation and Shiro had pulled out a notepad. Mina instantly realized what they wanted. This was a great time to get some concrete information on Midoriya. Mina started to respond but was interrupted by a loud crashing sound from the other end of the phone along with the distant voice of Izuku's brother. That wasn't me. I ever killed someone? I used tranquilizers, not katanas. Mina exchanged a wary glance with Kaminari and Shiro as she suddenly remembered her previous conversation with Midoriya about his siblings. Which one had they gotten? The one dating the villain, the one who was a villain, or the one who they had absolutely no information on? Sorry about that, the voice said, shocking Mina out of her thoughts. The police think I killed someone, which I didn't. Just had a nice conversation with the murderer. Why did you call Aizu? Midoriya's brother said this so calmly as if having conversations with murderers happened every day. Being related to Midoriya, who knows? Sorry, just to clarify, you're Midoriya's sibling, right? If you are, which one? There was a noise on the other end that sounded suspiciously like a gunshot followed by another remark from Midoriya's sibling that wasn't directed to Mina. When has shooting me stopped me before? Naomasa would be annoyed if I died, so don't aim for the head or the heart. Honestly, I'm not even trying. It was at that point Mina decided everyone in Midoriya's family was a cryptid. His brother was taunting whoever was shooting at him and had apparently been shot before. She was surprised when he answered her question. Name isn't important, but I'm not the villain if that's what you're asking. I'm also not dating the villain. I am, however, universally hated by all authorities and am currently giving a half-ass effort to avoid the police. Not that it matters if I get caught. Their current high score for keeping me in 34 minutes and I still don't think they figured out how I escaped. Mina blinked. Kami blinked. Kiri blinked. Shiro blinked. Well, okay then. Do you know who Midoriya's crush is? Yes, but I'm not going to tell you. Mostly because Aizu would try and kill me and I find myself cornered with not windows to conveniently jump out of. Okay. Thanks anyway, Mina said and then hung up. She turned to the boys. What just happened? Naomasa was tired. He had already been tired. Now he was going to be extra tired because he was once again meeting with his favorite vigilante. He had allowed himself the tiniest sliver of hope that the vigilante had moved on, being they hadn't seen him in a while, but that hope died tonight. Once again, which was in an interrogation cell. Everything had been confiscated, staff, WHP, knives, gun, and phones, he had 4. They also confiscated his hat, robes, and bandana, leaving Witch in a black turtleneck and breathes. Somehow, Naomasa liked him better in his vigilante outfit. At least then he couldn't see his eyes. The cold black eyes that were staring directly into Naomasa's, even though the detective was behind one-way glass. Witch was also smiling. Something that had never happened before, and Naomasa decided he didn't like it. It wasn't a malicious smile or a dangerous one. It was a soft grin that made Witch almost look angelic with his smattering of freckles and light blue braid. And then Naomasa remembered that this was a boy who trigger-happy officers had shot and regularly jumped out of moving cars with broken legs. It never slowed him down at all. The kid had insane pain tolerance and dedicated it entirely, making Naomasa's life as strong as humanly possible. Naomasa also remembered that angels were actually 6-winged monstrosities covered in eyes, and he felt like that somehow fit Witch better. But maybe this time they got him for good. Maybe they could finally find this kid's parents or get him into a foster home if he didn't have any. Maybe they could finally get Witch to stop making their precinct's life hell. Naomasa took a deep breath before stepping into the interrogation room. He settled down in the chair across from the vigilante and noticed how Witch hadn't touched the cup of water they had given him. Naomasa wasn't surprised. Witch was too smart to give them his DNA willingly. "We meet again, detective," Witch cooed, still smiling. "Going to break your high score again? You're at 27 right now." "It's plausible." Naomasa was suddenly reminded why he hated his job. "It's 4 a.m. Can you please cooperate?" "No." Naomasa sighed. "What's your name?" "Witch." But. Naomasa frowned. Last time there had only been 3 responses. His quirk still didn't work like it should, and Witch seemed to know it this time. He still couldn't think of a proper reason other than a quirk. But the quirk repressing cuffs weren't repressing it then. "You should know that these cuffs are useless," Witch said as if he had read Naomasa's mind. "I don't have a quirk to repress." But. God, Naomasa has a headache. There was no way that Witch was quirkless, and the mixed response from his quirk made it so he couldn't tell if he was lying. Besides, it didn't matter. Witch's lying skills had been proven to bypass Naomasa's quirk anyway. Honestly, Naomasa was no better at interrogation than another random officer if it came to Witch. "Quick question," Naomasa glared at Witch, but the vigilante continued, "What exactly am I in here for?" Naomasa said nothing but was wondering why exactly Witch was being so chatty this time. I actually wasn't doing anything. Just making my way across town, and I stumbled upon a corpse, and then I'm being randomly handcuffed." The annoying part was that Witch had a point. The only basis they had to bring him in was being near the body of a murdered hero and resisting arrest. "You didn't talk this much last time." "I'm going to say that's because I tried to drown myself in vodka earlier. I've been told I'm a chatty drunk." Naomasa honestly didn't know what he was expecting. "You're drunk?" Witch grinned, hammered. "Well, there you go. Minor intoxication. I don't intend to be here when you press those charges." And then Witch, apparently unhandcuffed because of course, slammed his chair over Naomasa's head. The detective crumpled, and the last thing he heard before he fell prey to a concussion was Witch grumbling about having to climb through another vent. Shudo paced in his bare room, dual-color hair falling in his eyes. He kept glancing at the clock anxiously. Smoke curled from his left side, and he mentally cursed himself for being so nervous. Ever since Izuku had gotten him to accept his fire, it sometimes got the better of him when he was feeling particularly stressed. There had been a few miscellaneous fires that Shudo had to quickly extinguish before his father found out or the house was burnt down. While Shudo was still not entirely comfortable with his left side, years of repressment and hatred couldn't be completely erased with one inspirational speech. He definitely didn't want his father to learn that he was now willing to use his fire. It would prompt Endeavor to think that he had in some way won and that Shudo was now his perfect little docile creation. Shudo wasn't quite sure that he was entirely ready for that conversation. Hopefully, tonight might help him be ready. The clock kept steadily ticking past midnight as Shudo burned blackened footsteps into the floor. As the hand inched past 15 after he had begun to wonder if Izuku was going to show. Some part of him hoped that he didn't, The reality of what they were going to do had started to sink in, and knowing that tonight might very well spell Shudo and Endeavor's future scared him. He was under no illusion that Izuku would fail to fulfill whatever plan he had concocted. In their training sessions, it had become shockingly apparent that Izuku was a genius who had enough connections in the hero world and otherwise that they could do practically anything they wanted to Endeavor. Shudo wasn't exactly sure what he wanted to happen. A subtle tap at his window startled Shudo out of his thoughts. He smoothed his face into a mask of careful calmness and peeled back the curtains. As expected, it was Izuku on the other side of the glass. He slid back the glass and gestured Midoriya inside. Izuku just grinned and shook his head. "Sorry, Shochan, I'm just here to pick you up. I don't think your dear old dad would like us discussing his demise under his own roof." Shudo's eyebrow raised a millimeter. "You want me to sneak out?" Izuku snapped his aviator glasses over his viridian irises. "Never mind the fact that it was 20 minutes past midnight, yep. Also, you're smoking." A pause. "Hot?" Sure enough, Shudo's left arm was smoking. He quickly stifled his quirk and wordlessly jumped out of the window and closed the pane behind him. By that time Izuku was already halfway across the yard, the back of his aviator jacket and wild green hair surrounded by shadows. It wasn't until Izuku reached a very expensive-looking black convertible that Shudo realized that Izuku wasn't legally allowed to drive. At this point, he shouldn't be surprised, and he was more startled that Izuku had such a nice automobile. It was definitely fancy, and as Shudo got closer he saw that the glossy black paint had been spray painted over in places. Blue flames along the door, neon birds on the fenders, stylized lilac branches on the bumper. The hood was bare, but if Shudo looked closely he saw tiny daisies and bumblebees curled by the mirrors. "You're staring." Shudo's head snapped up from his inspection to find Izuku leaning lazily on the car door. "Sorry. I didn't know you had a car." Izuku didn't reply until they were both inside the vehicle. He turned the key and the engine purred to life. "I don't?" Shudo's expression must have shown his silent confusion and accusation because Izuku stuck out his bottom lip in a pout. "I didn't steal it. It's my brother's." "You have a brother?" "Two, actually." The car lurched forward and Shudo fumbled for the seatbelt, which the convertible didn't have. "And one gender-fluid sibling. He only got it a day ago and he spent a good amount of time FANG up the paint job. It's the grand opening of his business tomorrow and there was a significant amount of phone hold time, so he decided to doll up the new car he didn't need." Izuku shifted gears and the car lurched again. Shudo turned to Izuku and tried to steady himself on the dash. "Can you drive?" He earned a deadpanned look in return. "Of course." As it turns out, Izuku could drive. However, he drove like he was a street racer and only used the brake to make hairpin turns and burn RBB. Speed limits didn't apply and Shudo was left clutching the car door with white knuckles. Izuku laughed as he ran a red light and swerved into the other lane sharp enough to make Shudo almost fall out of his seat. The glove box also clattered open and spewed its contents: the car title, a pack of cigarettes, a half-eaten box of bubblegum, and a black switchblade. Izuku turned to him and shouted as the wind tore at his hair, "Can you put that back? You have to slam it really strong to get it to close." The latching mechanism broke when Cypress punched it. Shudo filed away the name Cypress and did as he was told. He decided not to comment on the dried BLD on the knife's edge. When he finished he saw that Izuku wasn't looking at the road or even had his hands on the steering wheel. Instead, he was lighting a cigarette and Shudo wondered if this was how he was going to die. Luckily, Izuku soon turned back to the road, occasionally taking drags and singing along to the radio. He didn't know where they were going or how long Izuku had been breaking every traffic law in existence when they finally heard sirens. Izuku glanced in the rearview mirror and Shudo twisted in his seat to see that, yes indeed, they were now being rightfully followed by a police cruiser. Shudo wondered what exactly Izuku was going to do. He couldn't legally drive and the dagger in the glove box was also an issue. Shudo was also in the car, so he could be charged as an accomplice. Shudo didn't have time to voice his concern before Izuku gave him a pointed grin that made Shudo shiver. "Hold on, Shochan." No, being an idiot, Shudo did. If Izuku's driving had been reckless before now, it was downright suicidal. They skidded around a corner and Shudo almost got whiplash. Izuku just smirked at the road and shifted gears as he floored it. He turned up the radio and the lyrics pulsed around them as they tried to lose their unwanted entourage. We're on a night run. Boy, you better hold your tongue. Talking like you coming from Kingdom Come. Rhythm and reeling. The feeling I'm riding. The sound through ceiling. Izuku released the clutch and they sped past a residential district. The siren still hadn't faded and Shudo was sure that the police would be calling in reinforcements soon. Never got no money. But I'm running from the gun. My engines flooded. They cold-blooded no money. Drunk on something, killing the moonlight. With daylight. I got my X-ray eyes. And I'm feeling so fine. Sure enough, another cruiser blocked the next intersection and Shudo thought it was over. However, Izuku was not deterred and twisted the steering wheel into a narrow alley. The back of the car spun and Shudo almost lost his dinner. Night running, all night running, we're running. Stars studded not far from it. We're running all night running. Cold-blooded all night running, we roll. Night running, all night running, we're running. Stars studded not far from it. Night running, all night running, we're running. Cold-blooded, we're all night running, we roll. Are you sure this is a good idea? Don't worry, we'll be fine. We're on the nightshade. Tell me what we're hiding from. Like someone could steal it. Are we waiting for some kind of feeling? Or saving it up for the morning? The next turn Izuku shifted and they were suddenly driving backward. Shudo tried to ignore the rush of adrenaline and tell himself that this was wrong and that they were breaking the law. Still, he couldn't stop the twitching of his lips as they swerved wildly and Izuku let loose a manic laugh. Or saving it up for the morning? Undercover. The cloak and dagger. Is there a creature in the attic? Are we for real yet? Or just pretending? Will it burn it out by the morning? At this point, they now were being pursued by 2 police cars and waking up the entire city with the music and sirens. Izuku was now flipping off the police with violent joy as he executed a one-handed turn that left Shudo flying out of his seat and into Izuku's lap. The entire situation could have been avoided if the convertible had seatbelts and they hadn't been painstakingly removed because of the Midoriya siblings' philosophy of you may need to jump out of a moving vehicle at any given time. We're on a night run. No telling who we're running from. In a world of secrets and demons and people hiding from the sun. Sending my message to everyone losing control. Better not stop till I get home. Sentimental flowers don't grow. Shudo hauled himself back into his seat and brushed cigarette ash out of his hair. How do you plan to lose them? I'm going to drive into a wall. What? Got to live through tidal waves. And parishes and biblical floods. I got the gree love. And the streets in my BLD. I'm on. The final run. Falling in and out of love. Izuku was not kidding. They turned another corner and found themselves barreling towards a dead end. At the end of the road, there was an abandoned warehouse with a very solid-looking brick wall. Izuku didn't slow down and kept speeding straight towards utter demise. Shudo cast a panicked glance at the teenager and seeing his determined glare he wondered if he would have enough time to jump out of the vehicle before they both died. He quickly dismissed the idea on the basis of not abandoning Izuku and that jumping out of a moving car when the car was going 80 miles an hour would kill him just as surely. Izuku turned down the music and shifted gears. They would hit the warehouse in less than 3 seconds and Shudo only had enough time to instinctively raise his arms to protect his face. Luckily, it wasn't necessary. As it turns out, the warehouse wall didn't actually exist. Instead of going splat, they drove straight through the brick into what looked to be a garage. However, before Shudo could really process what was happening, Izuku slammed on the brakes and consequently slammed Shudo forward into the windshield. The convertible skidded to a stop and as Shudo crashed back into his seat, he saw Izuku sitting looking stunned. There was a light in his eyes that told Shudo that he was also coming down from the adrenaline rush. What happened? Izuku laughed and turned off the car engine. The wall is a hologram. This is my brother's building. He must have realized how little that explained anything because he fully turned to face Shudo. He owns this warehouse and we've spent the last few days and couple 100,000 yen fixing it up. We installed a holographic garage door for situations like this. Situations like car chases. What can we say? The police don't like us that much. That's because you are constantly breaking the law. Izuku considered this. I guess you're right. It isn't our fault the entire police force has a stick up their butt though. Shudo was left staring as Izuku exited the car and gestured for Shudo to follow. Shudo was trying to figure out what Izuku exactly was. Now he realized that he knew nothing of the life Izuku led out of school. From that short exchange, Shudo had gathered that the entire Midoriya family had some problems with the law and that they were rich. Shudo could almost see how the entire class of 1A thought he was a magical being. Izuku led the other teenager to what seemed to be a lounge, complete with plush couches, a plasma screen TV, and a full kitchen. Izuku was making 2 cups of coffee and Shudo desperately hoped that he wasn't getting the vanilla and whipped cream monstrosity. Thankfully, Izuku handed him the scribbled over all might mug with the plain black coffee and took the overly sugary latte for himself. They settled into the nearest couch and Shudo almost dropped his mug when Izuku slammed a thick binder onto the table. "Alright, let's get down to business," Izuku said, although Shudo found him strong to take seriously with the WHP cream mustache. "That binder contains every possible way we can take down your a-hole father. It gets progressively more extreme as you continue. It ranges from mild annoyances to kidnapping and murder." Shudo's face must have been priceless because Izuku narrowed his eyes. "No murder then. It was just listed as a possibility." The other teenager blinked. "You can do that? I've already gotten someone who said they will do it. I told them to wait for what you had to say." Shudo wasn't exactly sure what to do with that information. The idea that Izuku was willing to kill Endeavor simultaneously made Shudo happy someone was willing to go that far for him and concerned that he had become friends with someone who would kill someone. "We aren't killing my father. He may be an a-hole but not that much of an a-hole. I don't want to do anything illegal. I want him to be punished for what he's done and I'm sure some of that falls under breaking the law." Izuku opened the binder and flipped through it until he got to a page filled with dense text. His eyes flicked over the page and he mumbled words under his breath. Finally, he said, "So you want to make sure he gets caught for breaking the law and leave it up to the legal system?" Shudo nodded slowly. "Yes. That's doable. We could get him for domestic abuse, child endangerment, and possibly child abandonment." The fact that Endeavor could be caught with those things left Shudo feeling slightly breathless. This was real. They were going to make him pay. "Since we are doing this legally, I can probably ask Nezu for help. God knows he is already aware of this and has just been waiting for us to act. How are we going to do it?" "I had explored this option before. It's written there," Izuku said, gesturing towards the binder. Then, Izuku dissolved into muttering as he produced a notebook from nowhere and began to wildly scribble down ideas. Shudo pulled the binder into his lap and found the tab marked legal. It took Shudo half an hour to read the section in its entirety and once completed he stared into space for a good 2 minutes, awed by Izuku's genius and that it would actually work. By that time, Izuku had filled half of the notebook but once he noticed that Shudo was done he set it aside. "What do you think?" Shudo opened his mouth and winced when his voice cracked. "It'll actually work. We might finally catch him. That's the plan." There was a long silence while Shudo processed. The silence was soon filled by Izuku's voice. I'm going to ask you a question but before you answer, I need to explain some things." Shudo looked at the green-haired boy. Izuku had sunken into the couch cushions as if trying to disappear. "Oh? What is it?" "Well," Izuku cleared his throat. "I'm not actually quirkless." Shudo's eyebrows shot up. "Really?" "Yeah, I just found out the other day." Izuku was resolutely not looking at Shudo as he spoke, "but it isn't a normal quirk. I don't think there's such a thing as a normal quirk. Mine created 3 people who I share a mind place with and can control my body." Izuku mumbled so fast that at first Shudo thought he had misheard. However, the floodgates had been opened and Izuku didn't give Shudo a chance to speak. "It started when I was in the hospital and at first I thought it was just a personality disorder like did but then Aizawa used his quirk on me and the connection between me and them was severed. So now I know that they are actual people and we just share a body. I refer to them as my siblings because that's what they are to me." Izuku took a deep breath and Shudo honestly didn't know what to say. "What do you say when you find out that your friend is actually 4 people? We share control and each lives our own lives. Now, our situation is made even weirder by the fact that one of them is a villain, the other is a vigilante, And the last one is dating your brother. In some odd way, this didn't overly surprise Shudo. It still came as a shock, but it had already been proven that Laws didn't get a batted eyelash from Izuku. The idea that he was also a villain and vigilante didn't seem like much of a stretch. It only meant that Izuku directed his blatant disrespect for authority at specific places. Some things had started to make more sense, but the brother thing was unanticipated. What? Yeah, he's dating Tuya, which is weird as hell. He's dating Tuya? He goes by Dabi now, but... yeah. Shudo set down his coffee and nestled into the couch. In the span of 3 minutes, he learned that his friend shared a body with 3 other people and that one of them was dating his long-lost brother. Who are the villain and vigilante? Izuku winced. Beetle and which? Now Shudo sat up like he'd been shocked. You shot Aizawa. Beetle shot Aizawa using my body, Izuku said as if he was waiting for a blow. And you organized us being removed from the USJ battle. Beetle did. You're working for the villains? I am working for myself. Beetle may be a villain, but our allegiances to always to each other first. Shudo knew he should be much more angry at this new information. Izuku was perhaps the reason for all of the strife UA had faced. However, Shudo had spent the majority of his life being considered his father's. He knew how strong it was to be your own person. He thought back to everything Izuku had done for them, from training sessions to defending them at the USJ. None of that seemed villainous, and Izuku had stressed how each of them was their own person. Maybe Izuku had had knowledge, but it still hadn't been him. Why are you telling me this? Because if I'm going to ask you out on a date, I want you to know what I actually am, Izuku said softly and hurriedly. Shudo's mouth went dry and the world tipped a little bit sideways. If he hadn't been sitting down, he probably would have fallen over. Izuku was drilling holes into his coffee mug with his gaze, and Shudo swore he saw a slight flush on his cheeks. Shudo's world had been inverted 3 times over in the span of 15 minutes, but it was somehow the fact that Izuku would want to date him that left Shudo dizzy. Izuku picked up on Shudo's stunned silence and hurried to reassure, "Don't worry about it. Forget I said anything. I just wanted to get it out there. It was a pipe dream anyway. I'm self-destructive, not stupid. Nothing will come of it." It took 3 tries for Shudo to find his voice. "Why do you think it's a pipe dream?" Izuku gave a humorless laugh. "I mean, look at me. I just told you I share a body with a villain, vigilante, and someone dating your brother. Knowing me, I'm not going to have a future for more than a few more years. I'll PSS off the wrong villain or the police will finally get a lucky shot." "A few more years," Shudo echoed. "I'm not dumb enough to think this won't all catch up with me eventually. No secret stays a secret unless everyone who knows about it is dead. I'll either end up behind bars or dead in a ditch." Shudo couldn't deny that Izuku would eventually get caught. It was only a matter of who caught him first, the police or his enemies. Yikes, that's a downer. "Come on, I'll drive you back." Izuku stood and Shudo followed him on autopilot. He didn't know what to do with all the truths Izuku had so neatly laid out for him. His head felt like it was filled with cotton and his thoughts moved sluggishly, sorting through everything and trying to compartmentalize it at all. All the way back Izuku didn't say a word. It occurred to Shudo that that was the softest and most flustered he had ever seen the other teenager. Izuku had always been cigarettes and defiance and spite. Shudo wasn't sure how he felt about being the person to turn Izuku Midoriya back into someone that resembled a teenager. Izuku dropped him off and then sped away silently. Shudo was left standing in his yard with dozens of conflicting emotions. It was hours before he could get himself to stop thinking long enough to sleep. Katsuki tapped the worksheet restlessly, impatiently gesturing at the equation with a finger as if waving hands would somehow get Kirishima to realize that negative exponents meant you needed to flip the fraction. Nope. Reciprocals. Katsuki had the sudden urge to shake Kirishima until the information lodged itself in his brain and fucking stayed there. "I don't know what that means," Kirishima whined, pencil flying through the air as he gestured just as wildly as Katsuki. Katsuki groaned, "Yes you do. You literally did it 5 seconds ago. Stop second-guessing yourself for God's sake and solve the equation." Because that was the problem. Kirishima wasn't an idiot like Pinky or the Pikachu knockoff. He had the basic premise down. It was only when there were multiple steps to remember and rules to follow that things really started to turn into a shitstorm. Kirishima started second-guessing himself, leading himself around in mental circles until he was lost, confused, and Katsuki wanted to bang his head against a wall. For the 9th time, Katsuki wondered why he even agreed to tutor Kirishima. On a weekend no less. He attributed it to fact that Kirishima had come practically begging to his front door with puppy eyes and flattery, basically offering up his very soul for help so he might stand a chance on passing Monday's algebraic assessment on exponents. It wasn't like Katsuki had anything else to do on a Sunday afternoon other than be reminded how much of a shitty person he was. Besides, it would be hours until he could sneak out of the house and batter his knuckles bloody. The only thing somewhat significant about tonight was that Katsuki's usual haunt had been abuzz with rumors of a new club opening. According to overheard conversations, it was leagues above the pigsty that Katsuki frequented. So, he figured he'd check it out while consequently closing the void in his tea. But, Katsuki had to make it through tutoring shitty hair without blasting a hole through a wall. Kirishima worried his bottom lip with sharp teeth as his pencil scratched over the paper, and Katsuki wondered how he managed to not to break skin. Finally, the redhead lifted his gaze to meet Katsuki's and gave him a sheepish smile Katsuki mentally chid at. "I think I did this one right," he said as he slid over the paper. "I sure if you hope so." Katsuki's eyes skimmed over the jumbled mass of numbers. "We've been doing this sheet for hours and it's almost dark." He didn't mention how once it was dark he would sneak out to the red light district to feel adrenaline sing in his veins and earn more bruises. Not enough to repent but enough to make it feel like it. "This is right by the way." Kirishima whooped and raised his arms in victory, a gross overreaction in Katsuki's opinion, but it still made something warm in his tea. "Thank God. You think I can do another one?" "You can certainly try," Katsuki said, sliding the paper back to the redhead. And that's how it went for another hour or so. Kirishima's percentage of correct equations steadily increasing and Katsuki trapped between long stares and the longing to kick Kirishima out so he could finally leave. Finally, as the clock hit 10, Katsuki decided he needed to leave if he wanted to make it for the opening ceremony. "Opening ceremony? Christ, it sounds like I'm going to a banquet," he mumbled under his breath. He pretended he didn't hear and changed the subject. "You've got the last 10 all correct. You're good. Now get out." "That's harsh, Baku bro." Kirishima swung an arm around Katsuki's shoulders and he tried to hide his flinch. He wasn't a fan of physical contact in general, but with Kirishima it was 10 times worse. It made him feel nice. He didn't deserve that. "Oi, get off of me, you fucker." Sorry. The redhead hurried to let go before Katsuki brought out the pyrotechnics. He slumped back in his chair and spun around twice. "I guess you're right, it's late. I should go." Then he flashed a smile brighter than the sun. "Thanks you so much, Bakugu. There's no way I'll fail this test now." Shitty hair must have some short-term memory loss because he launched himself out of the chair and wrapped his arms around the blonde. He ignored Katsuki's shouts of protest as he continued to squeeze. "Yeah, you're welcome," Katsuki said, voice strained. "Now get the F off of me." This time Kirishima obliged and Katsuki breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, I guess I better be going." Katsuki glanced at the clock and all but pushed Kirishima out the door, ignoring the part of him that begged Kirishima to stay. "See you tomorrow, Baku bro." "Thank you so much for your help," Kirishima called when he was partially out into the street. "Be glad I'm here to help your idiotic butt," Katsuki grumbled back. He didn't give Kirishima a chance to respond before slamming the door and retreating back to his room, where he retrieved his bag from his closet and jumped out the window. Kirishima was halfway down the block when he turned around. The cool night air nipped at his exposed forearms in a way he didn't remember it doing on his way to Bakugu's house. It took him that short walk to realize why. He had forgotten his Red Riot sweatshirt on Bakugu's bed. He whispered a not entirely true CRP under his breath. Half of him was glad for an excuse to go back to Bakugu's, the other half was worried Bakugu might burn up that sweatshirt in retribution for Aizawa bothering him again. Still, that IT was limited edition and it was kinda chilly out. The redhead started to head back to the Bakugu's, content with both the knowledge he wasn't going to fail tomorrow's test and that he would see Bakugu again. partly because he enjoyed Bakugu's company and partly because he was worried about the blonde. These past few days he had seemed much more touchy and aggressive. Aizawa didn't want to push, but he had a feeling that it had something to do with the impressive amount of bruises and cuts that had marred his friend's body this past week. He was 3 houses away when he paused. It was dark enough that Aizawa couldn't see any details in his surroundings, but he could still clearly see the dark silhouette leap out of Bakugu's bedroom window. Kirishima knew that Bakugu's parents were home, but he highly doubted they jumped out of windows to exit the house. The figure passed under a streetlight. His suspicions were confirmed. Bakugu was sneaking out. Kirishima wasn't entirely sure what possessed him to follow, a mixture of morbid curiosity, concern, and recollection of how Bakugu was so insistent that he leave perhaps. He trailed after the blonde. He kept a healthy distance between them. He wasn't sure he wanted to face the consequences of Bakugu catching him. Bakugu never disappeared from his line of vision. Aizawa became increasingly concerned as they got closer and closer to the red light district. Nerves crept higher and confusion swirled along with a slight twinge of irritation. Didn't Bakugu know that if he was doing something illegal he could be expelled? When they entered the red light district proper, Aizawa began to wonder if this, perhaps, was a bad idea. He had no idea what Bakugu was doing. He had made an impulsive decision and now he was walking blind into a potentially dangerous situation. Logically, he knew he should probably just go home and forget about this entirely. But what if Bakugu got in trouble and needed help? So he stayed, and when Bakugu finally got to an abandoned warehouse, followed him inside. Izuku was taking Todoroki's rejection fairly well. He didn't spend hours in tears or even sulk. Nope, he shrugged it off with that was a big yikes and continued on with his life. He hadn't been kidding when he told himself that rejection was expected. You can't be disappointed if you didn't have any expectations. Cypress, Beetle, and Witch however were irate. Not at Todoroki. No, they were irate at Izuku. Witch for giving up their secret and Cypress and Beetle for not giving Todoroki a chance to respond. They told him that he dumped a sheet ton of information on someone who was not expecting such information and then took silence as a no. They all understood why Izuku wanted to tell him and respected that. Witch didn't particularly like it, but he understood it. Izuku was a liar, but he never lied to anyone he cared about if it wasn't strictly necessary. However, how easily Izuku accepted Todoroki's lack of response as rejection was annoying as f-. Cypress was honestly ready to snatch Izuku's phone and shoot off a text to Ol, telling him to give an actual answer. None of them except Izuku thought that Todoroki didn't like Aizawa too. They carefully observed all of their conversations and saw how Todoroki looked at Izuku like he was God. But, naturally, Izuku had been blind to those gazes. God damn it, Izuku. Even on the opening night of the Aviary, all Cypress could think about was his little brother's love life. Cypress dedicated himself back to watching people pour into the warehouse's basement. He stood at the top of the stands looking like the God-given gift he knew he was. Of course, no one knew that he was the owner, a fact that Cypress was determined to change momentarily. You should use a megaphone, Beetle suggested for the 9th time. We're saving that for Aizawa and the festival, remember? Yes, but Which cleared his throat. Speaking of the sports festival, please tell me you aren't going through with the plan. Izuku laughed. Why, of course I am. It's a great plan. Beetle and I already have most of the preparations ready. It's going to get you arrested? Wouldn't be the first time. It's going to be nationally televised. How's that so different from live video streams of you? Cypress snorted and tuned them out so he could finally make his grand entrance. His neon pink hair had been half braided and he fiddled with the equally neon wrapping on his knuckles. He glanced at the betting pools that had opened along with the K for fights and the increasingly large bracket. Opening night provided free drinks that Cypress snatched when he passed the bar and downed in one gulp. He almost cursed his tolerance. It would make it tonight much more interesting if he had a buzz. The Aviary has multiple rings, a large ring for group brawls, smaller rings for 1v1 quirkless fights. The main ring in the middle, however, was more like a cage. It was for the headliners or the ones with potential for destruction. It was that ring Cypress stood in to kick off the opening event. He tapped his earpiece and heard the muffled thump over the speakers. It was so nice having money to spend on state-of-the-art speakers and impulsively bought convertibles and holographic walls. "Hello, patrons," he said into the microphone extending from his earpiece. The crowd slid into silence as they slowly start to rest their gazes on Cypress. "My name is Cypress and the owner of this fine establishment." There were a few snickers and Cypress was sure to flash a grin that he knows makes hair rise. The snickers stop and he practically preened. "If you have any complaints, please don't take them up with me because I don't give a shit." His eyes skipped through the crowd and he could feel Beetle and Izuku cataloging faces. Cypress was just looking for a worthy opponent. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, in our lovely bracket the first fight listed is Owner v Challenger. He gestured to the huge, ever-changing bracket next to the bird graffiti. "As our kickoff event I am going to challenge someone. If the challenger wins, they get an extra 100,000 yen. At that the crowd starts buzzing with energy, no doubt thinking about how easy it would be to beat someone as small and young as Cypress. Cypress' original plan was to pick the biggest opponent and then win to assert his dems. Those plans are immediately thrown out the window when he spotted a familiar blonde head. "Bakugo Katsuki," he breathes into the mic. So this was how Katsuki dear was getting all those extra bruises. The blonde froze. Cypress pointed for good measure and smiled into the mic. "You, with the red eyes and horrible attitude. Guess what? You're the challenger." The people around Katsuki rippled with jealousy but shoved him forward. Katsuki stumbled but righted himself and approached the ring with a snarl on his lips. Cypress could not contain his glee and was practically vibrating with anticipation. Tonight just got infinitely better and not even which would be able to stop him this time. He could feel the others fighting to take back control, but he batted them away with no lack of effort. This fight was a long time coming, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, he wasn't going to let it slip away. He wasn't going to intentionally kill Izuku's childhood friend, but if he accidentally hit him too strong, he would chalk it up to a terrible tragedy. Cypress tossed away his earpiece and let the familiar rage simmer in his veins. This was going to be so much fun. When the owner, Cypress, called Bakugo's name, Aizawa felt his BLD freeze. What Bakugo was even doing here Kirishima didn't know. He had always known Bakugo was violent, but he didn't think he actively searched out fights. But here he was, in the middle of a giant fight club in the red light district, standing under a huge graffitied neon bird. The painting was almost as bright as the owner's hair. The remarkably young owner's hair. The owner with ice blue eyes and a smile that made the hairs on his neck jump to attention. His instincts screamed danger, get away, and that was exactly what Aizawa planned to do until Bakugo's name was called. He didn't know what it was about the way Cypress formed the syllables of Bakugo's name, but it set off ringing alarm bells. Maybe it was the open contempt in his voice or the fact that knew it in the first place. Whatever it was, it kept Kirishima from walking back out and forgetting this ever happened. Bakugo might get hurt and Aizawa would be dead if he wasn't here to help if the need arose. Still, that didn't stop Aizawa from feeling so incredibly of depth it was like he was drowning. He had never so much as been within a 3-kilometer radius of the red light district, and now he was surrounded by the underbelly of Mizudafu with absolutely no preamble. Kirishima tried to fight his way closer to the cage, consequently bumping into a few patrons that threatened things he was fairly sure they would follow through on given the chance. Eventually he found himself on the edge of the crowd, using hardened skin as a deterrent for stray punches or random knives. On his left was a tiny girl with a peach undercut and eyes covering every inch of exposed skin that roared for Bakugo's BLD, a cry that was echoed by nearly everyone else in the crowd. In the ring, Bakugo had stripped off his jacket and was only in a black tank top, his muscled arms on proud display. He was busily wrapping his hands and glaring at the owner with enough intensity it would make a lesser man kneel over dead. However, the owner only gave a smile 10 times as deadly. Cypress had also removed his fashionably torn flannel to reveal lean muscles and scarred forearms that made Aizawa even more concerned for his friend's safety. The announcer stepping the ring and the crowd somehow roared louder. Aizawa didn't pay attention to his voice and focused on watching the blonde stretch, arrogance rippling off him in waves. Bakugo truly believed he could win this fight and Aizawa wished he could share that faith. But he didn't know what the owner's quirk was, and everything about him made the redhead uneasy. He blew a pink bubblegum bubble and watched Bakugo square up with an expression of eternal amusement. Underneath that haughty gaze there was something red and raw and furious. Something about this fight was personal and Bakugo didn't seem to know it. Kirishima watched helplessly as the announcer called the match to start, and the peach-haired girl screamed bloody encouragement. Katsuki tuned out the announcer's voice and focused on studying his opponent. He had no idea why he had been called out like that, but he'd be dead if he didn't beat this arrogant pink-haired bastard into the ground. He had been surprised when his name had rung across the speakers and the tiny teenager declared him the challenger. He hadn't been around long enough to become a regular or famous by any means, but word traveled fast in the underground, so he didn't think much of it. Cypress wore a plain white t-shirt that exposed graceful forearms that would have been pretty on anyone else. Whatever aesthetic appeal they may have once held was ruined by bruises and band-aids and scores of scars, some barely visible while others looked suspiciously like the puckered starburst of bullet wounds. Bakugo had seen plenty of scarred fighters in his brief time in the ring, so he didn't marvel at the myriad of silvery flesh. Instead he focused on his face, cheeks that still clung onto the tiniest of baby fat with a random smattering of freckles and burning blue eyes outlined with expertly done eyeliner that Bakugo couldn't help be slightly jealous of. When he noticed Bakugo staring, he flashed a condescending smile that made the blonde scowl. He couldn't wait to wipe that smile off his face. Many people had underestimated him in the ring, and Katsuki always found those victories the most satisfying. The starting bell sounded and Bakugo flew forward. He intended to win this fight quickly as a point of pride. Explosions sparked in his hands as he led with a right hook. It flew over Cypress' head as he ducked almost lacerly. Still Katsuki? Really? Again with the right hook? Katsuki ignored him and let the rush of the fight fill his guilty conscience and erase the heaviness in his heart. He didn't have time to think about what he had done to Midoriya. He was too busy dancing to the left as Cypress landed a glancing blow to his kidneys that he barely felt. In return, Bakugo aimed a solid hit to the other fighter's jaw. It connected but didn't hit with as much force as intended because Cypress gave a crimson smile. How does it feel? Knowing that you're the reason Izuku tried to kill himself? The first mention of Izuku made him momentarily pause. How the F did he know about him? That pause was enough for Cypress to JRK his knee up and into Katsuki's stomach. He grappled for breath as he tried to put distance between him and the pink-haired teenager. His mind was whirling with possibilities, and it was midway through avoiding Cypress' foot it hit him. His quirk. Cypress hadn't shown his quirk yet. The knowledge that Cypress knew about his biggest regret set a fire roaring in his veins. He stopped his retreat and met the other fighter, jabbing an elbow into his ribs and an uppercut into his nose, which made a satisfying crack, followed by an even more satisfying boom as he activated his quirk and filled the ring with black smoke. He narrowed his eyes to try and see if he had successfully blown off Cypress' smug. The smoke cleared and Katsuki found his opponent by receiving a fist to the face, packed with enough force to send him tumbling. The world spun as he propped himself up and spat BLD, gaze resting on his opponent. Despite the BLD trickling down his now broken nose, he was smiling with crimson-stained teeth. Did it make you feel good? Beating someone who couldn't even fight back? Did it make you feel better? Bakugo snarled in response and righted himself, the awful truth in the words scalding hot. Do you even feel guilty? Everything was still spinning, but that made him freeze. Answer the question, Kaken. Do you feel guilty? Shut the F up. Katsuki screamed, crossing the gap Cypress had made, sending off explosions in an attempt to silence the poison that spewed from Cypress' mouth. In turn, the other fighter danced out of the way with ease, pink hair swirling behind them. Well, guess what? You won. He will never be a hero. He forfeited. He yielded. Bakugo's anger gave him tunnel vision and the world reddened at the edges. This pink beach had no idea. He had no idea how Katsuki could barely sleep anymore without having nightmares of Deku jumping off that rooftop. No idea how he was choking on enough guilt that the only way he could breathe was in a fighting ring. Katsuki flew at Cypress, filling with the ring with explosions and tinting the world the same shade as his red and yellow grief and rage. He threw a punch with the intent of blasting this so-called owner out of the city. They caught his wrist. Their eyes shone with unmeasurable anger as he used other hand to trap the limb. They twisted his arm in some odd parody of the move Izuku used on him the first day of classes and kicked his legs out. When he was unbalanced, they tackled Katsuki to the ground. The blonde struggled and thrashed, letting off explosions that only succeeded in blasting the floor. All the while Cypress screamed vitriol, "You destroyed him." When he was in that mental ward, there was nothing left. You and All Might ruined him. That's when Cypress started punching him, knees digging into his sides. Bakuga didn't feel anything after the first few hits. You destroyed his dreams, punch, because you thought he was a threat, punch, a roadblock, punch. It was around this time Katsuki stopped fighting, the mantra of, "I'm sorry," repeating in his head until it nearly squeaked past his lips. "I hope it was FNG worth it. Please stop." A familiar voice broke through Katsuki's haze of pain and BLD and hate. Through his blurred vision he saw a blotch of red. Kirishima. And then everything dissolved into blackness. Aizawa didn't know what to do. Everything was going decently until Cypress started talking. Then it was only moments before he had Bakugu pinned and was staining the floor with Bakugu's BLD. It was only after Bakugu went limp and stopped fighting Aizawa knew that Cypress was going to kill him. Cypress was going to beat his friend to death in front of a roaring crowd. So he did the only thing he could. "Please stop," he shouted, running to the edge of the ring and ducking the announcer. Cypress twitched but didn't turn to see who spoke. There was a sound ripping its way out of the other teenager, a combination of wrath and righteous victory. Fists were still hitting flesh when Aizawa tried to pull Cypress off. He looked half feral, snarling and covering in both his and Bakuga's BLD. Kirishima was strong enough to pry him off the blonde, still kicking and possessed with bloodlust. Nails tried to rip into his arms but hardened skin made it so Cypress only succeeded in chipping his own nails. Bouncers swarmed Aizawa but by then their employer had stopped fighting like a wild thing. "Let go." His voice was surprisingly calm and the violent lightning storm of fury had disappeared entirely. Kirishima complied. Cypress waved off the bouncers who reluctantly complied when he gave them a strong glare. He wiped some of the BLD off his face and stalked to the edge of the ring and retrieved a box of cigarettes. He lit one and took a long drag. "Never come back." His voice was empty of all emotion, body rigid, and he left the ring to a staring crowd. Aizawa carried Bakugu out of the warehouse. He didn't know where to go. He didn't want to bring him back to his place and he didn't think Mr. and Ms. Bakugu would appreciate him turning up at their house with their son half beaten to death. Plus, he needed to get Bakugu to a hospital. How he was going to get there he drew a blank. He could take the train but he wasn't sure he'd be able to carry Bakugu that entire way. But he would have to. Bakugu was still unconscious when he reached the edge of the red light district. His face was a patchwork of cuts, bruises, and drying BLD. Aizawa was terrifying that something had been broken or there was internal bleeding and he wouldn't make it in time. He was still reeling that Bakugu had even been in a place like that. It certainly wasn't his first time in ring. His fear wasn't quite enough to bury the anger and betrayal that Bakugu would do something as reckless as that. If Kirishima wasn't there, Cypress wouldn't have stopped and Bakugu might be dead. There was a sudden honk of a horn and Aizawa jumped half a foot. Tension hunched his shoulders and he eyed the black convertible that slowly pulled up next to them. That tension faded when he saw Midoriya in the front seat. "Get in." Aizawa put Bakugu in the back seat and noticed the colorful painted details. He settled into shotgun and Midoriya wordlessly pulled away. Neither of them spoke until they got to the hospital. Aizawa was bursting with questions but he took one look at Midoriya's white knuckles on the steering wheel and decided not to ask. They pulled into a parking lot and Midoriya turned to Aizawa. His green hair was damp and his nose swollen, although there was no bruising so maybe it was just a trick of the light. "Don't say a word about the aviary." "I don't care what you say but don't tell them about the aviary." Kirishima nodded, picked up Bakugu and walked into the hospital. 15 minutes later he was sitting in the waiting room. He phone buzzed to a single text. "Unknown number, he'll be alright." And that's when Kirishima started to cry. It was dark when Katsuki woke up. The first thing he noticed was that nothing hurt. He had spent a majority of his life waking up aching, either from training or fighting, so the lack of sore muscles was concerning. So he went to overdrive and he sat straight up, then nearly doubling over because holy F dash. It felt like there was acid sloshing in his ribcage, burning everything down to marrow. And that's when he remembered it. It being everything that had happened that night. The aviary. The fight. The pink-haired beach who used his quirk to torment Katsuki. Kirishima screaming at him to stop. He took in his surroundings for the first time: white room, white bed, white sheets. He was in the FING hospital. His first impulse was to rip the IVs out of his arm and go home to pretend this never happened. But then he realized he couldn't do that because Kirishima knew, so there could be no avoiding the consequences of his actions. B. Those IVs were probably pumping full of needed painkillers, and C. Someone was in the room with him. At first he thought it was Kirishima. They stood facing the window, phone pressed to their ear and talking a mile a minute. That was the first tip that it wasn't Kirishima. Kirishima would have enough common courtesy to at least whisper. Also, Kirishima didn't wear his hair in pigtails. They seemed to realize that Katsuki was awake and hung up the phone with a hurried "F-U" in place of "goodbye," and all of Katsuki's horrible suspicions were confirmed. Izuku Midoriya stood glaring down at his childhood friend at the foot of his hospital bed. All Katsuki could think was that he should have been doing that same thing when they got the call that Deku had tried to kill himself. Instead, he never even bothered to show up. What are you doing here?" He hated the way his voice scratched and stuttered. Deku gave a humorless smile and draped himself over the nearest chair. "I think we finally need to talk about it." "It?" Deku scoffed in a very un-Deku-like way. "Don't bullshit me, Kaken. We've been ignoring the elephant in the room for far too long. You almost died because of it? So did you?" His childhood friend whirled around suddenly enough that Katsuki flinched back. His green eyes shone with intensity akin to a dying star. "Cut that sheet out right now. It wasn't just you, okay? I mean, you were a big part of it, but it was All Might too." His lips quirked into a cruel smile. "And society in general, really? So what, you're forgiving me for all the shit I pulled?" Katsuki half shouted, suddenly furious at the idea of getting off so easy. "I taunted and tormented you every day of your entire effing life. You were my literal punching bag. If I felt slightly inferior one day, it would be you going home with a busted lip. I messed with your head for FNG sheets and giggles." Deku snarled, a sound so startling it made Katsuki momentarily shut up. "And don't you think I know that? I'm sure the hell not letting you off the hook because you're suddenly feeling guilty. I'm just saying it wasn't entirely your FANG fault. I ate spite for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for months. I dreamt of when I could tell you to SCK it. It was my ultimate FNG wet dream. But you know what I learned? Is that you can get sick of spite. I don't forgive you. I simply don't care." Katsuki didn't break eye contact as replied, voice level steadily rising. "You know what the shittiest part is? I never tried to make it up to you. Not even once. I was only in that fight club for me. Because then I wouldn't be choking on what I did to you. A selfish BSD to the end, right?" Deku laughed, a harsh, cruel thing. "Look, Kaken, I don't care why you were there. I've had closer scrapes with death than that, so don't expect me to be impressed. I'm just telling you to get over yourself." "I got over it. Stop being a mopey beach." Katsuki growled in frustration. "How can you say that? I ruined heroes for you." "The hell you did. You give yourself way too much credit, Kaken. Maybe you helped, but it was All Might who ruined heroes for me." Katsuki blinked at that. "What?" "Me and He-Man had a wonderful conversation where he crushed my misguided dreams in 5 minutes more than you ever could." Katsuki was struck speechless. All Might had done that? Izuku shrugged and examined his jagged nails. "Both of you were right anyway." "That's not true. You can be a hero." Katsuki hated the way his voice wavered and cracked with the words he should have said long ago. A year ago, Izuku would have crumpled and started crying in joy. Katsuki would have preferred that to the absolute lack of reaction he received now. "I probably could. But the thing is, I don't want to." Katsuki's mouth went dry. Never would he have thought that Deku would ever not want to be a hero. Even after he jumped and started teaching at UA. He had always thought Deku would take the chance if it ever presented itself. "I have grown abruptly tired of this conversation. We'll never be friends again, Kaken, but I don't want to see you dead because of that. I won't stoop to your level." Katsuki flinched. You're still a raging a-hole, but we should let it go. Keep the past in the past. Give me another reason to hate you and give yourself a new reason to hate yourself. Despite himself, Katsuki was dumbstruck. Maybe he should just let it go. Take it as a lesson and not make the same mistakes. But he and Izuku shared a bittersweet half-smile. Well, I'm gonna go. You should do something about Kirishima though. Not many people would carry an a-hole like you all the way to the hospital. Katsuki gasped. Shitty hair carried me here? He would have if I didn't come to give you a ride. The blonde didn't want to dissect that statement more than necessary. It might as well have been a bomb. How'd you get in here anyway? I don't seem like they would allow visitors at this hour. I climbed through the window, Izuku said, as if climbing through 3-story windows was an everyday occurrence. For all Katsuki knew it might have been. It was quickly coming to his attention that he didn't really know Izuku Midoriya much at all. Later, Beetle added a name to a contract with Cypress full support.